Is 2024 now, and custom tracks have been created, improved, and overhauled for the better part of 15 years from 2009. What does it look like to drive each custom track as fast as possible? You clicked this video and saw that timestamp. Buckle up, because we are reacting to all CTGP custom track world records, over 200 tracks. Trust me, there are some insane strategies and techniques on many tracks, especially near the end of lap 3 on a ton of them. If you've never seen this before, you're in for a real treat. And if you haven't seen these in a while, you might see a few surprises. Alright fellas, you see what's happening here. I have absolutely no idea how long this video is going to be. I'm predicting at least 7 or more hours at the very least. Who knows, could be 10 hours, I have no idea, but buckle up fellas, this is reacting to every single custom track record in CTGP. So I got at least 10 of your lunch breaks down pat, maybe more, probably, depending on how long your lunch breaks are. But in any event, this is going to be the longest reaction video I do ever for almost anything. So hope you guys enjoy this. I'm going to have a million timestamps in the description so you can jump around whatever you want. So yes, there are over 200 custom track records to go through. So I have raced through most of these, but I don't know the fastest strats for everything. So I am quite curious to see what I'm going to be picking up here as well, to learn from my own sake. So starting off here on Abandoned Boardwalk, when I was downloading all the ghosts, which by the way, that took forever to do. Downloading over 200 ghosts on the leaderboard takes a while. So what I noticed is I don't know half the names. I'm sorry. Because half the people don't use their normal name for their Miis, I guess. I have no idea. So I like to give proper credits for everyone that makes their records. So sorry if I fumble the name in advance or I don't know your, Mii aliases or whatever. But even still, props to everyone that gets their records for the custom tracks here. So starting up here in Abandoned Boardwalk, everything looks pretty tame for now. Looks like the shroom spot is at the end here, which makes the most sense. I know there's a little mini cut here right by the ramp that's coming up to my memory, but it doesn't save all that much time, or maybe it was like an older version, I don't know. I think you can actually trick on the swamp that's within the swamp here, I'm pretty sure, to my memory, but in any event, looks pretty tame to me here. It might be a wild thought, but it seems like there's a good amount of straights here, maybe some gentle curves. Has anyone tried the spear on this? Is that too wild of a thought? I don't know. I know there's that one little spiral turn, but it didn't seem that bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, reaching here. I don't know, but in any event, though, it makes sense why a Flame Runner would be fastest here. But yeah, grass cut here for the shroom, fastest strategy, not too bad. Very clean record to start. All right, Abyssal Ruins, actually one of my favorite tracks. One of the oldest tracks, I think, that's within CTGP at the moment. This is by Batcake, so shout out to Batcake. I think Batcake has a couple of records overall from what I can see. So this will be interesting. I know you can do this little platform thing. Wow, they actually cut a lot off there. Huh, interesting. Okay, the little statue trick there seems pretty textbook there. I really wonder what they do at the end here for the fastest strategy, because these little stunt ramps always felt a little bit awkward to me. This little instant trick is cool, but this ramp always felt a little bit odd to me. So what did they do here? Oh, they did a whole mushroom propelling thing. Interesting. So an older strat they would do years ago is at the ramp at the finish line, you can cut to the right and then shroom in the off-road, but I guess that simply doesn't save enough time compared to doing the whole skip at the end, which makes a lot of sense. Trying to navigate that without the little mushroom bounce there is pretty treacherous, not gonna lie, so makes a lot of sense why that would be the fastest strategy. But in versions of the past for this track, it wasn't a little zipper that was there. It was a little like yellow bumper trick, little stunt trick, and it always felt really awkward to me. Just because when you land, there's like a very shallow S bend there, and this didn't feel really natural when racing it with that. But this looks really clean though for what it is. This is still one of my favorite CTs anyway. Anything that's kind of like darker themed like this, I'm pretty much impartial to. My favorite CT is Shadow Woods. Oh, RIP Shadow Woods, no longer within CTGP, but even still, it's always a really cool track to see. So yeah, this shroom is pretty sick, man. Wow, you cut out so much off. Very impressive. All right, we got Alpine Peak. This is by Doge, and I am really curious how in the world you play this fast. So many parts of this track is really finicky, especially these little contorting, different angular turns and everything and parts of the road. Oh, well, that's a cut I never knew about until now. All right, well, we're gonna be learning a lot here today, fellas. What are you doing? Hello? What was that? Hello? Huh? What in the world? Is that like a Wario's Goldmine-esque like wall bounce or Waluigi Stadium wall bounce or whatever? I have no idea. What in the world? All right, well, I'm having my crash course on fast CT strats today, I suppose. Also, you guys are probably going to see at least, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 wardrobe changes probably in this video, because I'm going to have to do this in chunks of time for recording. So yeah, if you see some Emmy wardrobe changes, that is why. For now, let's see this again. So this seems pretty tame, but then what in the world happens here? Okay, going up the slope, and what do you do? Hard drift left. Is that... I can't even tell if that's actually the rock face or if that's just an invisible wall that's there. What? Hello? That's really cool. All right, well, I always lose like a trillion seconds whenever I play this online when I have. So also, I think this is actually one of the older CTs as well, to my memory anyway. But yeah, that's insane. Like the little contorting the different parts of the road always would throw me for a loop, not gonna lie. So it's actually interesting to see what's the fastest strategy now to actually race this track. And I believe also I saw Doge's name a lot as well with the CT records, so I think we're going to see a lot more of his records later on in this giant video recording session here. Let's see this again. Is this an invisible wall or the rock face? Let's see. All right, I'm convinced that's the rock face. It looks like there's a part of the wall that juts out and it just cut angle tight, and you hit that angle and you have the side trick and it just plants you right down to the ground. So all right, that's pretty sick. That has to save so much time, because when I go off it and I don't do that, I am losing an astronomical amount of time. So very impressive here. This looks pretty clean. I didn't see any significant notable mistakes, so this looks really clean here. Very, very nice run. Alpine Skyway. We have Jake here, and that's another name I saw a lot when downloading these custom track records. So let's see what you got, man. Let's see. So I also know this track a little bit from doing the CTGP All Cup tour with Troy, and also other Flanderfest episodes we've done in the past. So I know there's like a little corner cut in the middle here. I believe it's shroomless, but I never knew how to do it. So let's see what actually happens here. What? That's the most simplest thing ever. What? Hello? Why did I think it was some grand thing that was there in the middle? What the heck? Okay, well, that's really not too bad at all. Also, that's the shroom spot. That didn't really cut all that much off. Unless it's just because you're trying to avoid the ice physics by the penguins, maybe. Perhaps. Well, I guess that is probably the best spot, because that's already the end of the lap, so. Huh. Interesting, interesting. Also, I love when the zipper tricks you can do, you can kind of like land back like on the road itself, all contoured and stuff. So it's always pretty cool to see that for sure. But yeah, let's see what laps 2 and 3 bring us. Is it gonna be more of the same? Let's see. This looks pretty textbook here, not too bad. Although that is a pretty close call on that turn, not gonna lie. I guess Daisy Mach is a lot easier with that. But let's see. Actually, no, yeah, that is objectively the best place to use a shroom, because I was trying to see, you're probably gonna be drifting with the ice slippery road physics there, and the penguins being there, and the parts of snow on the side. So yeah, that's better off just to try to avoid the whole situation there. Not too shabby here. I also really enjoy most of the snow tracks. This one seems pretty straightforward. At least from what I remember actually racing online with this track. It seemed like it was a little bit hard to catch up unless like a shock happens here and you do the cut and you cut off a lot of time. But regardless though, this track is pretty polished, pretty clean. This record looks pretty solid here. I also have no real context for how long each record has been standing for. You know, downloading over 200 custom track records, and there's like multiple versions of these tracks that get updated too, so there's a new record for each one. So I don't have like any like fancy dates or anything at all I can really kind of reference to, but even still, that was a very clean record. Okay, new cup, Amanita Abyss. And I like this track as well. I had no idea how to race it fast, so I'm really curious to see how you race this as fast as possible. Also, I must give a giant shout out for Mr. Bean for, I don't know, close to, wait, hold on, what the heck? What? All right, well, that's a cool first cut. All right, well, we're getting things started right away here. Shout out to Mr. Bean for finally adding the instant screens to CTGP probably close to a year ago. Going over 200 goes for this. You're saving me probably over an hour of my life through load screens. So Mr. Bean, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you, dude. Oh man, this track is a grand visual spectacle. Like, it's beautiful. I will say, like, it's been what, maybe 14 or 15 years that custom tracks have been a thing in Mario Kart Wii, so at this point it's really impressive what CT creators are able to do, especially visually with just the game's limitations that it has. They're really crafty with just, like, you know, different parts of shading, making things look like they're glowing naturally and everything like that. So really cool stuff. That trick looks like it's pretty simple to learn. Pretty cool corner cut over there. Everything looking pretty simple here. There was a little corner drifting thing, a little hop there. Nice. So reason why that's gonna be faster is because you're trying to avoid the downward slope. So majority of cases, if you can avoid a downward slope for something in this game, it's gonna be faster. Case in point, like the Wario's Gold Mine turn skips as an example, you're trying to avoid the downward sloping sections there. So purposely hopping there is going to be a faster strategy overall. So really clean so far. Looks like it's going to be the same strategy in lap 3 from what I would speculate here anyway. Yeah, so this one's a really clean track. Let's see, you're going off a mushroom here, right? Oh, you're doing a hop trick. Interesting. So that's a bit more delicate than what it seems, because also when you're hitting the rock face with those physics, if you just kind of move your analog any which way a little too generously, you could like clip like straight down or just not land at the right spot. So it looks pretty simple by watching it, but you need a certain amount of coordination there to make sure you're not actually clipping back and landing to the grass there before the actual road. So all in all, pretty good record here. I feel like this is a pretty nice length for a track. Like most like 3 minutes, 3.5 max. Lower than that is kind of the sweet spot. So that was a very nice record overall. I believe this is Aqua Dungeon. I think I only played this track once or twice before in Flanderfest. This is by Hint, so I also saw Hint's name a few times on these CT records here. So I only recently found out about this when I was looking back at the recordings for our Flanderfest session on this track. This track is really cool. Again, I like just darker themed tracks, and everything is still pretty easy to see. A decent amount of contrast goes a long way to kind of know what's actually in the road and what's not. And I think the theming for this track is really nice overall. Also, the last track record was by Erat. Sorry, I forgot to shout out the name there. I don't know if that's their actual username or that's just a random me that they use. Again, if I don't properly give you credits for your name, I'm sorry. Let's use your actual username. But that's your username, fair play. But yeah, like more than half of these were just kind of really random things that I really didn't know. But so I like to give proper credits overall for people's records. Also, that part there was actually insane. I guess that was shrooms because these are shroom here. No. Oh, okay. So let me see where the shroom is actually used. I was in my little monologue there for a minute or so. Sorry about that. Let's see what we got cooking here. Oh, that's where it is. Okay. So if you notice there, he's actually using his shroom pretty early relative to where the ramp is. And that's because they're trying to have the shroom boost wear out by the time that they're landing on the ramp. If you're the shroom right into that ramp and trick, you're going to be overshooting the landing and probably hit the wall or go out of bounds. Also, that's really cool. We're probably going to see a fair amount of that on these CTs, I guess, where you're kind of using like Wario's Gold Mine or Waluigi Stadium physics of just doing a little wall bounce where you're kind of interrupting the trick animation on the wall and being propelled forward or just cutting airtime overall. That's also pretty cool that there's a little like hidden little trick on the actual statue part of there. That's actually really cool. Oh, that fireball got a little bit close. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. So look at this again. He's going to be shrooming a little bit earlier relative to the ramp. So look at that. Wears out right before, actually even notice that. So he's releasing the MT right before landing too. That's probably just a touch more boost just to land back onto the ramp. And that way you're at normal speed when you're taking the drift to go as tight as possible. So it's nice to kind of pick up on smaller details like that and how players can be clever on the racetrack to be as fast as possible when doing these time trials here. So this track is really cool. This is one track I would actually really like to put some time in and have a pretty good time on it. The theming here is really cool. So off the zipper here, gets a trick. This statue part is trickable. That's really cool. And then you're going back up over here and the track is over. Really clean. Very nice. This is Aquadrome Stage, one of the oldest CTs, I believe. This has had many versions. This is by Emil. Emil has a lot of CT records also from what I've seen as well. So this is the first one by Emil here. And this is probably what, Aquadrome's like 5th or 6th or 7th version probably. There's a lot of cool things you can do on this track. This is one of the few CTs that I know a lot more than others. Also, oh, wait, what the hell? Oh, that's awesome. That's almost like what, Koopa Cave pipe physics a little bit maybe? Wow, that's really interesting. So I believe when me and Troy recently did our All Cup CTGP tour, this was probably my first time seeing this version of the track. This version is sick. Like, this is like capitalizing on the potential of what this track was imagined to be. That's a really cool low trick actually too. So if you notice there, just going off with the wheelie trick, just with one straight wheelie there and landing to avoid going to the ramp over there and going all the way back around. So much faster. So what you're doing here, just, oh, that's insane. All right, there's probably some type of like sticky road that's there. And for those that are uninformed, so sticky road basically does what the name implies, is sticking you to the road. That's also what the downward slopes has as well. That way you're not veering off the track at any one time. Back in, what track was that? The Amanita Abyss, I think that was the name of it, where you're avoiding that downward slope by hopping over that. Yeah, so the same track physics to kind of keep you stuck on the track. Really clever gameplay. Awesome. So one big wheelie here, avoid the big trick here, take the turn tight. All good and well. Great. Awesome. Also, that rim of that part is actually trickable. That's really cool. Nice. So this is way different. So on the older versions of this track, you actually go to the left after like 3 color little water slides. So this layout is actually a lot better in my opinion. This looks really polished too. Looks like that little pipe sticking thing, lap 3 didn't go as well as lap 2. That's probably an area for improvement, but overall, really clean one from what I can see. And again, using the wall physics here to kind of get lower airtime and propel forward. So overall, really clean run. Job well done. Rubik's Cube, will I ever solve you? I do not know. Maybe sometime in 2030. This is Aura Metropolis, I believe, and this is by Firework. And I also do enjoy this track. I believe this track was recently on the chopping block for CTGP, I believe. And I think, if I remember reading correctly, this is the original design of the track. Like, this is really old, to be fair, but I feel like this did a lot right for what it was. This could do with a refresh, I think. Even still, I've had fun with this track for sure. I would be sad to see it go, but you know, gotta be out of the old and in with the new as it may, you know. But let's see what they do here. Oh, that's how you do that. So what they're doing there is they're not trying to have like a direct trick. They're trying this to hop down, then go to the lower part over there to inevitably save some time, obviously, because we're trying to go fast here, of course. So yeah, looks like fastest strategy here is just doing the shroom behind the piranha plants. And yeah, as you can see, that's a part of a downward slope with some more sticky road, but you probably can't get a hop out in time to kind of skip that. I think also the Amanita Abyss is one of those use cases where it's like when you do the hop, it perfectly times you where you actually land by the ramp. But if you're to hop on like a different version or different section of a different track, sure, you could probably hop it, but you may like overshoot where you're not even going to land on the zipper anymore, where you trick. If I were to speculate anything, I don't know. But in either event, also, if you notice, Firework is doing a side trick at that ending zipper trick there. And to my memory, from what I've played for this track, if you do like an up trick, I think it makes your turn kind of go out wider than anticipated. Maybe a down trick could still work. I don't know, but it's kind of weird. Like, there are different use cases for different actual flip tricks in this game. So down tricks, side tricks, up tricks for a lot of different strategies on many tracks in the game. So I'm sure probably some CT main could explain to us why the side trick there works out better. That's just kind of what I'm speculating for the side trick, because just the way that you land from it, you can just take that a bit tighter just based on the momentum of it turning around. I could be explaining a whole lot of nothing, I don't know, but that's my deduction of the entire thing. Autumn Leaves Away. This is by Abalash. I believe Abalash also has a couple of CT records. So, if you guys know anything about me, my favorite track of all time is Maple Tree Way for any Mario Kart game. So, anything that's even close to being themed by that is already on my list. So, cha-ching. I've always enjoyed playing this track. There is a pretty big cut in the middle, which is pretty precise. I still don't know how to really do it all that properly. Let's see what the actual strat is here. Alright, so what they're... Also, yes, I've watched this record, not this exact one, but older ones, maybe, I don't know, a year or two ago. And that corner cut is also really clever. If you're not doing all these little corner cut, little drifting tricks like that, it makes all those turns really just much more awkward than what it has to be. In any event, with the shroom here, you're shrooming, you're tricking, and then you're doing what's called is a TF input from what it looks like by my eye, where basically when you're going off, you're kind of going in one direction, rocking back, and then going back over there. It's the exact same movement you do for the Toad's Factory shroomless cut to give you some more airtime as well. So if you look, rock back like that, boom, nice. That landing is pretty narrow, not gonna lie. So it actually is nice that that strategy is right after landing from that, because if you're to drift all the way back to go to the normal part of the track going forward, you can definitely do it, but it's just a bit more finicky. So to my memory, when I tried that as well, clearing the gap is one thing, but the recovery after the fact is like the hardest part of that overall, I would say. But yeah, I believe this track has also had a couple of iterations in the past, though this one seems like this version has been out for a little while now. But yeah, also the little load trick on the logs there, not as easy as what it seems. You can very easily fumble the timing on that and just get really high airtime from what I remember playing on this track, but this looks really clean. If my memory serves me right, I think first and second here were actually really close. So yeah, we'll see what happens here in the future for this track, but overall, really clean run by Avalash. Well done, my fella. We are at Banished Keep, and I have no idea who in the world this player is. You guys can tell me in the comments, because I can't decipher anything with that. But either way, GG's on your record. This track has like a bazillion shortcuts that I don't even know where to begin to describe. I have no idea how to play this track really fast, but that's really insane. I have watched some CT matches in the past on the... Oh, I never knew you could do that. Oh, interesting. So as I was saying, I've watched some CT matches before with people racing this track, so I'm aware of the majority of strats that are here, but I actually didn't know you could actually do a hop trick over that gap. Really clever. For what I've heard, for people that main CTs, this is probably one of their favorite tracks overall. I mean, for good reason. I mean, good God, like, look at all these strategies, man. Like, 1 second you're up there, and the next second you're way down over there. So, awesome stuff. But yeah, I think this track was added maybe 2 years ago. I could be totally wrong with that, but still one of the more recent, newer additions. This track is absolutely sick, by the way. That strat is so clutch. That has to save a decent amount of time compared to going over the bridge there. But yeah, I feel like there were other strats that were used before, unless I'm misremembering. But in any event, though, what you're going to see on lap 3, if you guys have never seen this track before, you're in for a treat. So, yeah, this is one of these tracks where, you know, different paths are much faster, and a lot of these are shroomless strats. So clearly, if you know what you're doing, you can gain so much time in normal online races, and especially in the clan warring scene for CTs. But also too, like, high level players, like when they all know these high level strats, they will place really clever traps, whether with fibs or bananas, either right at that shroomless tricking spot or actually right when they land. So it's even better to trap someone when they land from a trick, because they hit and lose time with the item, but they also miss their entire trick boost. So it's a double whammy there for a little trap on the racetrack. But if you guys haven't seen this, you're in for a real treat. Check out this ending on this track here. They go on the zipper, and then they end right there. Look, that was so precise. That's incredible. All right, I believe this was Big Express City from what I was reading. This is actually one of the older ones too, to my memory. Actually, no. I'm thinking about a different track. This is a new version of this track. I believe there were 2 versions of this. I could be wrong, but this is by Kaguya. I'm sorry if I'm totally butchering the pronunciation, by the way. Sorry about that. Oh, you can try. All right, I'm gonna learn a lot on this one, because whenever I tried racing this, it always goes so bad. Oh, I would always fall here. This was so unclear when racing this in online, dude. Oh my God. Like, theming 10 out of 10. What? Hello? What's going on? What? You could... What just happened? Alright, so casual player is not gonna know you can drive through a wall that's supposed to be like solid. Like, what? What did I just see? What the hell? What? The arrows are going over there, man. You can actually drive through that? What? Are you kidding me? Wow. Of course, man, dude. Like, how is a casual player supposed to know you can actually do that? Like, I didn't know that. There's no, like, obvious thing there. Can he drive through the other arrow sections? Like, what? Hello?
feel like I've been riffing on this for too long, but I got totally perplexed by that. Sorry, fellas. Oh, man. Even so, the theming on this track is top notch. I love the theming for this track. I just wish that it was just a little bit clear as far as how to play it, because clearly if you can like go through walls that are meant to be actual walls there, I wish there's a little bit more of like a hint that you can actually do that, you know. In any event though, only a 1 lap track, it's only 2 minutes. I like that, so well done. Now this is Big Nature City, and I believe this is the track I was referring to last time. Let's see. Yes, okay. So this track has had a couple of versions, I believe, and I think this track has been around for quite a while. So if my memory serves me right, I believe it's one of those wooden pathways that actually fall on lap 2, so you can't do it. Also, shoutouts to when I did this on Flanderfest a little while ago. When I did that trick, I hit an invisible wall in thin air. Like, what in the world was that about? Anyway, wait, what? Huh? That's faster? What? I thought that whole part was off-road. Wait a second. Hello? What? No. Wasn't that always all off-road? Am I misremembering this? Or at least the first version of this was all off-road for that. That's really interesting. I wonder if the pocket of airtime that Luke got is like specific, like you don't always get airtime there, maybe. Something like that. That's all I can really speculate on. I also like how the whole atmosphere kind of goes darker and kind of changes throughout laps 1 and 2. For those that don't know, Luke got his start on. I knew it. I knew that the ramps fall down there. Luke got his start on CTs like forever ago, before he started really grinding out the regular tracks. So he had a lot of CT records way back in the day. I think he still has a fair amount now, from what I remember downloading all the Ghost and parts here. So still good to see that Luke is staying to his roots here, you know. So let's see what happens here again. What? I'm confused. Also, why is Funky Kong lounging there in the background? Did you guys see that? What the hell? Okay. Why is the path different? I don't know. Because he didn't use a shroom there lap 1. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Why would we not do that on both laps? What? Does it change on laps 1 to 2? Fellas, I have no idea. Mark me as very confused. I think a lot of these tracks are going to confuse me with the strats that are used, with things that are obvious or more so not so obvious to the untrained eye here. But in any event, that was a really sick record. All right, this is Blissful Block, and this is by Thunda, and I believe he has a few CTs. I think Thunda was more of a CT main, but I think he also plays regular tracks, I think, at least for Lounge these days. So yes, I have only played this track once in the recent CTGP All Cup tour with Troy on Flanderfest, and this track was remarkable. This theming is awesome. Again, for all CTs out there, my hats are tipped off to all the CT creators, because what they can do with all the theming and the texturing and everything else is really impressive these days. So, you know, people can have like different like opinions of what they like and don't like about how, you know, tracks drive or anything else, but, you know, to slave away your own time and have your creative freedom there and try to make things that people enjoy, we appreciate you guys. So I know people's opinions can be harsh at times, but even still, you guys do it free out of your own time, so we appreciate what you guys are doing, so thank you. With that in mind, this track is insane. It looks like every single lap, also to my memory, like the path change. Also, what in the world is what is going on? I'm so lost right now. Wow. Okay, this is definitely one track where you have to time trial it if you want to know where all the different paths are. This is insane. You have a little fire truck that you can go off of. Like, is that like an upper section or just aesthetic? I have no idea. Anyway, this is a sick track. Like, this is epic. Nice. That's a shine spray. Oh my gosh, nice. Shout out to Super Mario Sunshine, fellas. Yeah, nice.
All right, let's see what path it's gonna be here on lap 3, fellas. Let's see, little divider tricks. Looks pretty standard here. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. And got some boulders going off there, some rocks there. Ooh, drifting trick up on top. Nice, nice, nice. This is crazy. Wow. When the one race I had, that other part to the right there that you just passed, you can also be up there as well. But clearly not faster, I guess. Oh, this is where I got screwed in my session here. Wait, you can go on the boats? What? Who's gonna carry the boats? Shout out to David Goggins. Anyway, yeah, this track is remarkable. Like, this is insane. Like, I would love to time trial this eventually and just have a pretty good time on it. So overall, really clean record. All right, I believe this track's name is Bluster Blob Bluff, I think. This is by Eli. I saw Eli's name a couple of times as well. And this track was actually a lot of fun to play. The theming is really charming. I like this one a lot. So I'm really What in the world did I just see? What? All right, because I was about to say, I feel like I'm going to learn a lot here because I think me and Troy lost so much time on this track compared to those that knew this track a bit more. This is also a slippery road here, like Sherbert Physics. Yeah, this is insane though. Like the fact that they can like do the whole visuals here of like actual road. I wonder if that's like, ooh, instant trick. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's nice. I wonder if they're cleverly texturing like a water stream, but almost where it's transparent with the little waves, so it's like wind, you know? Because that's really cool how they actually can do that. Yeah, this track is sick. This is awesome. This part in the middle is the most finicky. You know, sliding physics is one thing, but I just don't like how it goes so slow. Like, if you see there, that was like, what, 87 km/h? It just goes so slow when you're racing it, so it feels a little bit too abrupt. But the little snowman head, that's hilarious. Also, all right, I see what's happening there. So there's a square gap. You're doing a side trick, and you're moving it where you're spinning, and it's instant landing on the road, and you're getting like an instant landing to go forward. So that's awesome. That little contortion there with the shroom looks really cool. So this track has not failed to deliver on the strats. Really cool visual strats at that. So this is a really cool track here. Yeah, I wish, like, again, it could be slippery physics, but at least make it where you drive full speed. That's just, you know, my grumpy old man Mario Kart Wii opinion, where it's like, I still want me going too slow, you know. But in any event, though, this is a really, really cool track. Awesome theming and a great run. All right, Boshi Skate Park, also by Luke. And I feel like this track is a crowd favorite for many CT players. A lot of cool strats. Also, wait, hello? Oh my God. I never knew there was a little lip there you can trick off of. Oh my God. Wait, I'm curious to see what the strat is on lap 2. Also, instant trick into the tree to get an instant landing. That's just really clever. That's awesome. So what did they do here? Oh, you actually do that strat. Okay, because that strat, for me anyway, I'm bad. But that strat goes wrong for me almost every time. But I never knew there was that little lip there where you can do that on lap 1. I never knew that. Also, is that tree clip free or no? It's like, I wonder. I don't know. Huh. In any event, though, this track definitely doesn't fail to deliver, especially in the online racing, you know? Really clever spin drifts there to be tight cornering in these little narrow strips of road over here. But yes, this was really clean. I don't know how you can squeeze much more out of that, so that's a job well done. Bowser Jr.'s Fort. This is also by Emil. I played this, I think, only once, I think. Yeah. I think it was only once in our CTGP All Cup Tour. I never knew that was there. Wait. What the? I was like he was gonna go through the ceiling. What the heck? To my memory, I figured it's gonna be a lot.
Huh? What? You can do that? All right, well, I'm gonna stop talking because I was gonna say there's gonna be a lot of strats I'm sure I'm not gonna know. When playing through this track online, I figured it felt like there's gonna be a lot of different things you can do. That's actually insane, dude. Wow, like, cause that part in the middle is really finicky from my first playthrough. Like, I'm pretty sure I almost fell off twice there. I dodged 4 shocks on this race too, if you guys have ever seen that in the session there. But yeah, you can go through. Was this a sign you went through? You see how visually clever that is with like how it kind of masks in. But like if you kind of go really close, you can actually go in between there. Like when I raced it, I was going on a little lip that Emil avoids. That's insane. That cuts off so much of that part of the track. Wow, crazy. Jeez. Also, I've already gone through 16 tracks in this video so far, as you guys can see, and I feel like I've been here for like 10 hours already, but we still have over 200 more tracks to go. Oh my god. Oh man, if you guys enjoyed this, definitely give me one of these. Get subscribed to the channel, more content on the way. Buckle up, fellas. I've no idea how long this video is going to be. I'm guessing at least 8 to 10 hours or so. It's going to take me probably 15 to record it because of all the load, the slow loading times, because it's loading everything before each replay starts playing. But at least thank God for instant screens for menuing, because those few menu clicks over 200 times are going to save many minutes of my life. So again, God bless. Thank you, Mr. Bean, for having that within CTGP now. But yes, this track is sick. I love the theming. This reminds me of Galaxy. I'm pretty sure some of the little planets there in the background are actually pretty much from Mario Galaxy as well. So theming, top notch, brilliantly executed, job well done, very clean record. And yeah, we'll see what's more to come on this track in the future. Do the little blue, the cross here, like that, like that. All right, Bowser's Fiery Fortress. This is a rename for the 3DS version. This is by Avalash, and I believe. What the heck did I just see? Hello, you can do that? What? Oh man! All right, I feel like I'm gonna pick up on like 150 new CT strats that I never knew about before. Watching through all of these, oh my gosh! I was gonna say in like the older versions, the beginning part was a bit finicky. I'm mixing up the Retro Rewind version of this track and the CTGP version of this track. I forget if they're both the same or not. No, I think they're the same, because the older versions, the ending trick was so high and it felt really awkward. But dude, what I never knew you could do that. That makes life so much more easy, because if you don't do that, the bottom is like the gates go narrow. There's a little strip to go forward. There's 2 little strips of carpet that goes around, and doing that is also awkward. So yeah, I'm picking out some useful strats here. Nice, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, so I believe in the Retro Rewind version, you can have like a zipper trick onto the little platform that's in the lava over there. So both versions are mostly the same to my memory, I think. I have done some light time trial on this probably like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, but I never knew about this though, because I think on the older version, I could be wrong. I think on the older version though, I think those paths didn't almost converge there. So, because I remember, I think, was it Olafray or someone else? They had the CT record on this track, and I remember watching it a couple of years ago, and I don't remember that strap being a thing. So, yeah. In any event, though, this looks really clean here. It's looking to be like, what, like a 217, judging by the splits or so. But yeah, also this last turn is pretty scary, not gonna lie. So that it can go south really quick. So yeah. Overall, really solid run. Bowser's Termination Station. This is by Jake, and this track is also sick. Only 2 laps, so I'm curious to see what the actual fastest shroom strategy would be. It's always interesting on these either 1 or 2 lap tracks, where, you know, on a 3 lap track, you're expecting most of the time the shroom is using the same spot, but maybe on a 2 lap track, it's a little bit different, you know? So really clever use of going over the gap there with the wheelie. That's a pretty cool corner cut. I believe there's some more cuts here, right? Oh, okay. Okay. I always thought, because I knew you could cut a portion there in the middle, but I always thought it was shroomless. So it looks like you need a shroom for that. So interesting stuff. Okay. And again, just the theming of the track, the texturing, the execution, this is brilliant. Like, this is like one of the most polished tracks, at least visually, in my opinion. I have a lot of bias for Galaxy themed things, but you know, even still, yeah, this is really clean so far. I'm really curious where the other 2 shrooms are going to be used. I thought that was shroomless to my memory, but I guess not. Also, oh, okay. I'm sure probably the cycles of the zippers there is probably a little bit awkward, where if you miss the first zipper trick, you can't get the second one, or vice versa type of thing. Oh, I never knew there was a middle portion there. But also, if you notice there too, for those that may not be as informed, Jake did like a rocking back and forth again, almost like a TF input type of thing. To get us a little pocket of air time on the little part of the slope to go over the corner of grass there to save a little bit more time. Can you do that shroomless? It seems like you're landing pretty far. I could be totally misremembering. I have no idea, but in any event though, this looks really polished to me. I think I'd be like, you know, how much more can even improve on this track? I have no idea. But even still, this also strikes a nice balance of like the track not being too long-winded. At least one of my opinions of CTs is that if it's over like 4 minutes or longer, I think just chop it down at least 1 lap or so. Just for, you know, even for a time trial. If a time trial is over 4 minutes long, I don't know, man. It's a little bit boring. I don't know. But, you know, in any event, though, this has the perfect sweet spot of time and skipping the zipper at the end for cutting more time at the end there. Very good job. Well done. Camp Cardigan. And I see Carter here with Spear. I can only assume this is going to be Spear automatic. Let's see. Is it? Yeah, it is. Interesting. Okay. So Spear auto is faster for TT. This is cool. So I wonder what the strats are going to be on this track. Where this clearly makes a lot of sense. There's just a bunch of straights here for the most part, some gentle curves. I wonder if there'll be any surprises with Spear automatic here. Maybe not. I thought there was one harsh turn on this track, but I don't think so. No, it's already the end of the track. All right, this makes a lot of sense why it'll be Spear automatic. So for those of the audience here that may have never encountered this vehicle scheme error before, this is Spear, but also an automatic drift. If you notice, Carter is turning in his wheelie. If we look at the speedometer, he's staying at that 98 km/h without losing any speed. And that's one benefit of automatic when you're on the bike. So if you're in a wheelie and you do very slight wheelie nudges without canceling your wheelie, because if you just go harsh left or right after a certain point, you actually drop your wheelie. But if you do slight little taps, you maintain your wheelie and you actually don't lose speed. So if you're a manual drift with a bike and you're turning left and right in a wheelie, you actually lose time. So on tracks where there's a lot of straights, not a lot of complicated turns, and you're trying to maximize just being at max speed for as long as possible, that's where this combination of Spear automatic will thrive most of the time. So this is actually pretty cool. I would only anticipate that racing Flame Runner on this track is probably not too complicated. Probably some lighter grass cuts in the middle there, but nothing too complicated. So again, it makes sense why in time trial this is the fastest combination. So looks pretty good to me. Pretty standard Spear automatic time trial. Carter, job well done. I believe this track is Candy Coaster. This is by Boo. And I believe it's actually Boo Dog, I believe. It's probably just cutting off the name there for the me characters. Shout out to Team In. I think Boo Dog may have had a couple of other CTs to my memory. But yeah, man, what can I say about Candy Coaster? This is also one of the oldest tracks, I think, that's staying within CTGP. I think this may have had a couple of iterations, if my mind is serving me right here. There are some streamless strats here, so it's having a wheelie. Oh, that should do it with a drift. Interesting. So, wow, that was one giant drift. Oh, that's cool. So you can also do it where you have a wheelie off the part where it's not a boost. But clearly, just having one giant drift is the way to go. So you learn something new every day. Also, I have seen at the end where you can trick on top of the wall there. I've known that for a little while. Wasn't too surprised to see that. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe I've heard that Candy Coaster has potentially like the shortest cannon out of any CT. I could be totally wrong, but that cannon is like what, a matter of like 1 second or something like that. So yeah, so pretty clever here, going in one giant drift and going over where the dirt is and landing perfectly in that little pocket down below. So really clean here, and using the shroom masterfully here. Also using some of that trick boost to propel himself to jump into the off-road a little bit. That way you're having more of your shroom take the rest of the cut there as well. I couldn't exactly tell if the shroom was running out right when he went back to the main road, but in either event though, still clever mechanics there for the untrained eye. But yeah, so one giant drift here, so barely missing where the boost is, landing there, and again rocking back and forth to land perfectly in a little pocket over there, landing up on top, another trick off over there. Really clean to me, so job well done. We got Canyon Run, another oldie but a goodie. I remember when I first was playing CTGP when I came back to the game after a pretty long hiatus, and that whole helicopter just flying around over there, I thought was really cool. I still think it's really cool. Anyway, this is by Handsome B, and I wonder if there's any really crazy strats here. I think he used not a shroom, you can do some shroomless tricks here in the middle. So let's see what you do here. Go off of this, yeah. Okay, that's still the strat. So if you notice there, he's actually landing at like the back curved part of the hot air balloon that's there, and he's kind of getting like a propelled lower trick to land sooner, having lower airtime overall. To my memory, I think if you land on the top of it, or just not at that sloped part where it's going down, your airtime on the trick is a lot higher. So specifically timing that trick, preceding that to land at that curved part, getting that clip down and get lower airtime is a really fast strategy. So let's see again. All right, it's coming up here. Let's see. So again, the trick here, a hop trick even. Nice. So you're landing at that specific part where it's starting to cut down and slope down a little bit. If you notice too, along the road on these giant canyons here, there's these little like V strips of a boost panel there, where you get a boost like this. And those are always really finicky, at least when I played the track in the past. I've had plenty of times where I land right on it, but I don't get a boost. The bike is probably having a little micro bounce where you're not actually hitting the zipper when you're almost on top of it. So that was one source of frustration for me while playing this track in the past. But you know, this track is still very charming. I have a lot of nostalgia watching this track back. It could definitely use it with a visual refresh, I think, just to brighten up a little bit. Not brighten it up, but just kind of be like a bit more modern, I would say. But in any event, this track plays really well. That strat though is really scary though, especially online. I've never went for it myself, but I've gone for it with a shroom, sure, but with shroomless, no, not at all. But yeah, this looks really clean to me. I don't know how much more it can be improved. Oh, all right, well, Miss MT, easy time save. In any event, nice work. We have Castle in the Sky, and this is by Casey. So it's good to see Casey's name here on the custom tracks as well. I think Casey does have a few other CT records that will happen later on in this video. And this track is sick. I think I played this maybe 2 or 3 times so far. The theming of this track is absolutely top notch. Oh, nice. Look at that. Completely bypasses the entire downward slope. So, as you guys are going to see, like, different, techniques you're trying to employ just to race tracks as fast as possible. They tend to blend together on different tracks. So you can really see when you start to learn different types of strategies and techniques for using your bike on the racetrack, when you encounter a brand new track, if you have these little strategies in your arsenal and your tool belt, you can really become pretty proficient at other tracks too fairly quickly. So that's one thing I would say too, just kind of riffing off of like just getting better at this game overall. So, I feel like people that have had their start on CTs actually do really well, like really well on regular time trials. Emil, Luke, I think even Casey actually played CTs beforehand too, if I'm remembering right, or at least for a little while. CT tracks are known to have a lot of jank, but with a lot of jank is learning a lot of different driving techniques. And if you're learning the driving techniques really early on, when it comes to learning the regular tracks, you have a really good arsenal of different strats and techniques you already are good at, and you're just applying it to different tracks. So I think it's worthwhile to play almost everything that both regulars and CTs has to offer, no matter what. So yeah, watching through this, a lot of different pathways are camouflage, which is actually pretty cool. This part is sick. I like this part of the track the most. This was really cool to me when I was playing through it. Really clever tricks there to kind of gain some time off the gaps. And the ending here is pretty simple. So all in all, wonderful run. Castle of Darkness. This is by Hints. And I'm a big fan of this track. I know most of the strats on this track. But who knows? Maybe I'll see something new. I don't know. I think this is a Shadow track, so shout out to Shadow. He's created a lot of really cool CTs historically in the past. If you notice here, so they're doing specific hops on the ramps. That way, when you're landing on top of the platform, you're instantly landing. So anytime, majority of the time in this game, if you're reducing the amount of time you're spent in the air, it's going to be better. Obviously, having air time when you're skipping sticky road on downward slope, that's a rare case where air time like that bypassing a part of a track is faster, obviously. But most of the time, if you're having just lower tricks overall and reducing air time, you're gonna be going faster overall. As you can see, they're also using the wall physics again to try and get lower air time and thus going faster. Everything looks pretty textbook to me here. Where again, even timing the hop on these ramps is actually a bit treacherous, because even if you barely mistime it, you can actually just hop over the ramp and just completely fall off. So obviously, an online play, maybe you're not being as, risky with that, having some more conservative gameplay. But clearly, if you time it really well, you're saving a good amount of time. I think this version of Castle of Darkness has been around for a little while now. Because the ending used to be different to my memory. I think there used to be a path switch. Oh, I still see it there. Okay. Maybe there's like an item box up there. I don't think that was ever faster for time trial. I do not remember at this point. But in any event though, again, another dark themed track, and I'm very much one for just the gloomier themed tracks, if you will. So this one is still stood the test of time. One of the older CTs, if my memory serves me right. And I think the older versions of this track was like a 255 or a 254 or something in that realm. Also, what you can see there, so he's getting a last minute trick there and using the trick boost to go inside the dirt there. And the amount of time that is getting slowed down by the dirt is very minimal before he gets onto the next zipper. So total net positive of a time save there overall. So definitely worth it to do. But yeah, other than that, getting a pretty far trick, landing on top of the wall, pretty standard stuff here. Again, another good wall trick there, doing an up trick, noteworthy. But yeah, very clean run overall. Nice work. Castle of Time. We see Hints once more, and this version is way different than what I used to play a long time ago. So a good amount of the track layout is mostly the same, but again, this is quite a bit different than versions of the past. So I'm curious to see what's actually fastest here. I believe there are some shroomless things you can do. I could be wrong. All right, well, that's one of them. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if the boost runs out as you're hitting the grass and you get lower airtime that way. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, Miss MT. Interesting. Oh, that's epic. Wow. So that's remarkable. So purposely getting a bad landing, like a little bounce landing where you bounce up onto the railing, that's sick. That's awesome. This version of this track is way different. Also, how did you get an instant landing there? Hello? What? Wow. Nice. I must say this new version of this track is epic. I'm a fan. This is really, really nice. Whoa. Oh, interesting. That's a lot different too. Interesting. Nice. Also, check out the fact that it is only 2 laps too. I'm a fan. Keeping the track length practical and not too long-winded. Oh, there's a grass section there. Oh, interesting. I wonder if you have like a golden, you can do like a little golden strat there. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the track was scaled down slightly, maybe, kind of. I don't know. I'm also remembering a different track too, where there's like a shroomless cut with a little shroom sign, but it's themed similar to this. I'm forgetting the name. It's going to come up later on. But even still, though, this version of this track, I know this track version is different than the previous ones, and this one's really sick. I would only suspect that it is Zelda themed for all the hearts being there and the little Triforces too. So really charming theming for sure. Really nicely executed there. Also the little thwomp section over there. Yeah, like this track has come a long way with its iterations, and this looks really, really cool. So again, I'm probably going to say it a couple more times, but shout out to any CT creator that would take their own time to try to create the track and, you know, have a good reception by people. So yeah, this is really brilliantly well done in my opinion. So purposely slowing down to change the bike angle and then shrooming after. If you're to shroom right when hitting the grass, you're going right into the wall and then you're toast. Yeah, but this looks sick. Is that a little ramp on the left? I don't know. Maybe just a aesthetic thing, perhaps. But yeah, this is sick. Staying on the wall, I'm sure, is a little bit finicky too. If I can only speculate, you know? But yeah, overall, that was a sick run and a fantastic version of this track. Celestial Ruins, and this is by Glaive, if I'm pronouncing that right. And this is another Shadow track, I believe. And this version is really cool. I'm pretty sure this track has been around for a little while now. I think there is a cut at the middle that I don't know how to do. I only know that people were doing it when we were racing. So I'm curious to see how you actually do this. It's over here, so what do you do? Let's see. Oh, interesting. So the greenery is camouflaging the path. Nice. That seems pretty simple to do, but obviously you need a shroom, so good to know. I would only assume that's fastest for all 3 laps, obviously. And I think older versions of this track had a couple more paths in the middle. Could be wrong. But yeah, I've always liked the little instant trick at the bottom of this track. It just propels you so fast, and it feels like you're kind of re-engaging within each lap. So I think there are very few tracks within the CTGP realm, or the CTs in general, where it actually has like a zipper right at the line to propel you into each lap. It feels like you're almost like launching off like a ride or a little something like that, you know? Yeah, that's nice. As you can see, shroom timing pretty standard. The shroom is wearing out just about when you're hitting the zipper. And for those that maybe aren't as time trialed in this game or are more casual, the more you can get the most benefit from any type of boost in this game, the better. let's say if you're the shroom like really late and some of your shroom boost is going into the zipper boost, then you're categorically losing time because you could have been in a boost for longer as opposed to base speed and a drift before the zipper, and then get the most amount of time from the zipper stacked on top of that as well. So that's why, you know, not only are shrooms useful for different strategies overall, but when you're timing as you're using them is also crucial. To just squeeze as much time as possible in your time trial to make certain strategies work. So job well done here, racing this really well. I can't see any obvious mistakes here, apart from, you know, I just love how when I said that each time in this video so far, someone ends up having a little bit of a mistake there. So some pretty harsh wheelie turns there, went down to 91 km/h or so. So some sources of some minor time gain here, but either way though, really clean overall. This track is pretty polished. So yeah, very good record here. Cherry Blossom Garden, I believe it's another shadow track. This is by Abalash once more. And I really enjoyed this track. I've TT'd this a little bit in years past. I'm aware of most ways you can save some time with some grass cuts, but I'm curious to see if anything has changed. I believe this version is a little bit different than what I'm used to, but this seems pretty standard here, going to the grass over here and trying to cut that off. Also, as you notice there, right, another case in point again. So Shroom Boost was ending and he hopped at the end of the boost to try to propel himself off the grass there. Also, that cut's really sick. That was awesome. Oh, that's how you do that. You see, I have always messed that up whenever I've been playing races online in the past. Because I always try to do like a mini turbo wheelie and with the boost do like a hop trick. And I never knew you would first get a trick off that land and trick again and propel yourself higher. Interesting. Okay. Again, I'm going to pick up on a lot of strats watching through all these records here. So interesting. So again, MT wheelie, get a boost in there, hop at the very end, get back into the main road. Very nice. And that's all like an instant trick there. So this is a little ramp that's here. Let's see. Yeah, see, that's really precise. I'm not sure if you can tell, but Abalash got that mini turbo out in a short period of time, and right when it's generated is right when he's going off the ramp, and he's doing like a hop trick with it to get more air time to propel himself to land where the second trick part is on the upward slope. A lot of things happening, but hopefully you guys can also appreciate breaking down some of the technicals here, at least as far as the gameplay is concerned, for how different things are working, at least by my eye. So yeah, pretty standard stuff all through laps here, it looks like. I'm not too sure if in versions of the past if this corner ramp cut was a thing. I don't remember, but that's really precise. Saves a good chunk of time. But yeah, a little thing like that, nice. Yeah, I want to try and learn that myself now, to be honest with you. But yeah, this looks really polished here, as do most of the other tracks. Also 2 MPs instead of 3. I just picked up on that just now. This is Christmas Court. This is also by Doge, and I've actually time trialed this a little bit in the past, a couple years ago. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Never knew that. I played it a couple years ago and I never knew you do that on lap 1. Really, really clever. Yeah, I mean, that probably saves what, maybe less than 0.1. I could be totally wrong on that, but even still, you see, it's just kind of cool to see, you know, what strats you think are faster and then what's actually faster. Also, what the heck just happened there? Is there a hidden zipper trick in there? Hello? What am I looking at? Okay, interesting. Well, I TT'd this a little bit right when it first came out. How long ago that was. Ooh, nice. That is difficult to do. Because you're already going at zipper speed and you can very easily just hop off of that. So that's really tricky, but that low airtime is definitely worth it 100%. I'm really curious what happens here. Is there a hidden zipper trick here on the platform? Let's see. Let's take a look here. Yeah. Nice. Okay. I'm a broken record, but I also never knew that was a thing. So cool. Nice. All right. Now I know next time I time trial this track, I know what strats I gotta try out. Nice. Okay. Also, random thought. This is clearly going through the 150cc records of all the custom tracks. It might be brutal, but tell me, would it be worth it if I went through 200cc records for all CTs? Because I'm gonna go through 200cc records for the normal vanilla tracks. But is it worth it? You guys tell me. You guys CT mains that TT CTs full time? Is it worth it enough to see what 200cc offers for all the CTs? Is the gameplay all that much more insane? Let me know. If it's really insane, the tracks and the strats, let me know and I'll try and do it too. But this was a really clean record by Doge. This is Coin Heaven, I believe. This is by Brody. And I wonder what strats is going to be fastest here. I knew about that. I knew that little bad landing, little corner thing was the thing at the beginning. I wonder where he used the shroom. Is it somewhere in... Oh. Wait, you can go... Wait. Hello? I never knew that was a path on this track. Wait, what? Is that new? Or no? What? I never knew that was a path over there. If you notice there, so Brody gets a partial bad landing, and that actually helps him take that turn tight over the gap. If you're to get a clean landing there, you would actually go a little bit wider on your drift. So that's one of the few use cases where actually getting a bad landing on purpose or a partial bad landing is actually better off. But still, I never knew that path was there. But still, you guys tell me if that was in prior versions. Also, that the bad landing being faster is way more apparent on lap 3 because he took that turn super tight on lap 3. Yeah, I never knew that was there, man. Hello? Wow. Any event, I think if he did that lap 3 turn as tight on last 1 and 2, you could probably gain a little bit of time, but overall, that was a really good run. Ah, my favorite custom track, as everyone knows. Sense of sarcasm. Anyway, Color Wonderland. I still don't know how this is within CTGP, but even still, here we are. If you notice there, they use a shroom on the slope, and anytime you can, use a shroom on an upward slope, it ends up being faster overall. I'm still puzzled as to how this is within CTGP, but neither here nor there. That there are 1,000,001,000,001 different strategies that are on on this track, as you can see. But yeah, obviously you can't really avoid that downward slope, but at least here you can shroom on the upward slope. Yeah, so there's 1,000,000 corner cuts on this track, and you're trying to chain together some of the zipper boosts together as well to have some clever airtime with the wheelie. But still, like, that seems pretty simple watching it back, but it's actually pretty tough. Like, despite me personally not liking this track, still, like, the strats are legit though on this track, for sure. Like, you can really go absolutely crazy when playing this track for sure. But yeah, overall, as far as like different strats to do, I mean, at least by my eye, it looks like they're doing everything they can really do to go fast. Because again, like, apart from these few turns, like, you're just cutting off corners and corners and corners with all the blocks and everything. So, and you already are within a zipper boost for a lot of these, where you're doing some hop tricks. So using a shroom wouldn't exactly make sense. And the big cut at the end is also already shroomless. So, yeah, overall, looks like a really clean record to me here. Yeah, so I don't know how long this has stood for, but it looks really solid to me. So overall, a job well done on the Color Wonderland. This is Concord Town, and this is also a really old CT, but really, really polished still. I believe Remy made this track eons ago, and this really holds up today. Like, this is like obviously Delfino Square inspired and executed really nicely here. Primary strategy in the middle is there is a shroom cut through the mud. I think there are some clever trick strategies at the end you can do on the water fountain, but overall Flame Runner is the fastest option here. Now that I really think about it, I don't think, because we've gone through what, at least 30 or 40 tracks by this point. I don't think we've seen Daisy Mach Bike yet. I'm sure we're going to see that eventually, but we've only seen one Spear automatic, and the rest are Funky Flame. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any Spear manual records yet anyway. Yeah, so we'll see how many are actually Daisy Mach, but I think, you know, the majority of CTs that are made are primarily made for Funky Flame overall for being the fastest combo. Obviously, Daisy Mach can be viable too, but still, you know, Daisy is just a touch slower than Flame Runner overall. Also, that looks different a lot too. I think he failed getting on the very top of the fountain compared to lap 1. But even still, didn't really matter anyway. It looks like the bridge cycle didn't exactly matter. Kind of the same story on Delfino Square, where you kind of pace locked a little bit depending on where the drawbridge is. Because sometimes it can be faster to be a little bit slower if you're actually like getting like a lower airtime, or if the bridge is still flat, as an example, or any other combination you can kind of dream up of. With that in mind, we're overall really clean. I think just lap 2, this one went a little bit finicky, but overall a really clean run. This is Cosmic Grove. This is by Hints, and I believe I only played this track once on the CTGP All Cup Tour, and this literally reminded me of Jabu Jabu from Ocarina of Time. I don't know if that's the exact theming they were going for, but even still, there is some impressive cuts in the middle of this track. I think there is a sign where you need a shroom or something like that, right? Oh no, you actually do a shroomless. Oh, interesting. Okay. But I know there is one turn here I got completely screwed over on because the texturing was weird. What? Huh? What? There's an upper path. What? Oh, that's actually really cool. Okay. So, small detail, but like the platforms there, right? They still had the finish line be on the top portion and the bottom portion. That's actually really cool. Wow. I didn't know that was a path until now. So nice, nice, nice. So we're doing a nice little spin drift there with the main turbo boost. Doing a little TF input over the gap there. And let's just look at this again. Yep, going, yeah, upper path here. Yep. Sick. So there's an upper and a lower path. And a little zipper to propel yourself forward onto the bottom of the track. Very nice, very nice. I will say, like, the texturing on this is really impressive. Like, again, I'm probably gonna repeat myself a couple of times with different aspects of just CTs in general, but it's just really impressive what they can do just with, like, Mario Kart Wii's just native, you know, things within the game itself. Like, this is not being put on like a different console or whatever, where it's like more internal resources. Like, you're doing this with what the console and the disc has, which is really, really impressive. So overall, that was really a nice record. This is Crystal Dungeon. This is by PHI, and this is also pretty old CT. Overall, I never noticed the house in the background. I never noticed the house in the background. Oh, it's just so funny on things that you pick up on eventually. Oh my gosh. Oh, this track has been around forever, and I've never looked at his distance there at the start line. That's funny. Yeah, but as you can see, did a nice little maneuver to cut that giant first U-turn at the beginning of the track. And then here, these platforms pretty much act like mushrooms, like a mushroom gorge as an example. Trying to have as low of airtime as possible, of course. If you notice, they are purposely getting a bad landing to be able to take the drift tighter. So again, if you're to land on your back wheel for a clean landing, or if you got a clean landing on your front wheel, your drift is going to go wider and you can't cut as tight as harshly in a short period of time. So, and they really exaggerated on this track in particular, because as you see on laps 1 and 2, he almost hit the part of the ceiling where he's going down over the gap. So really nice maneuver here, and that's sick. Like, small detail, but the little drifting tricks on the platforms, getting as low airtime as possible, that's really sick. Also, wow, that's amazing. This run is really strong, at least from what I can tell, because the strats that they're trying to do, really precise. And clearly, if you're heading and bonking the invisible wall and going a little bit tighter there, you know what you're doing, you know? So, yeah, it's pretty sick. As you can see, even still getting the zipper trick here, not the zipper trick, but drifting on the zipper panel itself, and then shrimming, you're still gaining a lot of time compared to going around the entire thing. So, this was a really sick run. I really enjoyed watching this one back, so yes, job well done. Crystal Plains, and again, don't know who the player is. Sorry about that, man. But yeah, on this track, it is only 2 laps, which I appreciate. And there are some strats at the end of this track. I believe they require 2 mushrooms, I think, for the strat they're going to go for. But I think there's either a golden mushroom strategy and then there's just a normal strategy. I think you can go on top of the houses, but I forget if that's actually using a shroom or if that's shroomless. My memory is fleeting me on that detail. I know you can go over a fence here and do like a golden strat, I think, but I wonder if that's actually the time trial strategy as well. So let's see. Looking like it. Okay. What in the world? What? Hello? What? What in the world did I just watch on my screen? What the heck, man? Wow. Dude, that is hilarious, man. Just piles of hay there, and you're daisy chaining the trick landings, dude. Oh, that's insane. That learning that has to be pretty tricky, not gonna lie. Like, you're doing like a spin drifting hop, I think, onto the top part of the fence before you land before the first haystack. Then you're shrooming, getting a trick. Are you landing on 2 of them? Right? What did I just watch, man? Let's watch this back together, fellas. Let's see. Hop trick, land, shroom, 1 and 2. Dude, wow, that's impressive. Not gonna lie, that was a treat. That was awesome. CTR Blizzard Bluff. This is by Emil, and this is actually one of my favorite CTs, believe it or not. And I also did time trial this avidly for a little while back in the day. I think I was as high as 2nd place here, or 3rd place at the time. I think when I downloaded this Ghost, I looked at where my old time is, and it's still like top 30 or top 20 or something like that. So that's still pretty cool. Yeah, but I always loved the Goombas with the Santa hats. That's really cool. Oh man. But yeah, I think there's only a few of the Crash tracks within CTGP, but these play really well, at least in my opinion. I believe you can actually trick on that first gap that he didn't trick on, but clearly taking that tighter without a trick is the play. Pretty standard shroom strategy here. If you notice though, like it's a little bit sloped and then it goes straight. I think in the past, I guess in online, I've like rocked back and forth where the slope meets the top. You can actually get some airtime off of that. I don't think it's faster, obviously, for time trial. Also, almost got penguin there, bro. But yeah, also another fun fact. You can actually trick on the back end of that little hump there at the beginning. But I guess that's not faster. I don't know. But yeah, in any event though, you can rock back and forth there. Maybe it's easier to kind of save yourself in the time trial, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, this looks really polished to me with having some experience TTing this track. The low tricks on the ice here is a little bit finicky, so those are really good. So overall, really strong time for this track. We got some CTR Cortex Castle. This may have been the first CTR track that was within CTGP, I think. This was really hype when this first came within CTGP. What in the world is that? What did I just watch? Hello? Huh? What? Excuse me, what did you just do? Wow, that was really fast. Normally I just trick over it. Never knew you could do that. That was pretty sick. I think there's another person called Grave, and now it's The Grave, so is it the same guy? I guess, maybe. I don't know. Near the end here, you can do a little shroomless cut here. But looks like they do it with a shroom, though. Interesting. I wonder why. Is it really not faster to do that shroomless and then shroom elsewhere? I'm confused. I wonder why that's faster and not doing a shroomless. So what happens here? Wow. Okay, so if I understood what I was looking at, he takes a zipper and a wheelie. Near the end of the slope, he hops to land instantly on the downward sloping part of the bridge, and then he does a hop trick to get a trick upon the landing. That's sick. I never knew you could do that. I never knew that part of the bridge was trickable. That's cool. But yes, from what I was saying beforehand, you can do this shroomless here. But again, I'm wondering why would it not be faster to do that shroomless and use a shroom elsewhere? I don't know. Because you can still take that gap cut with that hop before the cannon without a shroom, I think, right? But where else would you use the shroom? That's the thing. I mean, just on a straight, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think, where else would you use the shroom if you had an extra one? Here, maybe? I don't know. I feel like there's more potential here, unless I'm greatly overlooking why that's faster. But like, if you can do that shroomless, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm confused. But in any event, this was still really well executed though for a time trial. So, job well done. Excuse me. I'm still confused though as to why that's the fastest shroom strategy. But anyway, overall, really clean run. Another CTR track. This is the Engine Labs, and this is also by Emil. This one I'm really curious to see because this track always trips me up. And I've absolutely no idea how in the world to play this track. So I am looking to learn something new today here, fellas. So let's take a look here. So there are just some weird pathing in the middle here where I just don't know where to go. So let's see what we do here. There's a barrel that lands here. Oh, okay. That was a jump scare almost. All right. Damn, you can really exaggerate that. Whoa, okay, that's sick. That's cool. That's cool. The fact that you can land on that and not be kind of out of bounds for the pass switch, also, that's insane as well. Okay. Got a shrimp strap, and we got a cool jumping zipper strap. That's awesome. All right, so sometimes on different tracks, you can have paths where they switch over by height, but if you try and drop down to use that part of the track, there's a boundary where you count it out of bounds. But here, clearly you can actually do that, which is really cool. That's really hype. That's actually a thing for this. I want to see that again, though. Let's see. Yeah, that's so cool. Nice. I guess they found the way where that also doesn't mess with the checkpoints. If I were to speculate anything, maybe the reason why they have where not every track can do that is maybe because it messes up with the checkpoints during a race, perhaps. Could be wrong, but I'm just kind of spitballing here as far as what be the reason why. Maybe it's the design choice. I don't know. But in any event, though, that's really freaking cool, man. That's awesome. All right. I think I'm going to enjoy playing this track a lot better now that I actually understand what in the world is going on. I will say, though, that part where the arrows are, where that little triangle thing is, that almost looks like it's off-road to me visually. That's probably just a me problem. I don't know. But I don't think I'm trying to go through there in the center. Even still, all the arrows are definitely appreciated, though, on the track. So, yeah. Overall, that was a really, really sick run. We got Daisy Hillside. And this is a 3DS track. And this one's pretty standard. I believe the part by the cannon is shroomless. The shroom is probably some type of grass cut. All right, here we go. Nice, because over here you can also shroom through the grass here, but you can actually get... Wait. What? Huh? How is the left side not faster? Everything I've known is a lie. Hello? What? I always thought doing the left side is faster. No? Huh? What? I'm so confused. Am I seeing things, or is that actually the thing that you do? What? Really? That's the fastest way? Then why does everyone go there online? When I've played. Hello? Maybe CT mains can tell me in the comments, I don't know. Is there a box there? And it's not, no. Why would there be a box there and not on the box of the main path? I can't remember where the boxes are during a race on this track. But in any event though, I don't know if this is Steve or if that's a meme. I have no idea, it probably is. Sorry bro, can't give you proper props here, but either way, really clean run, not a lot of mistakes. Very nice. How fitting we have Daisy's Palace, the first Daisy Mock CT record of this session of a recording, and by Emil no less. So yeah, definitely the reason why this is Daisy Mock makes complete sense. The spiral here is hideous if you're not on Mock, so it makes total sense to me. Also, if you guys never played the older versions of this track, you can't fully appreciate this newer version. I say newer, but it's probably been around for a little while now. But this new refresh for the track, I think really captures the full potential of this track, of its design. I'm actually quite a big fan of this track. And that little fence grass cut is actually really cool. It's not entirely free. I don't know how apparent it is when you're watching on the screen, but the fence angle kind of changes slightly. I mean, if you played it forever, then you're kind of set, but even still, like, if you're not too careful, you can kind of clip the fence there by accident and kind of toast there. But still, I think where Daisy Mock is clearly saving the most amount of time is on that spiral there, without a doubt. If that wasn't the case, I would definitely suspect that Funky Kong Flame Runner will probably be the combo choice here on this track. But still, really polished track. I love the theming. Again, anything Maple Treeway by design, I am here for it, fellas. So I am a fan. And oh my gosh, we're only at alphabetically with the D's right now. And I feel like I've been recording for 10 hours, but I've only been recording for like 2 hours so far. So, oh man, how long is this going to be? Oh my gosh, like 10 hours, man. I have no idea. In any event though, hope you guys are enjoying this so far. I am definitely learning a lot of strats I had no idea about with these CTs, so that's pretty cool. It's still been my intention to eventually get all the gold stars, just say that I actually did it on CTGP. Who knows, maybe I'll do that within the next 10 years, I don't know. But in any event though, I believe I don't know if it's old or new, but I think there's a little like shock strategy, or there's some like hidden route there. I don't know if it's still in there or not, but either way though, that was a pretty clean run. Dark Matter Fortress, this is by Brody. Also, ooh, a Daisy Mock again. Interesting. I wonder where this is actually going to save time. I don't remember a harsh Spiral or turn. That's a cool low trick. Let's see. Oh, I never knew that was there either. That's cool. So I wonder where Daisy is going to save all this time. Huh. Also, if you guys are privy to the Galaxy, that's a nice little sidestep maneuver to try and again skip the slope. So that's cool. Also, that corner cut is insane. Can you not do that with Funky Flame? What? Why is Daisy Mach faster on this track? Hello? I'm really curious. Interesting. But as I was saying before, this is clearly based on Mario Galaxy, which is really cool. I think the tracks that are trying to reimagine parts of like different games, Galaxy games, there's Lunch and Tour from Galaxy as an example, also sick low trick, another sick low trick. I think actually Brody missed both of those on last 1 and 2. But yeah, this little sidestep maneuver to skip the downward slope is really, really sick. But still, I mean, you made that by a decent margin. How could he not do that with Funky Flame? Either way, if I were to guess, the one strategy that makes Daisy Mach worth it is it at least makes that strategy, that giant spin drift hop strategy, easier, more free to do. I don't see why that's not possible with Funky Flame. Who knows? Maybe if I try it myself, I'm going to fail a million times. But for those that don't know as well, Daisy can get a bit more airtime with different strats compared to Funky Kong as an example. So at the very least, it's going to make that strategy easier to employ. So let's see this again here, doing a spin drift hop here. I mean, I guess you are cutting that close now that I'm watching it back again. Alright, fair enough. Anyway, that's a really sick time on this track. Well done. Alright, we got Dark Matter Shrine, and this one is pretty old. Fun fact, this is the first track that we did Race to 9999 VR with me and Troy, so nice little throwback here. Pretty much, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? Can't believe it's been that long. I'm aware of most strats on this track. I've seen that beginning Shroomless Cup before. But I wonder if the ending there's anything else different here. So this little panel thing here, if you hit into it. Alright, well, they just bypassed the whole thing. I felt going for that is faster. Alright, well, I'm still learning new things. Alright, fair enough. So they do TF input there. Oh. I don't think that should be that hard to learn, actually. Interesting. Okay. And then I don't think I ever saw that path there, actually. Now that I think about it more. I don't think I ever saw that little right piece of road being there. That's interesting. Actually, oh, I guess it makes sense why they avoid the panels. Because it'll clip you right down, but it's probably a case where it's actually slower. Because there's a panel shifting back and forth, but then there's a slope thing on the bottom. So I think you're still another case where you're bypassing just that downward sloping section. So interesting. So I felt like I knew a decent amount on this track, but looks like I'm learning a bit more now. So that's cool. Nice. Yeah, it's looking pretty clean overall. This is by Q. I believe this is the first record we've seen by Q here. And it looks like they missed the MT on the water stream. Shouldn't lose all that much because you are in the water stream, almost like Koopa Cape in a way. But yeah, in any event, looks pretty clean to me. So overall, nice run. This is Darkness Temple by Player. Could be anyone, I guess. So shout out to Player. I only played this one once. And also, if you notice there, they actually did like a little stunted little wheelie timing there where you get a slip drift on the first turn. Kind of like what you do now on N64 Mario Raceway on the Vanillas. But yes, I played this track for the first time on our CTGP All Cup Tour. This track is pretty sick. definitely, I was able to tell right away there's a lot of different strategies you can do on this track. Also, small detail, but it looks like they do some stuff with like the color of the skybox when you go in the water and out of the water. That's actually pretty cool. I was also trying to get on that ramp without ever doing it before in my session too, and it went really bad. This whole section is bizarre. Jeez, man, wow. I'm kind of remembering more of what our session was when we played. Oh, there's a little wall you can land there. Interesting. That's interesting too, where shrooming there is not faster, but it does make sense though. Because the strat is you're going on that big ramp for the zipper for that red cave part. Also, a little bit niche. Does anyone else think that the outside of this track with the pillars being down and the sand there, does it remind you of the outside grounds of Chapter 2 of Paper Mario 64 by chance? Or is that just me? Just give me a little bit of that vibe slightly, you know? Now I want to play that game. Oh, man. But here I am recording this video for you guys. Woo! Alright, so, anyway. This track is insane. The visual spectacle, but those low tricks are super cool, for sure. And for those maybe that aren't as, you know, trained or experienced in this game, there are different types of ramps, but also, like, from how CTs kind of make different ramps too, you can kind of go off, like, the farthest part of the panel on either side and get a lower trick. If you've ever watched a Bowser Castle Wii world record where they actually hop on the very edge of that, it's kind of similar. So anytime you can hop on like a very small sliver of a ramp, a lot of the time it actually ends up being faster, just for getting lower airtime overall. But yes, as you can see, they're shrooming pretty early, and the very last part of their shroom boost is actually maintaining their momentum when they do the trick on that mushroom-esque panel there to propel themselves up with the airtime and getting on top of the platform there. So this is a really sick run. Wow, what an ending! Wow, that's sick! Wow, that was epic. I was not expecting that at all. Oh man, that is epic. Good to know for the future for me when I play. Dawn Township. This is by Charlie. And I played this track a couple of times. It's only a one-lap track. Oh. Wait, what? Does it not matter if you go for a zipper on the water stream? I guess not. No. I'm confused. I feel like I've been confused a lot in this video so far. Alright, in any event, I'm curious where all the shrooms are going to be used in the time trial here. The texture in this track is sick. And again, I'm a broken record, sorry, but still. Praise for CT creators because this is visually really cool. I wonder where the other two shrooms are going to be used. I had no reference point. I don't remember the layout too well. What things you can cut off. That first shroom made sense, but I wonder what else you do over here. Oh, alright, well, it cut some of the grass. I mean, that's fair. Isn't there like a little ice boxing you trick off of or something like that? Also, this chomp. Oh, that chomp is a source of pain for Troy, at least, when we played through this track, I remember. Oh, man. Alright, so where's the last shroom going to be used? You can trick all that? Hello? Okay. We're using your shroom. Isn't the end of the track here? Wow, that's how you end the track? That's clever. All right, we've got delivery 2 for 2, my fellas, with really bizarre endings here. Oh man, we have Delfino Island here, and this track, man, this has stood the test of time for a long time. That sounded really redundant, but anyway, you get what I'm saying. This is by F, so shout outs to F. Yeah, if you guys have never seen this track played before at the beginning there, you're in for a real treat because those strats are so sick. I don't know how old this version is now, but this is a really much welcome visual overhaul of this track. This track looks really, really nice now. I believe it plays mostly the same. I think you're always able to do the low trick at the very beginning here. I could be totally wrong, but why do I feel like this track is ever so slightly scaled down by like 5%? Or is that just me? It felt more apparent in the second half of the section there. Yeah, so that whole strategy is so cool. I'm not even going to bother to explain how that kind of works. There's a lot going on there, but what I will say is I thought that was actually a shroomless strategy, but looks like it's just the first part that's shroomless. But I don't see why the second part can't be shroomless unless it's just slower to do it that way. But yeah, I think from old version to current version, I think that housing strategy section has stayed the exact same. But for some reason, just this part, that second half feels like it's scaled down slightly. Or maybe I'm being tripped up because of the new texturing and the visual overhaul that it feels like it's scaled down slightly. But still, you're getting a trick off of here, going up the slope there. You're doing another hop, it looks like, to redirect your bike. And then you're landing on the roof with your shroom, and you're getting past the grass. So for those that do not know, a part of that grass there is actually out of bounds. I don't know if they changed that or not for this new refresh of the track, but certain grasses here were actually out of bounds. Like, see how there's like darker greens there and a lighter green? The darker green used to be out of bounds. I don't know if it still is or not. It could be, but still, this is a really sick time. Really clean overall. So yeah, job well done. Very polished. I think this track is called Desert Raceway or Desert Castle Raceway, I think. By Boinkings. Nice, clever play on a me name over here. Nice me, man. Yeah, this track has also been around for quite a while. I think this is also a version refresh. Not too sure how long it's been within CTGP, this new refresh version. But even still, I want to say, was this always 2 laps? I'm not remembering right at the moment. In any event, though, as with previous tracks that are 2 laps, it'll be interesting to see what the shroom strategy is going to be, because you have an extra mushroom from like what you would normally do on 2 laps of a track. So all right, so if I were to speculate anything, that's probably going to be the shroom strat on lap 2, and that sand cut on lap 1 was just for lap 1 for using the extra mushroom. Also, I don't know if it's just me, I'm looking at my TV here and the zippers look weird, like they're flickering weirdly. I wonder if it's just because of the haze that the track has for being a desert track. Does it look like that? Yeah. Yeah. Why is it glitching out like that? Is that like the way the track has always been? Hello? Yeah. Hello? What? Is that just because it has haze on it that the zipper looks like it's glitching out? Hello? I feel like I'm losing my mind here half the time. What's going on here, fellas? One thing I would love to see CTGP do to implement is incorporating a toggle to have the remove blur option. There's a code that... What? What? Hello? What? Dude. Alright, man. CT Records deliver, bro. What can I say? I'm being surprised every time, I guess. What in the world, man? What was I saying before? Oh, there's a code where you can remove the blur that's purposely put on tracks, and tracks look way more crispy, way more clear. If you've ever watched a time trial record that uses the code, it looks a million times better. So hopefully CDGP kind of gets that toggle eventually at some point. Retro Rewind has it, and I love using that. It's really cool. But yes, this record definitely delivered for sure. This was really impressive. Desert Fort. This is also by Jake, and I believe Joris created this track. Shout out to Joris, awesome CT creator. I love this track. This track is very polished, has different routes here that are cool to use. What? There's a path up there? What in the world? I didn't know this either. Wow, nice. I'm getting a crash course on one of my favorite tracks. Heck yeah, nice. Let's see. That seems to make sense there, nice. Oh, this thing here, what do you do here? Don't tell me. Dude. What in the world's going on, man? What? You can do that too? Oh, brother. Dude. I did not know you could do all this. What? Bro. What even is this? What? Oh my god. Talk about tricks. Jeez, man. I feel like that lap had like 30 tricks, man. Hello? We're doing it 2 more times, I guess, fellas. Let's check this out. What? Did you do that trick lap 1? The extra side trick or what? Alright, so this makes sense. Do a shroom. This is all shroomless? Are you kidding me? I guess it is. That blows my mind. I would have never thought you can take that zipper to that shortcut over there. What in the world, man? Wow. As you guys can see, you can see why, like, if you practice CTs and people, like, don't play these super intensive ones, how, like, you're just gonna clean up shop. Cleaning house. That's the phrase I'm using a while. Cleaning house with the fellas in online races when those that don't know the strats all that well. I knew some shortcuts, but I did not know most of these, and I've actually played this a couple of times. I've never watched a record here, obviously, so I never knew any of these, but still, like, that's crazy, man. Like, that's just still so impressive how you can actually, because when you go inside there, there's like a hidden path. I think you have to use a shroom for it, and then you're on that greatest shortcut. You can do a drift trick here and land there. Like, wow, man, I never knew you could do that. That's awesome, man. That's so sick. Nice. Well, next time I play this online in the future, I'm gonna be cleaning house when I play this one. This is a really impressive record, dude. Not gonna lie. Like, really. Wait, where are we going here? Wow, that's how you. What are these CT track endings? I'm so confused. In the best way possible. That's Top Dash, another one of my favorite tracks. Sense of sarcasm. Oh man. Not the biggest fan of this one, not gonna lie, but even still, this is by Weeksy. I don't think we've seen a Weeksy record as of yet. Still not sure why this is also in CDGP, but regardless though. What? I never knew that was... Bro. What in the world, man? Dude. Wow. There are infinite strategies I was never aware of until now on these tracks. Oh my god, man. No wonder why we would lose like 10 seconds a lap on some of these. Wow. What in the world? Dude, that makes that part of the track so much more bearable, because that turns a bunch of slop if you're going around that, so. Also, you used to be able to go land on a calculator or something like that at the end here. That greatly changed. Was that a giant stapler we just went past, by the way? I just picked up on that. Oh, man. Wow. Dude. That is charming, though. There's a post-it note that says turn right. I just noticed that as well. Oh, man. All right, well, it's charming for sure. I'll give it that. As a concept, it's cool. I just don't like racing it. That's just my opinion, though. But in any event, wow. This was satisfying to watch, not gonna lie. Oh, man. All right. That is Desktop Dash for you fellas. I am pretty sure this track is called DK Ruins. And the me name is DK Ruins. Alright, it's with the me too. I just realized that. What a flex, bro. Alright, show me the goods on this shortcut here, because I don't know what the heck I'm doing on this one. Alright, for those that never saw that before, that saves an astronomical amount of time, fellas. So yeah, so what you're doing there is you're using your shroom before the mushroom mounts, and you're locked in at your speed and using the mountain physics, pretty much like Mushroom Gorge glitch. And you're going up the wall, and eventually you go over the wall, and you clip back onto the track if you go past that gap far enough. I've always been meaning to practice this strat because people, you can probably gain at least what? I want to say 4 to 6 seconds, man. I don't know. Like, let's look at the mini map here. Like, look at that. Disgusting. Disgusting. That's like 3 seconds or more, at least. That's disgusting. To save that amount of time, man, ridiculous. Still, this version is really polished. This is a 3DS track. And this is just really cool to see. When we did this recently in the CTGP All Cup Tour, oh my god. Like, maybe I'll overlay a clip, but it was truly something for the ages of what happened here on lap 3 to me. But yeah, from what I've been told, if you know what part of the rock face to start on when you land from your trick, it's actually fairly free to learn this strat. So I'll take their word for it. Also, I believe that the heavy me stats are not all that far behind the Flame Runner. Still slower than Flame Runner, but still, I think this is probably a giant flex that they're using the me for the record here and not the actual, you know, fast funky flame combo. But even still, that's a really sick run. Ah, Dragon Burial Grounds. This is still by Lawrence. This will be interesting. So, I forget which season it was, but when I lost a season of Flanderfest, my punishment was to defeat the expert staff ghost for this track. And I did do the stream, and we failed to meet the mark there. It's because I wanted to use the strategies that the staff ghost was using, because I could have cheesed just beating the staff ghost quickly with like the world record strategies here. So I still got to go around and do that and make a video on it years later, but still, it'll come out. So I'm aware of the fastest strategies on this one. So they contort themselves to land that little railing there, and it looks super simple, but it's actually pretty difficult, not gonna lie. And if what I can remember, this record is pretty strong. So Lawrence, hats off to you, man, for a really strong record here. But yeah, this was notoriously... I wonder if it's still regarded as one of the hardest staff ghosts to beat. I don't know if in recent years, with the addition of other tracks and other tracks being removed and whatever, what's considered to be some of the more harder strategies. Also, that's actually one thing I never got to understand. I never got the detach there on that part of the slope. But I kind of picked up on something just now where looks like he got his MT off like Taurus's side on the left. Maybe that's the trick there, because I was trying to get a wheelie off just at the middle point there, and I wonder if that's where Sticky Road starts. So maybe he's doing his wheelie launch where there's no Sticky Road. That's what I would imagine as. Oh, sick. Wow. Dang. That's impressive. Dude, he literally pixeled the fire pillar. That's sick. Wow. That's unfortunate that at this pace he has no geyser tricks there on both laps. But even still, this track has been here for a while as well, so still definitely a visual spectacle of a track. But yeah, I mean, I would assume chain wheelies here actually matter in the end, you know? And you gotta guess a drop here. Does he get a chain? Yeah, he does. Oh, nice. All right, nice. Okay, we have Dragon Knight's Island. Literally by Dragon Knight with a spear. Wait, is this automatic? No, it has to be manual, right? Would have to be. Okay, all right. This is our first Spear manual CT record. Also, if I'm counting correctly, I think this is track number 50 so far in this recording. So I've been going for a while, over 3 hours here in this first recording session. So I'm probably going to go for a little bit longer and then start my second session when I have time to do so. But yeah, here we go. I'm actually a little bit surprised it's actually with the spear, especially for the ending. What do you do here? Oh, that's not even all that bad. What? Oh, I would have thought that would have been way worse with the spear. Also, where the Snorlax is, I think that's a cut you can do, at least in races. I could be wrong, but I think there was a path there. I could be wrong though. But yeah, I mean, it makes total sense now, seeing how this is actually spear. There are some pretty long straights here. You can do that shroomless plenty fine. For those that do not know, the spear's MT is quite minuscule. The boost doesn't last all that long, but even still, they can make that maneuver to get over that gap. But yeah, it looks like, oh, interesting. I never noticed that, at least intentionally. So at the end there, where he's shrooming, I believe it's actually Sticky Road where that little indent is. I could be wrong, but the way that his bike was hooking in when shrooming and not getting wild airtime, I would suspect there is some Sticky Road there probably. I think that's probably the saving grace of the spear being used for time trials here. I would think if there is no Sticky Road there, maybe you can still do it, but it's probably a little bit more of a cumbersome task to use the spear for that. Let's watch this again. Yeah, you instantly stick down there, so... Oh, that was a little bit wide, actually. Huh, interesting. All right. Probably a little bit of room for improvement, but still, overall, that was a nice record. Lovely. Our first retro. God bless. We have DS Airship Fortress. This is by Doge. And another Daisy Mach record. This might be the third Daisy Mach record. Oh, you do a spin drift hop trick there. Interesting. I would not have thought to do that. Okay. More strats we're picking up on right now. I think the other Daisy Mach was... Well, it was the Galaxy themed track. I forget the name of that. That's not Dark Matter Shrine. It's a different track. And then there was the Daisy's Palace. So clearly... You can see here on this, anything that has a very harsh spiral, Daisy is going to save so much time. So it makes total sense to me why you'll be using Daisy here. So pretty simple maneuvering here. Use the top ledge trick on the bottom one. It always struck me as a little bit odd where that lower part of the wall, you can't trick on it. Unless you're purposely missing the trick. But I don't think they would be. It'll be faster to get a trick there, I would think anyway. Even still, at this point, all the retros that CT creators have made for the game here are really polished and really clean, and I'm a big fan of them. Also, small detail to notice here, but for the fellas here. So, by the cannon, he purposely gets his MT angle to be pretty harsh right to left, and last second hopping all the way to the right. That's so when he gets out of the cannon, he's very far right, but then he can hold very hard left and take that as tight as possible. To have a very tight turn. You wouldn't think about it all that much, but that spiral actually lasts a couple of seconds, and even like a 3 or 4% improvement on like your angle going into that, you're gonna be saving so much more time, taking that much sharper. So another hidden little thing there, but also too, that shroom is pretty wise because you can't really use it anywhere else to save all that much time. So yeah, overall, that was a very strong record. DS Bowser's Castle. We have Jake here up the bat once again. And I also really enjoyed this track. This version is really polished. As far as strategies here, I am aware of the ending strategy on this track. It's always really cool when you can like end the race much differently instead of going right over the finish line. Certain tracks is really risky to do it, but others is fairly free. Later on, you'll see Luncheon Tour has a pretty scary one. It can go wrong really quick. I believe this one has not a high room for variance, I think. But even still, as far as a shroom strategy, maybe it's just on the S bend here or something, or no. Or maybe it'll help to cancel out a wheelie with the alignment here, maybe? All right, hey, intuition, nice. Yeah. Something, where else are they going to use it, you know? Yeah, but as far as the ending cut or this way to end the track, also, wow, I totally overlooked that, but the way he's doing that room with the whole spinning thing and the fire pillars going back and forth, really impressive. I never was able to take the turn that tight, and because the ground is kind of rotating around kind of against you when you're going around the turn, so that's, at least for me, that's hard to do. Maybe for CT mains, that's another day in the office, a little walk in the park for you guys, but I was impressed by that. Yeah, but still, so this the way you're gonna end here in lap 3. I mean, you can obviously use a shroom for it. Maybe he will, but I want to see you can do a shroomless. I could be totally wrong. I normally don't go for it because I went for it before. I've gotten this sometimes, but more often than not, I messed up pretty bad. But still, if I were to guess anything, he's going to try and use his shroom as early as he can to get the most shroom benefit on the road and have the very last bit of speed take him to where it counts crossing the finish line. If you're to use a shroom right before the ledge, you're going to be having so much more shroom boost that's there after passing the finish line that you otherwise could have capitalized on the actual road here and not going 84 km/h. So if I were to guess here, let's see. Hey, look at that. Nice. Oh, interesting. I wonder if you need the MT wheelie there to make it or not. That I do not know. But either way, that was really clean. Okay, we have DS Cheap Beach and Among Us meme. We see it here. That's funny. Another Spear Manual record. This one obviously makes sense. There's a bunch of straights here for the most part. Though I'm interested to see how they handle the ending section because the little curves there is a little bit tricky. Wow, almost disappeared completely in the track, dude. Oh, that's funny. No, I was about to comment, would Spear Automatic make sense, but I think there's enough reason to show that Spear Manual will make more sense here. I'm definitely a bit more used to the Retro Rewind version of this track. I believe it actually takes out that beginning cut there. Even still, I like this version too. Personally speaking, also that's really cool. That the whole bike disappears under the layers of the water. That's actually pretty cool. Nice. But yeah, I think the reason why Spear Manual will be over Spear Automatic is just because for that one grass curve after that. I don't think it would have been too bad on other parts of the track, but I think that second half of the lap would be where Spear Manual has the most benefit. Although maybe right there has its benefit too. I don't know. In any event though, yeah, just pretty much long straights here. Try not to have all that much in the way of wheelie nudges here. Trying to be as precise as possible with the Spear gameplay. This looks pretty polished to me. Pretty solid here. Nice work. DK Pass, one of my favorites. This is by Lawrence, and I'm curious to see if there's anything significant on this track. I suspect the Shroom strat would have to be going up the snow near the entering the second half of the lap. Could be wrong, but I think that just saves too much time to not do that. So let's see. All right, nice. So the little bumps over here is always a little bit treacherous, but you can still make it work. I've been curious though, can't you? I'll look more closely on lap 2, but I think there's a wooden ramp that's close to where the upper ledge is. Maybe that's an online strategy with a golden. Maybe. Ooh, that's a cool slip drift that he did. I don't know if it was intentional, but it was cool. Anyway. But yeah, also if you notice, Peace being precise with his shroom timing here as to not get a lot of slowdown in the snow and trying to rock back before leaving the top of the slope to get airtime to not stick to the heavy snow on the way down. Yeah, so it looks like that wooden ramp was close enough to the top ledge there. I forget if in the CTGP version if that is like drivable up there. Ooh, that went a little bit wide. But still, if that was possible, I think it's still going to be worth it to do the shroom strat through the snow here, though. I think that saves too much time. But if you can land on that ledge up over there, I would anticipate that would be an online strategy with like triple mushrooms, like a golden or a star. Something of that nature, I would suspect. But yeah, looking like an overall pretty textbook DK pass run here. And yeah, I don't think Daisy Mach would make much sense because the curves aren't that severe, where Funky Flame would be at a deficit here. So yeah, pretty polished overall. Nice job. Luigi's Mansion. This is also by Doge. I would suspect by the Mii being used. And I'm curious to know what is fastest here. Because there is a ramp with a zipper when you exit the mansion here. But I wonder what's actually fastest on this track. So let's take a look here together, fellas. Oh. Oh, wow. So this omitting that ramp is faster. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So at least to deduce how he used the shroom, you know, I'd like just to try to explain different things for the audience, just to pick up on things that maybe the more casual audience may not know from a first glance. So if you watch the shroom, he's shroomed pretty early, and the shroom wears out right as he's transitioning back to the road. So check this out. Shroom early, and right when he's back to the road is when the shroom wears out. And he has an MT boost to return right back to full speed when his wheelie is initiated after the MT boost. So yes, it's trying just to make use of the maximum amount of boost that you have in this game. There's mini turbos, there's shrooms, there's zippers, there's different types of stunt tricks, flip tricks. These are all things that can give you a boost in this game. And so trying to get the most out of each boost type when you're racing is really critical. If you're using one boost within another boost, you're categorically losing time for the most part. Sometimes it makes sense to do that depending on the part of the track that you're racing on or for what the strategy entails. But most of the time, you're trying to get the most amount of boost from all of these different types of ways you can get a boost. So that was my little monologue for how to race this game fast. But overall, that looked like a pretty clean 3-for-3 Luigi's Mansion run by my eye. DS Mario Circuit. This is by Casey. I love this track. This is one of my favorite DS tracks overall. So let's see what we got cooking over here, shall we? There's definitely a good variety of versions of this track. So my memory is fleeting me for which version CTGP has for this track. So let's see what we got cooking here. So if you notice, you would think trying to drift on the grass, you would actually go to 0 kmh. There's different terrain types. So look at this. Also, the dirt terrain type that the CT creators use for that dirt and for that grass patch there, they did that on purpose. So I believe also Grumble Volcano features that same type of terrain type where on the dirt you aren't immediately to 0 kmh or you're too low where your drift can't be sustained. I believe GB does that as well. So doing that, it may seem pretty slow, but you take that turn a lot sharper. So that's going to be a net time gain. And these turns at the end are pretty brutal, especially in online. So really taking those to your advantage is really important. So yes, again, let me know in the comments, guys. Let me know if you enjoy when I kind of break down different parts of tracks or techniques or whatever to give some more, you know, insight for what's actually going on the screen. I'm sure for the advanced player is kind of hearing more of what you know, but maybe for those that aren't as, you know, advanced or haven't really played all that much, maybe it's useful to you guys. So let me know for sure. But that was a really clean run on DS Mario Circuit. So good job, Casey. Well done. All right, DS Rainbow Road, another classic. This is by Eli. Eli's back up to bat here. Let's see what you got here cooking for us, fella. So let's see. I am definitely a bit more familiar with the Retro Rewind version in current day. Oh, they do a hop for that. Interesting. I believe you can do that detach with the wheelie, but it's very, very specific. But I was really curious to see how they would actually go about getting that there. Did he not? Am I seeing things? Did he not get a slowdown at the end of the pipe? Oh, wait. I could be wrong, but I think I'm 90% positive. On this version of DS Rainbow Road, like 80% of the pipe is off-road, but the ending is normal road. I want to say that's correct. I have to look at the speedometer again. Let's see. Shrooms instantly at 97. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I thought that was always completely off-road, but if I'm remembering right, I'm pretty sure most of it is off-road, which is why you need the shroom. But the ending part is not slow down. Because clearly, shrooming instantly, you don't go the whole length of the pipe. Well, sir, you're getting a zipper boost into the pipe as well, which will lead me to believe that you have to shroom right away, because if it was all normal road, you wouldn't be shrooming right away. So, alright. Looks pretty clean to me here. No obvious glaring mistakes. Some pretty nice wavy road carpet-esque tricks over there. Looking pretty clean, Eli. Nice job, man. DS Shroom Ridge, another classic. We have no name. I don't know who you are. Sorry. If you can type in the comments, let us know who you are. Would be appreciated. But either way, congrats on your record here. I'm very familiar with how to race this track for time trial. I did a decent amount a couple of years ago. I had a somewhat respectable time. But yeah, this hasn't changed all that much from what I can understand. This track is a lot of fun to play in time trial though. Like, you can really exaggerate getting as close as possible on all these turns. Is really satisfying to play. But yeah, to my memory, actually, when we discussed earlier in this recording session so far about, you know, some of the harder custom track Staff Ghost to be for CTGP, to my memory, this was always regarded as one of the harder ones to beat. Not impossible, but definitely one of the more challenging ones to try and get out of the way. Oh, interesting. So I forgot about this. So isn't it Alpine something? It's probably an old CT that's not around anymore. But there was, oh no, is it Woohoo, Maka Woohoo or whatever, where when the spear or the flame runner, it wheelies in between the wall ledge there, it actually doesn't break your wheelie. I think that's where those physics were right before the Shroom Lap 2. I'm pretty sure. That was pretty sketch, but anyway. The car patterns here are pretty brutal on certain paces here from what I can remember. But yeah, this is a pretty clean record here, man. I remember the records here already being pretty strong for what it was. So I forget how much it has been improved over the years, but looking pretty clean to me here. Oh, wow, you barely pixeled the truck. Nice. Very nice record. Well done. All right, we have DS TikTok Clock, and this is by Deadpool. I guess Deadpool knows how to play Mario Kart Wii, man. All right, so I wonder how you play this track in time trial. Let's take a look here. This is also a pretty fun track to play in online. The second half is so brutal though in an online race. Like, so much happens there right at the very end. So let's see what we got cooking here. I'm assuming the shroom is probably at the end somewhere, near the last corner or something like that. Let's see. Oh, all right. Well, it doesn't do all that much for the shroom, but it does do a little bit. If you notice, they cut just very small parts of that jagged little corner there and little panels there. and just doing the whole kind of rocking back and forth with the analog here, like that. I'm just trying to create little pockets of airtime to try and travel up. Yeah, so this looks pretty standard here. Also, if you notice, he's actually doing like really, really nice delayed tricks on the little ledges there. So for those that aren't as informed, obviously there's tricks in Mario Kart Wii, but there is a timing for them. There's always the first frame that you can possibly trick, and then there's the last frame you can trick in that window. And in most cases, tricking as late as possible is almost always faster because it gives you lower airtime. Sometimes you actually want to do a... What? Huh? Hello? What did I just see? Dude, CTs deliver on these wacky, crazy endings, man. What in the world? Dude. Wow. Man. Well, I'm gonna let this play out when as I continue this to explain the whole tricking thing. That can complete my thought. So sometimes tricking first frame for something makes sense if you want the highest amount of airtime. Sometimes if you're trying to reach a ledge somewhere or just do something else in that realm, tricking first frame is the way to go. Like for example, like on the Ghost Valley 2 shroom spot, you're almost always going for like a first framer there. If you do a delayed trick on the Ghost Valley 2 ramp, it's not ending well. So just to explain different use cases for different types of delayed tricks or first frame tricks in the game, I just wanted to complete that thought there. Next track. Waluigi Pinball. We got Luke back in first place here. Let's see what you got, man. Let's see what we're doing here on some good old Waluigi Pinball. I know there should be a significant cut that's performed here. I wonder if it is in this version. I wonder. Doesn't look like it so far because it is right at that section. Maybe that's just the retro rewind version that I'm thinking about. Oh, that's a pretty cool low trick. I actually never knew you could do that. All right, good to know. Nice little detach there. Saving some time. Good stuff, good stuff. Maybe in this version you're just trying to cancel out a wheelie thing. It's like I have some intuition or something like that. Nice little chain here. All right, well, looks like in this version of this track, it's trying to actually time the chain wheelies here. Most of the turns are pretty tame, and just timing that low trick when you're hopping on it all through laps. From what I can remember, you can actually do like a shroom or shroomless trick, I think, on the retro rewind version of this track, which was a lot of fun. But look at that. Remember the whole delayed trick thing I explained to you? So he's hopping on it for lower airtime, but he's also stacking, doing a delayed trick on top of that too for lower airtime. So yeah, there's multiple layers of complexity for playing this game. And this game is just so free and mobile where you can really do a lot of things that you want to do on the racetrack. It feels like with most other Mario Karts I've played, I feel like you've been pretty restrictive in certain respects. And this game feels like it's the most free to do whatever you want with your vehicle when you're playing or trying to contort your vehicle in some way. All the kart games have their own techniques and strategies that are cool, but I think there's plenty of reasons why people always tend to come back to this game here. Looks like Luke unfortunately didn't get the detach in lap 3. Definitely a place for time save, but this entire run here looks really clean to me. Also, that was really close to the the pinball. In any event, though, this can definitely go down. It's a touch more. This is already a really strong run. So, Luke, job well done. All right, we got Wario Stadium, it looks like. Out the back here, we have Squibbles. And let's see what this track delivers for us. Oh, that's a nice, clever little spin drift. Ooh, interesting. Huh. Also, if you notice, I think it was in Castle of Darkness as well, and a couple of other tracks, they will specifically do an up trick for a very slight wall bounce. If you notice, like, compared to like a Wario's gold mine wall bounce, or even more severe like a Waluigi Stadium wall bounce, they're literally going like at the beginning motions or middle motions of the trick into the wall to kind of propel themselves forward. But if you notice here with the up trick, it's near the very end of the animation, and it's just a very light tap, and it's actually pushing them a little bit forward. I wonder if for some reason on that wall property, the down trick just doesn't work the same way. I don't really know with the whole wall properties. For all I know, it could be just a player preference, but like to be able to do an up trick wall bounce, what is actually the strategy on Wario's Gold Mine, you actually purposely reverse to your back wheel, and the pivoting back of the rotation motion is the thing that propels you forward too. Like if you're doing the middle part of the rotation of a down trick, it's actually pushing you down and not pushing you forward. So I actually wonder, because again, look at how it's very slight they're hitting the wall there, and it's still getting that forward push, and thus saving your time. But still, it's just cool to see how, you know, different track design and different types of terrain, you're trying to do different things in your arsenal here to try to gain some time overall. But yeah, this looks like a really clean run to me, as I've said for almost all of these. These tracks have been out for a while now, so not much really changes for certain versions of this. So overall, well done. All right, we got Festival Town here by RIP. Nice name. Festival Town, what can I say about this track? Are the zippers flickering again? Am I going crazy or what? Are there more zippers on this track? There should be, right? There should be a zipper here, right? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's flickering. It's flickering on my TV screen as well. I don't think that's normal. Sorry, fellas. I have no idea why the zippers are like zonking out. They don't normally flicker like that. I have no idea if that's a capture card thing or what. The visuals otherwise are good. Apologies about that. I know sometimes like flickering little things like that can be bothersome to someone's eyes, so sorry about that. Hopefully it's not too intrusive. Anyway, what can I say about this track? This has been in here for a while. This is, I think, a slightly newer version. If it is, I think, slight visual enhancements, perhaps. Pretty much plays the same. Also, don't get caught into the trap of trying to low trick that ramp back over there, because if you try and do a hop low trick at that middle flap ramp, you fall straight down and you don't land. So yeah, just an FYI, because, you know, maybe I've done that once or twice, possibly. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, this track has a little bit of weird platforming, not gonna lie. Not one of my favorites. It's not bad, but I always wish that you can just do like a normal hop there. For like, it feels wrong that you can't do like a hop low trick there. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Anyway, this looks pretty solid. I don't see any significant time losses here. It's nice that you can kind of land back over here and do a hop to get, again, another low trick and save more time. So overall, pretty solid, nice maneuvers. Well done. All right, we have Fiery Factory Flaming Frost. I think this track is called. We got Boshi out the bat here. I think Boshi has a few records later on, I think. I could be wrong, but I think you have a couple. And yeah, I played this track for the first time not too long ago, and this track is nuts. So I'm very curious to see what the strategy is here. Dude, that's just a giant Bowser branded fan. Oh, that's cool. The texturing, the theming of this is top notch. Like, again, I feel like, you know, people have their own opinions on how a track can play, but as far as visual enhancements of how polished things are and theming, like, job well done to all the creators, because I feel like the average quality of at least the visuals for custom tracks in recent years has been really impressive. Again, people have their own opinions on track layout, track length, me being one of them, different things like that as far as how a track can play. But as far as theming, execution, just polishing things visually, like so impressive. So again, I know it can be some heated debates at times with people as far as opinions on CT, so I always try and say just tread, you know, with kindness here, because again, you know, people are trying to do things with their own time, you know, so I'm very much understanding of that, and they're trying to have their own way to be creative and trying to have their own image come to light. There's one way to have, you know, being constructively criticizing or just bashing, you know, so fine line, be kind. Anyway, this track is a spectacle here. A lot of different things going on, these conveyor belts going back and forth. This gives me just like, I don't know, like Mario RPG vibes at the very end in the factory. I've seen this maneuver before, absolutely crazy. I don't understand why that can't be done on all 3 laps. Looks like a mushroom was used. Well, actually, no, I know why. Because this ending section is different all 3 laps. So lap 2, you had to use a mushroom, and lap 3, you have to use a mushroom as well. So, yeah. Anyway, this track is sick. I'm a fan. I can't play it well yet, but it's sick. Boshi, job well done. Okay, we have final grounds here. This one has been around for a while, to my memory. It's gone through a couple of track iterations. Oh, this was a track I was thinking of when we were doing Castle of Time. Okay, so I'll identify some changes that I've noticed throughout the years. Also, I think Casper has used this me before in Lounge, I think. Is this a Casper run? Yo? Is it? I have no idea. Anyway, if it is Casper, shout out to you, dude. Anyway, if you make a precise hop on that, you can go down to this lower route here. I think that's always been a thing. This ledge over here has also always been a thing. Major changes start to happen around here, though. This section here is quite a bit different at the top. Now it's just like kind of like a more direct grass path. It used to be different in version of the past here. I think the shroomless cut still works. It does, yes. I think in older versions there was at least like a picture of a mushroom, I think, with like an X or something to show you can actually do it shroomless. But yeah, for those that have never seen that for the first time, looking at that shroomless cut looks pretty bizarre. Oh, Miss MT, interesting. Okay, all right. Okay. Even still, this run is looking pretty solid so far, apart from the Miss MT. Definitely can appreciate this being 2 laps. Again, as I talked about the last record, I was kind of riffing off of some, you know, just comments. I think the sweet spot for a track, 2 minutes, upper 1 minute to at most like 3 minutes, or at the very most like 3:15-ish for like an online race is nice. I think Nintendo has had a really good balance of that, especially with you know, Mario Kart 8, where most tracks there are on the shorter end of things. When races are stretched out far too long, it gets a bit repetitive and pretty boring. But still, I think this length of time for our race is perfect. Has a good balance in my eyes. But yeah, I love this shroomless cut here. It's so sick. And you just barely make that. If I were to speculate anything, I would think the bottom part of that wall where the gap is, at least the bottom portion, is not actually solid wall. I could be wrong, but still, it's a pretty precise landing, but it can be done. Case in point here in this run. But yes, overall, looking really clean here. This is a really nice final grounds run. And on this version of it, looks pretty good to me. So yeah, all in all, a job well done.
All right, a new cup, a new track, Fishdom Island, and a new day for me, wardrobe change. So let's continue on here, shall we? So we have another Spear manual record here by Alex. And I think this is also another one of the longest standing tracks to be included within CTGP, and it's most certainly had its fair shares of refreshes and updates throughout the years. I remember the very first version of this track long ago, but the overall layout is still mostly the same at this point. So as you might expect, again with tracks that have really long straights, not a lot of crazy turns or crazy strategies where you would want a lot more handling or other stats that the Flame Runner and Mach Bike are much preferred over the Spear. Spear is going to be used. Fun fact though, with the sand here has the slippery physics, so it can be a little bit sketch, not gonna lie. But even still, Alex is doing a really good job here from what it looks like so far. And I would still think that, you know, manual Spear makes sense. I forget which track I was talking about it on, but it may have been Cam Cardigan, I think, which Carter had with automatic. Oh, that was really low airtime. Interesting. That could have gone wrong really quick. If you got really low air there and you got complete slowed down by the grass, you're pretty much toast there. But yes, as long as you're doing very light wheelie nudges and you're not breaking your wheelie, you maintain your max speed with the Spear automatic. But it looks like this track has enough turns and to do some drifting low tricks on the ramps where it makes the most sense to use manual drift for Spear here. I don't know if I exactly explained the whole drifting on lows at all for this game and how it saves time, but maybe I'll save that for another track. Overall, that was a really clean run and a nice ending. Alright, we have Flying Kingdom. This is by Charlie here. And let's see what we got cooking on this track. Alright, that's a pretty interesting little launching trick at the beginning. Okay, that's pretty cool. I've had many bad moments on this track. I am personally not all that big of a fan of this one with how it plays. Like as an example, that just seems so awkward. Like, how can he not trick on that? It just, like, that part in particular always felt really off to me whenever I played. But, you know, taking my own bias out of this for what I like and dislike from how a track plays, let's just see if there's any interesting strategies that are employed on this track. I'm very curious to see, because from what I remember, I don't think there's any huge shortcut on this track. I think there is a maneuver you do at the end inside like a top part of a house or something like that. I don't know if it's shroomless or not, so we're gonna find out together here. I never try anything at all for what it is, so okay. Oh, there's a zipper there. I never knew that. Interesting. Okay. I've always been aware you can get up there. I haven't really tried it, and especially I didn't try taking it that tight. So that's interesting. Nice. Okay. All right. And that's a shroomless maneuver you can do as well. I'm just thinking now, like, not only if you if you trap the ramp, but if you trap the landing clean on the ledge there, oh, that would be so brutal. Or even like having a giant fib on where that zipper is when you go off the hut. That would be pretty brutal too as well, at least for online play with that in mind. Okay, so it seems like there's no major shortcut at all on this track apart from just going in the hut like that, so that's interesting. Yeah, and obviously Flame Runner makes a lot of sense here. Nothing that, you know, it can't do that the Mach Bike otherwise could do on its own. Because as we've been seeing, certain tracks, Daisy may be a little bit easier for certain parts of the track, but Funky Kong Flame Runner, old trusty reliable here, can do almost everything within reason. So yeah, overall, really nice run on Flying Kingdom. Forest Creek, this is by Doge. This is actually one of my favorite CTs, believe it or not, of all things. But I just like anything with trees and nature. Again, my bias for Maple Treeway, obviously, but anything this theming has a A+ by me. And it's always pretty fun to play. Nothing, you know, really challenging on this track. No, a couple of drifting tricks here and there, but nothing really complicated. I am aware of these little different weird tricks on the side of the wooden little slope over there. But yeah, I think this is probably close to maxed out. I could be misremembering. Wasn't Wasn't the spear used here for a record? Or maybe it was a task. I think someone at least made a task of this CT. I don't know if it uses spear or not. I'm not too sure. But additionally, in any event, if you notice here, like, he's getting literally like instant tricks on the little wooden logs there. I may butcher the explanation, but it's just the type of ramp that is, where you can get like an instant trick there. It's not like where you go off and you're going to get a lot of airtime, as an example. So I'm 99% positive that that's the reason why they get that instant trick in the landing, without needing to do like a hop or anything like that. Compared to a ramp like that, where you drift on it, get a lower trick, but this is like an instant trick like that, which is really fun to do. There's like, what, 3 ramps there in succession, so it's a lot of fun to play this track for sure. But yeah, I remember the first time I saw that you can actually trick on the side of the slope here. I'm like, wow, that's really interesting, because again, there's no sign or indication to know that you can actually do it. When you find little hidden gems like that when you're racing the track, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, overall, that's a very strong Forest Creek run. I believe this is Fort Francis. This is by Andre, and I love this track. I have so much bias though, because obviously for those that may have played some Super Paper Mario in your past, this is literally from the Francis chapter in the game. So I just cannot believe how accurate they like made this into a reality, just from the concept of the chapter and everything. The theming is top tier, and it looks like you're literally within SPM, like you're in 3D mode and you just happen to be a little, Mario Kart Simulator for one of the levels, Hilarious. Yeah, I'm curious to see what's the actual fastest strats here. So what? Hello? I didn't know about that. Okay, I thought this picked up something new. Okay, so I only got a chance to play this maybe once or twice. At least we did it in the Old Cup CDGP tour just recently, and I at least, the little ramp at the end there is obvious that that's over there, but I was curious to see if there's anything else that is like a TT exclusive strategy, or just a faster strategy that I did not see as of yet. So I did not see that in my first playthrough. What also was clever, if you see, they put little shrooms on the wall to show if something requires a shroom or not. It's actually really cool. So that's awesome. So if you see what they're doing there, they're doing a wheelie off the slope without a trick, and then you're landing on the railing, and then you're doing a trick off the railing that you land on. So that's really cool. That's epic. I just still cannot believe how brilliantly executed this track is. Also, I had not seen this part yet. This is gonna be interesting. Let's see. Is this only available on lap 3? I'm not too sure. But again, from that cut, there's a down arrow for the route. So routes are very clear. Shroom spots are very clear. Theming is charming and on point as ever. So this is a wonderful track. Awesome ending. Dude, these CT endings, I swear, are some of the most comical, awesome things that I'm seeing right now. So that was a brilliant run on an awesome track. Frantic Fun Yard. I have not seen this. Great. Have we seen this? Or no? No, yes. Okay. We have played this in the All Cup tour. I'm like, is this a new addition since we played the series? But yeah, I forgot that the beginning actually starts out this way. This track is sick. Whoa. See, I did not know that. So it was my impression when I played through this for the very first time in the series that there's probably going to be an amazing amount of different strategies that I have no idea about, just from how this track was made. So this is going to be a real treat here. I'm really curious to see what other strategies are in store. Also, the whole RC cart being there is hilarious, dude. Like, huh? Hello? What did we just watch? Dude, I am discovering like 15 million parts of the track I didn't know was there yet. Oh, that's really clever. All right, so I remember when I played this track that ramp ending was so sketch, and what saved me in the race was a shock happening so I can turn back around. But it looks like he drifted on the farthest part of the non-zipper part of the terrain, hit the very right part of the zipper, and land tighter on the road. Very clever gameplay. That's awesome. Dude, these falling apples are so hilarious. Oh my gosh, dude. This track reminds me of partially, I think it's called, it's not Fungal Forest. It's the forest level in Donkey Kong 64. A little part of this reminds me of that. Shout out to any of you that like DK64, because I feel like everyone roasts that game, but I love that game personally. Anyway, this track is awesome. I would definitely TT this and get a good time on it. I like this track a lot. So a lot of really cool strats here, and overall that is a really sick run. Fungal Jungle, we have this by Jake here. I love this track personally. I TT'd this for a little bit when it first came out. I'm curious to see what's the fastest strategies on this track. I thought parts of the last track, I think it was called Fungi Forest, I think, from DK64. I was just thinking about that on a loading in between last track and this track. Anyway, this really reminds me too of that level from that game actually. In any event, I believe I don't know if it's just like an online strategy, but I think like you go backwards here and you cut off like the whole U-turn here. I don't know if that was patched out or not. I think that was years ago. You guys let me know in the comments if that's still a thing or not, or if I'm misremembering things. But this looks like it's the same strats I'm aware of, but for comparison's sake, my PB is like 8 seconds lower. But again, I did it several years ago. If you notice too, Jake is landing on the very rim of the mushroom, and he's just having just pristine placement and having lower airtime overall, doing the drifting tricks. All right, I have enough time to explain here. So going off a ramp, most of the time on a zipper ramp, if you do a drift, like hold out your drift, it's called a drift trick, you're getting lower airtime and thus saving time. So if you see people randomly drifting on like all these different ramps and zippers and such, and it's like, wow, why in the world are they doing that for? Well, that is why. So both delaying your trick, so delaying your input to get lower airtime, and doing a drifting trick on top of that are two ways to get lower airtime and save time in most instances. But yeah, one thing I will say is the line of the grass and the road here is very deceiving. Where you can really easily hit a small part of the grass and get a lot of slowdown. So it's very specific here, but this record is brilliant. From having TT'd it a little bit myself, that is an awesome run. This is Garden of Dreams. This is by Ham, and I also love this track. So I think this is one of the more recent additions to CTGP within the past year or 2 years, maybe. It could be way longer, it could be way shorter. I don't know. Feels like it's been more a recent addition, I think. But yeah, like just the texturing, the theming, like this is a true visual spectacle for sure. And the strats on here are a lot of fun. So let's see if there's anything else that I don't know. So I figured that was going to be the shroom spot, but I think there's something shroomless at the end you can do, I think. Unless it's just the ending for lap 3 with a shroom or something like that. I'm curious to see. Because there's a little part at the end here where you can cut it off. Okay, nothing happens there. Okay, so if you notice at the end there's a little gap in the fence on both sides right by the finish line. And I think if you do a main turbo wheelie, there's like a little small lip and you get some air time on that. And it can do a shroom when you land. But clearly not anywhere near fast enough compared to the actual shroom strat here. So get a trick off of here, do a wheelie, do the shroom, and hold out your shroom boost until the very end of the grass there, and transition, go right back to the road. So I definitely explained, I think it was Luigi's Mansion, where, you know, there's different types of boosts you get in this game, and try and maximize all of them if at all possible.
pretty much if you can do anything to stay at a higher rate of speed for a longest amount of time on the track, it's going to be much preferred, obviously. So yeah, that's why like you may like shroom pretty early relative to where, you know, the shortcut actually is for a track as an example. But that's making sure you're being at you know, base speed for as low amount of as possible. And have the shroom boost last long enough to where you can get right back to the road, use your MT, and get back to full speed right away. So this is a pretty textbook 3 for 3 Garden of Dreams run here. Really clean. Really clever load tricks here inside the cave as well. And especially trying to align yourself for the following straight here at the very end. So yeah, overall, a really clean track. Awesome run here. And yeah, job well done. We got the retros now, GBA Boo Lake, and this is by Luke. And this version of the track is pretty interesting. I actually like how this version plays. So as I've been saying for a lot of these, I'm curious to see what a time trial looks like with the strats on this. I think there's a shortcut at the middle, but I don't know if it's shroomless or not. Oh. Okay. That's pretty neat. I did not know about that part of the track, so that's cool, first off. Is it shroomless here? Is it with the shroom? I forget. Let's see. It's right over here. Oh, okay. You need a shroom. So if you notice again, it's that use of the TF input, so kind of rocking back and forth afterward to kind of get a little bit of lip of air off of that. And to land that narrow platform of an ending there, so it looks a little bit scraggly there, but you can definitely make that work clearly, you know? Yeah, I believe this track has several versions, and several of those versions are actually really good. So I believe Retro Rewind has a different version of this track, if my memory serves me right, but still, multiple versions of this track are wonderful. And, you know, no matter which custom track distribution you may be playing, there are multiple great versions of a good variety of tracks. So sometimes people like just to reimagine, you know, different parts of the track and, you know, Mario Kart Wii-ify it, if you will. Or sometimes people prefer to be extremely exact and faithful to the original design of the track, which you can appreciate both of those, obviously. And I think Nintendo themselves have done a little bit of both, especially when they've put retros and, you know, the past however many Mario Kart games that they've been doing that for. Also, that was weird. I guess he just messed up the landing. I guess it looks like his drift just didn't come out or something. Like he did a spin drift onto the ledge, but then it just went weird for some reason. I'm assuming his drift input went wrong there, if I had to speculate anything. But still, I especially like this part of the track. It's just a nice contrast from how the rest of the track feels. So yeah, all in all, great run and nice work. This should be GBA Bowser Castle 1. This is, I assume, by a Bat Cake. And this version is 3 laps. There are other versions that are 5 laps to my memory. And the ending is a lot of fun for all the bumper tricks. So that shroom spot does not surprise me at all, because that's awkward without using the shroom. So what happens here? Oh, interesting. You go for a low into that. You don't even go for a trick. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So if you notice, on that little ledge on laps 2 and 3 when we're back there, there's a little yellow strip there as well, which you can trick on. But just drifting off it is faster. Let's look at this again. Whoa. Oh, that's so interesting. Well, all right, that strat makes a lot more sense, because you're just landing and aligning your alignment there much better. And I would only assume that the airtime from that little bumper trick is just not ideal whatsoever. But I just cannot believe you're actually getting the load trick onto the ledge. I did not know that was possible. Like, that was an awesome run. Like, I gotta watch that back at least one lap one more time, because I'm just perplexed. I did not know you could get a load trick onto the railing. Unless that's just like a version specific thing or something. I don't know. But again, it's just so clever that you're just avoiding the actual yellow bumper and you're just drifting off the actual ledge. Look at this again. Let's see. Yeah, that's so clever because you land really early and you get your alignment much easier. Wow. That's brilliant. I just had to look at that part one more time. What an awesome run. Of course, after GBA Bowser Castle 1, we have to have GBA Bowser Castle 2. And this is by Brody, I believe, from what I saw. Yes. Okay, very good. So, I do not know the shroom spot on this track. So let's see what happens here. Will it be canceling a wheelie? Is it to cut off a part of the track? I do not know. So I'm here to learn along with all of you guys here that may not be as informed. So nice low tricks here. Let's see what we're going to do here. Nice on the ledge. Ooh, interesting. So is curious to see how both on BC1 and BC2 they do not opt for the trick at the top of the ledge. It has to be a good amount slower, I would think. That makes sense for a shroom spot. Sometimes on some tracks, if you're not cutting a large portion off or any other jank strategy, sometimes just using a mushroom to either help with recanceling a wheelie or just to maneuver an S-bend, where it was like the most narrow S-bend of all time for BC1, but even still, that was the most ideal shroom spot on that last track. But yes, if you guys see here, so to do a low trick like that, you have to hop and then trick. So the hop button on your controller, then trick. It's very easy to mess those up and lose an astronomical amount of time by missing those. And just missing one can lose a good amount, let alone, you know, 5 or 6. Like there's at least what, like 6 or 7 a lap here. So that can really add up pretty quick. And especially because on this, like you're hitting the track almost right away. So I assume if you do it way too early, then you'll probably fall off the little gap. Oh, that didn't go as well this lap. Okay, I guess a little bit of room for time save here, but still, those bumper tricks, they can get mistimed. What happened? Hello? Whoa! Wow. Well, still, props first off, Birdie. Second off, I'm not surprised that's still the record because please believe me, like I do not know why, but timing the bumper low tricks on these GBA Bowser Castle tracks, just for some reason they don't go well half the time, at least when I try them. So I'm being honest, like if you miss at least 2 or 3 of those, like the dead air you get, it adds up pretty quick. So the first 2 laps are super crispy in this run, and honestly the first half of lap 3 was really good. It was just the unfortunate fails there at the end of lap 3, but even so, this was a really awesome run. GBA Bowser Castle 4, this time is by Matt, and I just feel like the evolutions of not only the tracks but the mini maps, man, between all these tracks, BC1, BC2, and now BC4, like it just extrapolates and expands. It's crazy. So yeah, this track is ginormous, and this is definitely one case where this should really be only 2 laps and not 3 laps. I believe Retro Rewind fixes that issue. I believe this track in that pack is only 2 laps, because this can be like over 4 minutes in an online race to my memory. So pretty long-winded, not gonna lie. Again, a lot of the same with these different bumper tricks here. A lot of different cornering maneuvers here. What are those called? Mecha Koopas, I believe, from the original Super Mario World game. It's one of my favorite games too. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, I'll say at least like online races, they really deliver in on this track, because a lot of shocks can happen just based on how long this track is. And a lot of funny moments have happened for me whenever I've raced this track anyway. If you notice here too, I mean, it's kind of small stuff, but maybe not obvious to someone that's maybe hasn't played this game before. Like at that last section there where there's multiple different spots of the firing pillars coming out, Matt purposely held his drift slightly just to align himself where he's in one straight wheelie, one straight path, and not having to hop around all the different little fire grates that are there. Again, maintaining max speed as long as possible, not breaking your wheelie if you don't have to. Whoa, that low trick is insane. What? I did not know you could do that. What in the world has happened?
That definitely didn't happen on lap 1. Hello? What? Interesting.
I wonder if it combines a zipper trick and the bumper trick there. It would have to, because it's a flip trick, right? I think so. Also, another underrated thing. So they're using the mushroom there again to break the wheelie chain just to be back at, you know, max speed. So he's getting his wheelie out near the last couple of frames of shroom boost. And as long as you're within your wheelie, by the time the shroom boost ends, you're back at max speed. So that's another clever way of just trying to be at max speed as much as possible. But yeah, this part always felt a little bit awkward to me, not gonna lie. What do you guys think, those that played this track before? Like, that part there is pretty awkward where you're just hopping around several times, but does it do it here? Let's see. Whoa! Oh, that's so cool. Wow, that's an awesome little trick. I want to try that when I TT this track. Oh, that's epic. It looks like there's 2 strips of zippers and a yellow bumper. I think he's hopping after the first one and landing at the top and getting like a propelled diving trick down. So that was an awesome run. Well done. GBA Broken Pier. I am a big fan of this version of this track. Just look at the background. There's all around the track. Like the visuals are absolutely insane. Also, what in the world did I just see? What? What even was that? Hello? Oh, I hope that happens again on laps 2 and 3. I did not know you could do that. It's just so clever too how they can like make the track where the actual path becomes visible the closer you are to it. Like that's just so cool. Like, it just fits the theming of this to a T for sure. Yeah, man, like this version is so cool. Right on top of the railing, trade textbook stuff. So what happens here? Do you do this again? Let's see. Wow, you see, I never knew you could actually cut off that entire like gap there with that trick specifically. That's really cool. That's awesome. Wow. Okay. And dude, it's just small details like that too, where it has a little the little boo on the ground before the pathway forms. That's just so cool, man. That is awesome. I believe the majority of the GBA tracks that are within CTGP are Chaos Shadow's version. So shout out to Shadow. He made wonderful CTs in this game over the years, especially the retros that he made too. So job well done. That I can't get over that strat. That strat is really cool. But yeah, theming is on point. The way this track plays, watching this now, makes a lot more sense to me. Oh, a Miss MT, interesting. Okay, all right. So still a little bit of room for improvement here, but still overall pretty solid run here. I wonder though, like, can you not cut off something there, like in between that gap on the right hand side? I don't know. Whoa, that was really a low trick. What in the world happened? What? Wait, hold on. Did I do that on last one? Well, all right, to be fair, that's probably risky to do, because if you notice, like, he fell down right after getting on the railing, but that was clearly a way faster trick to do that compared to last 1 and 2. But even still, overall, really sick run. GBA Cheat Sheep Island. This is by Luke. I was about to say I'm curious. I was surprised that it's not Spear, but no, the Spear could not be the strat on this track. No way. Especially for the second part of the track. Maybe for the first half, sure, but the second part, no way. As you guys are going to see shortly. I'm wondering what the shroom strat is, because I think you can't do the full shortcut with 1 mushroom. Unless I'm as bad as the skill issue that I have. Let's see. Oh! Big brain plays. I never even thought to do that, man. Bro. I never thought of that. I never thought to do that. Just look closely in laps 2 and 3, because by the shroom to enter that dirt patch, there's a trick yellow bumper there. Just ignore it, man. Just hop over the gap, then use your shroom. That makes that part a million times easier, dude. Like, oh my god, it's just always so amusing the strats you make yourself and then what's actually the right way to do it. Like, dang, that's also, if you notice there too. So Luke is at full speed and then he's actually doing a hop without a trick, because you're already at max speed with the shroom, and I don't think a trick would really do much of anything there for you. If anything, it might make hanging that zipper at the end a bit more complicated to exit that part the right way. Again, that's really impressive, man. Like, he's getting very close to the wall on the exit there. But of course, Luke makes it look effortless, as he does with any track that he plays. So really awesome gameplay here. So I'm just, man, I've been living under a rock for so many years as far as how to play this track, and especially this shroom strat here. Again, let's just see. Hop. Dang, man. Wow. Dude. Props, dude. Like, I was not aware of that strat at all, of how to do that part with the shrooms. So overall, really awesome run. GBA Cheeseland. This is by Zilla and our first Magic Cruiser world record. So let's see what we got cooking here. So for those that are uninformed, Magic Cruiser is most often used on a track like Sherbet Land as an example, with the tremendous off-road bonus that it has. And just look at that, just drifting through all the off-road here. Like, it's just so free. It's just so free. Look at that. Wow. Incredible. I am really curious to know, what is the fastest time on this track with the Flame Runner compared to Magi? I was expecting, even just watching one lap right now with how much it cuts off, I think it's probably slower to Magi by 6 seconds. That's my guess. I would think Magi gains an easy 2 seconds or more per one lap compared to Flame Runner here, based on all the off-road turns it can do. Like, just look at how free that is, especially on these two turns alone. Like, look at this, man. And then just landing here shroomless, just going over like that. Dude, that is tremendous. Wow. That's great. That's awesome. Also, Zilla may have a couple more records, I think, from what I remember. So we'll probably see more Zilla later on. But yeah, this is just like, you know, Sherbet Land, but instead it's just on all the cheese. So yeah, theming on here is on point, and this you know, theming in the background too just reminds me of Paper Mario 64 from Chapter 2. If you know, you know, just with theming in these older retro games. This is gonna be like a off the riff, you know, podcast me in the way. This is like 9 hours, guys. How much Mario Kart can I actually talk about? I'm gonna try. But yeah, I love retro games. It's kind of just my bread and butter since I was young, and even now, being the ripe old age of 30. So yeah, theming is on point. This record is great. Abusing Magic Cruiser strats here. Compared to ice physics on Sherbet Land, we're abusing the cheese on Cheeseland. So overall, this is a really awesome run. GBA Lakeside Park, and Hint is back up the bat here. So let's see what happens here. So I assume the shroom is used on a... Okay, well, just let me complete my sentence first. So there is the obvious shortcut at the end that is shroomless. But what I was gonna say is definitely one of these grass patches has to be the shroom spot. So yeah, if anyone knows playing this track online, if you know how to do the ending cut, you're gonna win every single time. Or if you're playing in a lobby that some people know how to do it, you will still be one of the top racers on this track. Huh? Oh, no way. I never knew you could do that. I didn't know there was a wall there. Oh my god, that makes it so much easier. Oh my god. Dude. Oh, I've made my life so much harder than it has to be when I play this track. Well, to be fair though, like, that's a very risky strat. Like, if you're in online and a shock happens, you are toast, my dude. But if that doesn't happen, then I mean, you could probably fall out of bounds if you fall off the ledge there. But that just makes it where the turn into the cut is way easier. that angle is much more ideal. Let's look at this again. Let's see. Dang, wow. If you notice too, so he's generating the MT and doing a wheelie and hopping as late as possible when they're still at max speed without hitting the grass, to have that momentum go into the grass and still be at drifting speed onto the ramp and getting the trick. You can hit that ramp, but you're not going to make the gap every time if you're not fast enough. It's not an actual zipper like boost, it's just a ramp that's there. So you need that momentum a little bit to pass you over the gap. So you can, I've done it plenty of times where I will go on the ramp, but not have enough speed and I don't make it across the gap. So it's pretty involved for what you're doing at the end here, but Hints is a professional obviously and makes it look easy every time. Look at that. At max speed landing on the ramp itself even, so wow. That's an overall really clean run. Well done. GBA Luigi circuit, we got it by Missy. Another Toadette Magi run. Let's go. And for this track, it makes a lot of sense too. So especially the ending of this track. Because at the end, you can probably gain at least what? 2 seconds or so over Flame Runner just at the very end. So yeah. I mean, look at this. Oh, doing that shroomless. Interesting. Okay. Wait, where are they going to shroom? At the chain chomp anyway? I'm curious. It looks like it, yeah. I mean, where else are you going to use it? Let's see. Oh, well, there, I guess. Okay. All right, I guess that makes more sense. So, if you notice there, like, the time spent from off-road to main road is less of a distance behind the chain chomp than it is where the shroom was used. So if I were to speculate, that's why they use a shroom there and not behind the chain chomp. But even so though, like I just think it's so much fun just using a vehicle that can just drive through the off-road like that. Like in the end, like the Magi is still gonna be faster on the main road compared to ever being in the off-road, but it's just the fact that you can race really fast relative to its base speed in the off-road that makes it really useful. So man, just abusing the off-road like that is just so satisfying just to see how you can race it that fast. If you can tell as well, obviously they're doing just that one little zipper there, getting that entire boost, taking that turn very sharp as well. Very clever gameplay here. And it's still worth it enough to actually go for that ramp instead of going around that small little part. And doing some nice precise cornering here. Overall, really impressive. Yeah, so again, anyone that's been in Magic Cruiser Online playing this track always destroys. It's always the #1 gamer here on this track. So overall, this is a really sick run. Well done.
GBA Mario Circuit, it's a brand new day for me. Another wardrobe change. This is like a little vlog now in a way. Oh my gosh. In any event, GBA Mario Circuit, Casey is up the bat here, and I have loved pretty much all versions of this track. That turn in particular is the hardest turn for me whenever I play in online or doing a little bit of time trial for this track. Actually, it's one of the few that I've actually dabbled with a little bit. This track plays really well. Nice little corner cut over there using your MT to repel over the little sliver of off-road there. So clever little trick you can employ right over there. And yeah, like this trick is really finicky because you have to really start turning a lot earlier than you think. Start drifting rather after that zipper trick, because if you turn a little bit later and just if your bike kind of contorts a weird way, then you can't take it sharp enough to hit that zipper right before the actual flip trick. So that can lose a lot of time, but yeah, this is a really clean run so far. What you're gonna see at the end here is the fastest way to end the time trial is just in the grass right next to the finish line. Oh, a little sand hit over there, I see. Okay, interesting. So from what I remember, Vincent was also streaming this a little while ago. It was about for like a 121 here, and now it's even lower than that. So this is a really clean run here overall. I really enjoy this track. Nice, simple, and to the point. So that was an excellent run. GBA Peach Circuit, and we have Casey up the bat once more. So Casey is getting the work here on the GBAs here. Oh, interesting. You see, I've really wondered what the shroom strat was on this track, because everything looked mostly the same, like small grass cuts in every couple of turns here. So, and wow, you see, all right, that drop chain started to put Casey on blast here. That's pretty uncharacteristic for Casey there. Casey normally is very good at chain wheelies, but even still, sorry, man. Anyway, yeah, I have played different versions of this track at this point. This version is not bad. Just pretty much simple to the point. Yeah, so just watching this here, you know, I'm trying to think why could we not use the spear here, but I think it's probably for the first turn. I would suspect right at the very start there, just from how sharp that is. Other than that, I mean, nothing is really all that bad where the spear couldn't really be fast, in my opinion. I don't know, but in any event, you see, like, look at this. There are a good amount of long straights, but even then, they're like, I don't know how the spear couldn't do that. Sure, it might be a little bit wider, but even still. CT players out there, let me know. Has anyone tried the spear for time trial on this track? Am I greatly overlooking something or what? Because this is still a fair amount of straights, at least in my eyes here. So I feel like the spear could probably contend here, or at least somewhat close, you know. But yeah, overall, pretty textbook Peach Circuit run, I would say. So nice work as always. GBA Rainbow Road, this is by Ace. Let's go. Let's see what Ace has cooking for us here on this track. I love this track, and there are a lot of great versions of this track for Mario Kart Wii and other distributions. So sure, everyone has their preference, but yeah, I really enjoy many different versions of this track. Also, if you notice there, Ace was actually like inside the road, so when you're kind of like almost running perpendicular to the road, if you just I'm gonna butcher the explanation, but you're probably just very slightly uneven, but you're not actually falling off, so you're clipping slightly into the road there. There are other tracks where that can happen as well. And so when you try and hop, it's almost like a little bit of a short hop from that, and as opposed to being completely flat on top of the terrain. But even still, it looks really cool. This shroom strategy, we completely glossed over that as well. But if you notice there, Ace is shrooming right before the yellow ramp there, and really exaggerating, cutting off much of that gap. And I would suspect probably after a point is probably the out of bounds fall boundary. So he's probably playing that really close. So training professional here, Ace, on the Mario Kart Wii Time Trial Street. So very good run here so far. Also, on a couple of versions of this track, like that, boom, perfect example. So on most versions of this track, on those ramps, you can get a really low jump like that, which is really cool. Obviously saves a lot of time. And even so, oh, that went a little bit sketch, but he still pulled it off. Nice. If you notice here too, he's pretty much drifting like at the smallest part where the corners are meeting. If I were to suspect, like at that, because it kind of slopes off slightly on the ramp, so it probably actually gives you just like a little bit lower air time, I would suspect, just based on how the ramp is actually curved. Different properties of ramps can act a little bit weird here and there in the game. So yeah, overall, this is a fantastic run here by Ace. Probably could be improved a little bit more, but that was a really clean run as it is, so nice work. GBA Ribbon Road now. This is by Ace once more. Let's go. And I also really do enjoy this track as well. I'm curious to see what the fastest strategies are. I know in the middle, you can do some different cuts with the ramps. So I assume the shroom would still be used at the end, right before the line, to cut off in a little archway, right before the finish line. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, so that part is always a little bit sketch. Also, when I first saw you can actually do this, I like completely lost it. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that was actually there in the track. So yeah, also another case in point where being like trapped a little bit inside the road there looks really finicky and cool. So that's great. And yeah, that shroom strategy makes total sense to me watching this back. Because if you look like this turn here, and then not this gentle curve, but the following turn, just wait. So after this, here, like you could probably shroom at both of those and maybe save a little bit of time, but still not as fast as streaming at the end over there. Even still, I don't really talk about it a lot with like videos on the channel. It's kind of a bit of an underplayed part of the game at this point, but still, this game does log the fastest lap performed for a track. I believe it's the last Mario Kart that actually would log it on your top chart for your personal time trial. So performing fast laps is actually really useful for game knowledge because it shows you different parts of the track where you can use mushrooms to save more time, and it translates directly to online racing. Obviously, there's maybe some exclusive strategies that could be used with a golden as an example for cutting a longer bit of terrain, but still, knowing general shroom spots for any track just for backups or anything else is really useful. So fast laps have their utility for learning more of the track in general and performing well online. So in any event, this was a really sick run. Nicely done. GBA Riverside Park. We have Luke back up here, ready to race some TTs here. So let's see what you got on this one. Let's see. Do I know what the shroom strat is on this track? Is it this, I'm assuming? Let's see. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh my god, dude. Mind blown again, dude. Oh, that ramp always messes me up, man. I probably said this 2 or 3 times in this long reaction so far, but I'm going to say it again, man. It's wait, that's a trick. Hello. All right, we're gonna deal with that lap 2. Anyway, it's just really clever, really funny to see what you think is the fastest strat and a point of where you have difficulty creating a strat, and then you watch what's actually the fastest way, and it's completely mind blown. Like, dude, well, does he miss a trick here lap 2? I'm really curious. What even happens here? Wow, so he has the record missing a complete flip trick? Are you kidding? Wow. Dang. Well, you can definitely save a good chunk of time then here, but looks like everything else was performed really well. Yeah, because if you see there on the little wooden ramp thing, there's a little yellow bumper there. Trust me, I have had many points for an online racing specifically. I've had mushrooms and I've failed that horrendously, and the recovery is trash. So the more you know, right? Wow, that's crazy. What an awesome run. This is now Sky Garden, and this is also by Luke. So I've been doing some online time trial recently, and you hold the MT for the alignment. Interesting. Okay. Dude, that's so free. Why have I been overcomplicating that part the entire time? So, in case you guys haven't seen it so far, the return of online time trial to the channel finally is here. So, we are doing a series on online time trial online on Retro Rewind, getting 30,000 VR online in online TT mode. So, I cannot wait for it. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be online time trial forever, pretty much. So I really missed that game mode, and I'm really happy to be playing it again. And a part of Retro Rewind is it has all the amazing retro tracks and the original 32 that are within Mario Kart Wii. So now I'm gonna be learning these different custom track strats and everything. And so this one I was doing a little bit better on in the first couple of races I've done. And really clever load tricks you can do here. Originally, I wasn't holding on my MT for the alignment here, and it's really I'm really happy to see that you can do these load tricks to save more time, and just showing that sometimes purposely hopping to lose a little bit of time to gain time with a much lower trick is obviously worth it. So yeah, this looks pretty textbook to me. Hit a little bit of the cloud there. Really clean run. But yeah, also the cloud cut here can be pretty treacherous. That's all I'm gonna say. If you watched the newest video recently, you might know what I'm talking about. I might overlay a clip right here. But trust, in like a month or so, I'm going to be getting first in all these fellas. Joke's on me! First, more like last, idiot! But yes, online time trial returning very soon, and overall, that was an awesome Sky Garden run. GBA Snowland, we have Jake back here with the records, so let's see what we got cooking here. I have no idea what's fastest on this track, so this is going to be a complete blind reaction for me. So I was going up here is actually faster. I was wondering about that. Dude. See, I just didn't even know you could do that, man. All right, well, the more you know. Wow, okay. So this part of the end will always trip me up. I've definitely fallen off in that ice gap more than once, so. Wow, I see. I never noticed. I never saw you could go up on that ledge over there. So that's pretty neat. Okay, okay. All right. Let's check this out again. On the zippers, dude. And if you notice there again, it's the whole rocking TF input thing. Sorry, arm, this. Yes, the whole rocking thing. Sorry. Whole camera orientation. Anyway, yeah, but dude, that turn, fellas, I'm telling you, the little cracks there, man. I have had some not great moments. Points of rage when playing this track on that one turn. But anyway, as I'm saying, of all these runs, pretty clean, but still, you're barely landing on that. If I were to guess, you could probably trick on the wooden part you're flying off of, but it's probably a little bit slower. Probably a little bit faster just to go with no trick, and you're barely landing on the top where the snow top is over there. So really precise maneuvers here, really impressive overall. So fantastic gameplay, what a great record. GBA Sunset Wilds, what a legendary track this is. Emil is back up to bat here. Let's see what you got, man. Daisy Mach Bike is back in full force here. As I mentioned with a couple of different tracks now, there are a lot of good versions of many custom tracks and different distributions, and I've always enjoyed this version too. But those little footprint carve out things, I could just never ever get the tricks on there properly at all. So but I like this cut though. It's interesting. You see, I never knew you could actually like clip on the block there, because you can pretty much do that cut shrimless if you hop into the road and do a drift to the ramp. But I actually didn't know you can like clip off the block and get lower air. That's really interesting. Also, it might be hard to pick up on, but Emil's hopping over this little brown bumper things in front of the zippers there. Very precise. If you miss time that, you're getting airtime and you're raging. So very precise maneuvers here as always. Let's watch this again. Yeah, like you're going at low speed into the ramp, and the bumper ramp is not like it's pushing you to like a long propelled boost. It's just a very short amount of air that you're getting, and you're falling down pretty quickly. So you're being pretty clever about trying to clip back onto the block and, you know, reducing airtime and just driving fast things. Again, using your MT to propel yourself over parts of the track to do a little bit small little cuts there. Very clever gameplay. Let's watch this again. You're just doing a slight little trick and you're going right over the block. Very clever. Nice shroom spot. Hey man, that looks pretty good to me, so nice run. On to the GCNs. We have a classic Baby Park, and this is by Arjun, and Arjun is a fantastic wheel-wheeler. And you would think, man, of such a, talk about precision and just basics, 2 turns for 7 laps, and the wheel ends up being the record here, just for extreme precision. This is very impressive, man. Like, Arjun has been playing for a long time now, and he got a really good time on Sherberland to my memory years ago. And I believe he's done some more custom tracks in recent years. But yeah, like, if we notice here, I believe there's a short little chain wheelie before each turn if you're not shrooming. Let's see. Yeah. So you see how like the speedometer went down to 92? That's a perfect chain wheelie for the Mach Bike.
So every frame lower than that, you're losing a little bit of time. And obviously with there's two turns here, so every little time save is going to be helping you a lot. So and that the turns here are deceiving. Like, you think you're taking a 2 type, but then you actually end up going to 2 wide or vice versa and you mess up. But overall, what a precise run. Again, I have to say, like, that's really impressive, because the wheel, if you don't know, most people just use the this without the actual wheel thing. Most players do. But still though, like, any little movement of this, you're gonna be turning in your wheelie. So again, like, it's one thing if you're having some like a little bit of variety in the track, but like, you're trying to be as precise as possible on this. So I gotta give my props here, because this has always been really impressive. That Origin has held this for a long time, so really a job well done. GCN Bowser Castle by Luke. I am, of course, very familiar with this track. This is one of my favorite tracks of any Mario Kart, especially for Double Dash. And fun fact, I am actually the staff ghost for this track within CTGP. So yeah, so I obviously know this track, but still, new strats here are aplenty compared to what I did for the staff ghost on this track, like that little rail hop there a couple of turns ago. Of course, Luke is back here to proclaim his prowess and his dominance once more on more of the Bowser Castle. So he's a Bowser Castle enthusiast for sure. So let's see what's going to be the fastest strats now, because I did the staff ghost, but not the fastest overall run. So my staff ghost is 5 seconds behind this. Also, kind of little fun fact, so when you hop early there for a little cut and try and hop off the or drive off the little ledge there, the earlier you hop and you start turning, you can take the recovery a lot tighter as well. If you start that drift a little bit late, the recovery ends up being a little bit more scraggly. So as an FYI for the fellas out there trying to beat the staff ghost. But yeah, that hop on the railing lap 1 was really insane for sure. And older versions of this track, those double zippers there, if you try doing a hop on it, it was just really weird. And also the pinwheel rotating fire in that room is also really like frustrating, because the hitbox is very tricky, number 1. And number 2, since it's just rotating around, like, you can think that your spacing is good, but then you just end up hitting it. So yeah, like, you see how exaggerated that turn is there? Like, when you hop early like that, it helps a lot with that. If you can see here, he's actually intentionally not tricking there, because right when you're landing, you're already going to be shrooming in the dirt. So you're going to be saving time by doing that as well. And even still, like, doing this one small rehop here is not the end of the world. It's not like you're like rehopping like really early on. So yeah, so when you hop here, and he's also doing a delayed trick on top of that, which is also really useful, saving more time that way. On certain paces, like that room is really brutal. Like, you'll be completely pace locked if you're at a certain pace on this track. So when I was actually creating the staff ghost, I had a little bit of issue to not have like a pace lock with the ghost I was trying to make, doing different shroom strats and whatnot, but eventually it worked out. But yeah, this version is great. That turn definitely went really well better on laps 2 and 3 compared to lap 1. But yeah, overall, this run is sick. So I'm biased, of course, but this was a fantastic run. Nice job, Luke. GCN Daisy Cruiser. This is by Glaive again. I believe Glaive has had a couple of records now so far, and what we've been watching here this entire session. Again, if you guys have made it this far so far, make sure you're subbed. A little cheeky little thumbs up would go a long way for sure. This is going to be the longest video I ever make in my life. Like, I'm predicting this is going to be at least 8 hours of a video, possibly 9. It could be more for all I know. It's going to take me more than double that to record it, and then even more to like edit it all down and everything else. So yeah, if you're enjoying this monster of a video, definitely support for sure.
I also didn't know you can actually trick really early right before the pool section there. I actually didn't know that. I thought you could trick right beforehand, but you can trick a lot early on. Also, those moving tables are always so funny. They always kind of trip me up, especially in online races for sure. But yeah, Shroom Strat, that makes pretty good sense to me. This is an awkward spot where you're trying to rechain, transitioning to a different part of the track. But yeah, like at that first ledge, you can do a trick and a second trick into the pool. So pretty good strategy here. That middle table is going at max speed. Was there like a waiter just underneath it trying to push it, try to get the next people at the end of the room? Like, what the heck? Max speed table, man. I don't know. That was hilarious. Anyway, great run. Dino Jungle, a classic. This is by Eli. Eli's back. See what you got here, fella. And yeah, the ending cut here always trips me up. I wonder what their approach is to it. Also, this part, what did it do here? Wow, interesting. Because I never knew what to do with that little weird, wacky S bend there. That if I can't even talk anymore. If it's just one part of the track, that part trips me up the most. The little S curve there. So what do you do here? Wow, you got really close there. That's crazy. Dang. So there are more than one strategy you can do on that. You can do like a little MT boost into it to try to guarantee you get enough airtime over the gate over there. But obviously that's the fastest thing to do, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, that's pretty much faithful to how like that part and Double Dash was. But I almost feel like that can just be made just a little bit more conducive to like the mechanics of the game. Because that part of the track just feels so awkward. Like, you're doing this shallow MT, and then there's one weird wheelie that doesn't feed into the next one properly. I don't know. Like, watch this. You do a rehop here, one MT, and it doesn't fully connect into the path. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too nitpicky, but I feel like just that can be improved just slightly, just to make it just feel a bit more just natural for the flow of gameplay. This whole track is incredible, of course, but even still, like really precise hop cuts there, really impressive overall. And I definitely picked up some newer strategies here for my own gameplay. GCN Luigi Circuit by Burger King. All right, let's go. Big old BK, let's go. Let's see what you got here, man. I've enjoyed the little tricks you can do on the coping there throughout the track. That trick is always a lot of fun to do, right at the transition there. You know, when Double Dash first came out, when I was a kid, I love this track a lot for the fact that when you're racing back and forth, like, people can be racing back on their lap and you're racing forward on your lap, as an example, and you can still interact with each other. So I always thought that was super cool, at least to me. Yeah, the whole GameCube era, the GameCube games, it's like arguably my favorite just for most nostalgia when I was a kid, to be honest. When the GameCube first came out, that was like my favorite thing ever, man, for multiple reasons. But yeah, if you see there, like he's doing, actually, let's do that first. That last year for the last turn, he's actually doing a delayed trick, and that's actually helping him take the turn a little bit tighter. So very small things like that are going a long way for him. And on the Shroom, it's a pretty gradual uphill, but he's having a pretty shallow drift and the transition back to the actual road when the grass runs out. So very clever gameplay here. And again, that delayed trick helps a lot to take that a lot tighter. If you end up doing a first frame trick, you're gonna get a little bit higher airtime, and you're probably gonna land a little bit wider, so your actual turn radius is gonna be wider as well. So a lot of hidden small things are happening on these tracks here, but hopefully these little tips are also gonna help you guys perform better as well. Good old Mushroom Bridge. And this is by Weez OG. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly there. This is Spear Manual. I was wondering if it's going to be automatic or not, but spear obviously makes the most sense here. So this shroom spot seems pretty standard here. You can do a little trick off of this. You can actually cut a little bit of defense there. Oh, interesting. I actually didn't know that. I thought the out of bounds boundary would have been like encasing that entire air pocket there. Interesting. Okay. Also, the bridge, the little arch there can be pretty bouncy. So he's sitting right on the very far side of the ledge there. That's probably helping to minimize bounces if I were to guess anything. Also, if you notice there at the end of lap 1 on the arches there, he was actually getting tricks with no zipper being there or any ramp. So they also have the road property where you can actually trick on it. That's a case where doing a hop can initiate the trick on this type of terrain. Similar to like Bowser Castle, we were on the wavy section. If the wave is a little bit lower and you can't like click the trick button to do a trick, but if you do hop and trick, you can initiate the trick that way. So that drove me insane forever when I was learning the game back in 2008. Like, how are they tricking? And I'm pressing my trick button and nothing is happening, but doing the hop on that terrain helps you to get the trick out. So FYI to the fellas here. But yeah, overall this was really precise. Like, I didn't see anything really majorly wrong about that run overall, so that was really nice. Mushroom City now, another one of my favorites here by Never Had. And I'm actually surprised to see the spear on this track. So what in the world is going to happen here? I have no idea. Like, other tracks I thought would have spear, it didn't have it. And I would never think a spear would be used for time trial on this track. So, what am I watching? What? Huh? What in the world did I just watch? Hello? Dude. What did I just watch? Really? Is that the normal category run? I'm so confused. Is this the normal category? I guess so. Because if you guys notice too, like, I haven't done shortcut runs for all of these. That would be far too long, number one. And two, a lot of categories for shortcuts here has almost no competition at all, like 5 or less people or something. So I didn't feel it was worth it to include those. But still, I downloaded over 200 Ghosts. Maybe I misclicked on this one where it's a shortcut run. I have no idea. But hey, I'm here for it, man. Listen, I'm here for it. That would make sense why it's a spear, I guess. I don't know. But dude, dude. Like, what in the world am I watching on my screen right now? What? Dude. What the heck am I watching? Huh? What? No. Don't tell me it counts a laugh like this. What did I just watch? Nah, man, listen, this has to be the shortcut run, man. That has to be. Oh my god, that's jokes, man. That's crazy. So for my own sake with that, I try to double check here and look at this. No shortcut. No shortcut. That was the record. I downloaded the right Ghost. And now look, the shortcut category. Hold on, let's go back here. I'm doing this live on the spot here, fellas. Give me a second. Now the shortcut category is like 0.5 faster. What is this? Hello? Is this messed up or no? What's the glitch category at? What? This is all screwed up. Alright, well, I had to look at that for my own sake. That was technically no shortcuts, so there you go. GCN Rainbow Road. This is by Lawrence, of course, with the spear. Makes total sense.
let's see what strats we got here on the CTGP version. I'm a bit more familiar now with the Retro Rewind version of this track. This version in CTGP is very much faithful to the original design. I'm aware of these zipper strats here. Honestly, the fact that you can do this makes the spear much more practical, in all honesty. If you couldn't do that, if there was no zippers there, the little half pipe zippers, I think this probably would have been Flame Runner, because that alone made it completely feasible for the spear. Also, if you notice here, Lawrence intentionally skips a couple of boost panels there. It was faster to take it on the inside and skip, purposely losing time to go to the outside and get the actual zipper panel there. So sometimes what's like an obvious point of time save with like a boost isn't always the fastest thing to do. So case in point there. Personally, I've always really enjoyed this version. This is completely faithful pretty much to the Double Dash version of the track. And that's a really wacky cut as well. And again, the fact that the cut lands at the last part of the spiral before the finish line, again, makes it where spear is viable here. If those two things weren't a thing, then the Flame Runner would have been the fastest strategy to use for time trial on this track. But yeah, like, I just remember when I was a kid and I got Double Dash when it first came out, I always loved this track because in Versus mode, there would actually be ground stars that would fall from the sky in Versus mode. And I always loved just picking up the ground stars because I also, personally for me, I like just how like that the item just looked on the road, you know? I don't know, I just was very fascinated by that when I was younger. So this was always one of my favorite tracks. It still is one of my favorite tracks for nostalgia's sake too, out of all the Mario Karts overall. So this is very, very faithful to the original game's version. Other distributions, they have different versions of this track where it's a little bit shorter, scaled a little bit differently, but I'm a fan of all of them personally myself. And again, also, if you notice here, like that, oh, dude, I don't think he did that into lap 2, I think. I wonder if that was just a backup, or if that's the fastest strat and he didn't do it on lap 1. I don't know. But either way, like, again, see how he's very barely hitting the zipper right before it meets the wall there, and getting all that airtime and kind of wrapping back into the track when you're landing thereafter, which is really cool. I'm still mind blown that, you know, custom track creators can actually make tracks that look like this in the game natively. Like, again, this is, you know, the original things that are available within Mario Kart Wii, and it's being played on console too. It's not like it's on a Switch or some beefed up hardware to handle this. This is just what the game has and what the console has to be able to play it on. So really impressive stuff. I remember when custom tracks first became a thing, I think late 2009, early 2010, and it's really incredible where it's gone now after so many years. So what an amazing run overall. Job well done. We have GCN Sherbet Land here. This is by Emil. Magic Cruiser is back out to play. Let's see what you got. Shroom right from the start. Interesting, huh? Okay. Was not expecting that. Let's see what else is done here. So, personally for me too, I don't know about anyone else, but Magic Cruiser is actually one of my favorite vehicles in the entire game. Especially on the off-road tracks like this. It's just really cool. Like, oh, that's clever. Okay. If you notice there, the little lip that's there, he's using that to his advantage to kind of whip around and land on the side of the road there and use the shroom to go straight into the path. Very clever gameplay. But yeah, obviously Magi is not the fastest vehicle in the game, but still. So much fun to play this vehicle on the tracks where it really shines. It's a lot of fun. Again, look at that. One giant wheelie just goes right there to the edge of the road and takes a shroom right there into the path. Very clever. I like that. That's a lot of fun. Awesome. And again, this version is pretty faithful to the original for sure. Plays really well. And again, really nice precise wheelies and hops here as well to try and get cut some more of the gap off of it. So overall, really nice run here. Really clever use of the mechanics of not only the road terrain, but also the bike perks that it has as well. So overall, great run. GCN Wario Coliseum. This is by Soon with the Mach Bike. And I believe still, I'm pretty sure, out of every Mario Kart game, this is the only track that Nintendo made 2 laps, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's been any other track that's been 2 laps that Nintendo made specifically. Obviously, with like, you know, custom tracks in this game, creators can like just choose any amount of laps for any track, obviously. So they'll mainly choose like 2 laps for a track. But Nintendo's original vision of lap count, I still believe this is the only track that has been 2 laps from the start. Also, that's really tricky. You can't. This whole section is rage-inducing. There's no invisible wall by that part there. If you don't do that well, you're actually flying off the track. And where he did that giant wheelie, probably like 15 seconds back, I believe there is an invisible wall there, and it's a very small detail, but he actually clipped back and like the wall pushed him a little bit. So we'll see it again on the last lap here. But yeah, obviously Mach Bike is fastest here for the sheer reason for the humongous spiral down. Mach Bike turning is just so much better for that part of the track compared to Flame Runner or any other vehicle combo. So this is very much in Mach Bike's domain here to be the fastest combo. Because again, look, trying to land pretty far to the right and then turning very hard left the entire time. And this saves just a truckload of time overall. So check this out. With this giant wheelie he does here, just look at this. He gets a little bump back in. Just look. Like, it's very, very slight. It's just like, juke. It's like right when you go over the fence, it's just kind of like it hooks you back in just a little bit. But yeah, that following turn, that whole section there, man, listen. I've had many issues with that. Let's just put it that way. Also, really clever low trick there, because again, the zipper kind of goes angled and straight. So going off that little part of the ledge there to have a lower trick. Very clever gameplay, as per usual. Really awesome run overall here. Couldn't see any major mistakes, so really, job well done. GCN Yoshi Circuit by Motorist. Let's see what we got here. Obviously, Yoshi Circuit is an absolute classic out of any Mario Kart game. So let's see what we got here. The Shroom Strat makes total sense. Right over the gap here. Is it 2 or 3 MTs here? All right, only 2 MTs. Interesting. Okay. Oh. See, I'm picking up some new strats here, fellas. If you notice there too, he's doing that, again, that TF input rocking back and forth just to kind of shift this bike mid-air to land more cleanly back on the track. At the Shroomless cut, he's hopping to land on that brown part and gain that small bounce to turn better into the cut itself. Because you could hop off the brown ledge, like hop off of it, but he's hopping on it with the drift. Like, look at this. Look at that. So small details like that. And again, that part is pretty slim. So anything you can do to make your maneuvers there all that much cleaner and a lot more safer is going to be the better way overall. Very clever gameplay here. Wow. Dude, like, that was so close. That reminds me of GCN Mario Circuit, because at a crazy pace in laps 2 and 3, the Piranha Plant can be really, really close. So, yeah, that was pretty insane for sure, man. Let's see what the ending is going to be here on lap 3. Is there another close call? I'm curious. Let's see. Let's see. Any Piranha Plant strats? Okay, alright. Lap 2 was only closest one. That was very close, but still, what an awesome run. Glacier Mine, we're out of the retros for a little while here. This is by Jake. With the sphere, truth be told, I have no idea how to race this track, so I am actually really surprised to see Spear here because especially the ending part of this track is really sketched with the slidey ice physics. So I'm probably gonna learn something new here. Probably, I would suspect. So let's learn together here, fellas, shall we? So it's one of those one lap tracks, and just, huh? All right, case in point, learning something new. Like I never knew that was there. Oh my god, dude. Okay, okay. Whoa, you can do that too. Oh, brother. Oh my god. All right. Well, I'm ready for my mind to be blown a million times watching this record here because I had no idea you could do either of those things. So that's cool. Nice. Okay. I mean, in any event for now, like, the Spear's been pretty good, but these slidey physics are so annoying. Oh, what in the world's going on my screen? Hello? It's slidey physics again, I think, over here. And also, the stream is actually pushing you too, if my memory serves me right, from actually playing this track in the past. Oh god. Well, what else do we have in store? We got the giant flying boulders here. What else we got, man? Some DK Mountain vibes or what? Okay, that's clever. Okay. Okay. Dude, the fact that you're actually using the Spear here at the slidey physics, absolute madman. Good grief. What's going on? All these hidden shortcuts, man. You wouldn't even know. Wow. Huh? Low Rio drift action. Okay. Okay. Dude, this record has delivered. I know about this one because it's an actual obvious like hole in the wall. But wow, that was really entertaining to say the least. Glimmer Express Trains. We have a Sawyer record here. Let's go. I'm surprised to see Sawyer has a record still. That's hype. Nice. All right, let's see what we got here. This is definitely an older track in CTGP. But I think this is probably still one of the most popular tracks within CTGP. A lot of hidden strats like that as an example. I pretty much know almost every strat on this track after watching runs here in the past and previous years and just racing this track on and off. Let's see what else we got cooking here, man. Let's see. Oh, that's a nice little trick. Okay. You went way off the side there. If you notice, there obviously had a little bit of air time to land in the off-road and then using the shroom after. So much wiser use of the mushroom. Also, I know about this as well. So normally you would try and do this cut with a mushroom, but from what I understand, like you're hopping on the ramp, but it's like giving you a bounce and you're getting a higher trick. Visually, that's what it looks like to me when I watch it back. But yeah, overall, this is a really fun track. I still enjoyed this track. It can, you know, be finicky at times. Online racing can be pretty brutal once in a while, depending on what's going on, you know. But yeah, I mean, I've seen, you know, a couple lighter mistakes here, but again, this is just complete execution on the racetrack at almost all points here. A lot of different strats you're trying to do. So it's a really sick run overall right now. And again, I don't think that ramp cut was the strat at the beginning. I believe you would actually use your shroom there, but then eventually you would do that shroomless strategy on the ramp. He also didn't go for that low trick back over there a little bit earlier on lap 2. I wonder why. So probably some more room for improvement here, but this track is obviously very difficult. Like, I'm sure they could probably tell you this strat here, this maneuver, is pretty tricky. It's almost like it's like a jammed trick in a way. What the heck happened there? Is that all trickable? Wow. Like, he was chaining all of his tricks there to not go below like drifting speed. I picked up on that. Wow, really clever gameplay here. Jeez, wow.
Yeah, this track always delivers for sure. A giant train, man, you can't beat it for sure. So overall, wicked run, and I look forward to maybe trying some newer strats here. Gothic Castle, we have this by Boshi. Let's see what happens here, man, because there's 2 routes at the end, and I actually do not know which one is fastest. I think in a recent stream, I was told that the other route is actually faster, but I don't know if that was just for online play or if that's also for time trial. So see what we got cooking here. The shroom strat is pretty clever here. I wonder if it's still the same now at this point. Let's take a look here. Let's see. I want to see 2 different routes you can do here, but that's not the main route I'm actually talking about though. We can do a hop trick there. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Nice. Okay. Is the shroom still here? Yeah, it is. Looks like it. Yep. Cut that entire bend off. So do you go right or left here? Where do you go? Oh, so... What in the world is going on? What? What happened on my screen? I feel like I've said that like 20 times this whole recording session so far. Oh, what happened on my screen? What? Hello? I did not know you could do that. Well, oh, which round's faster, right or left? Oh, none of them. Joke's on me. What the heck just happened? Hello? Bruh. No way. That was like a hidden little room. You guys saw that, right? Like, what? Oh my god. I see, I never knew you could hop trick that either. That's clever, but still. Listen. I'm going to be rewatching that again when I edit this back. But now, is right or left faster? Tell me. Okay, so right side's faster. Okay, alright. Alright, it's, it's confirmed right side is faster. Oh my god. I popped off so hard, dude. What the heck just... Oh. Oh no. Oh, Geyser Johns. No. Oh man. Either way, I'm sure that cut's really hard that he did on lap 1. So, wow. That was a real treat. Halogen Highway by Ace again. I had to bust out the Rubik's Cube and just have it here for this race because all the colors here, man. I have to. You know, I should have had this for all the Rainbow Roads, man. I learned my mistake now. But yeah, this is oldie but a goodie, man. Listen, Halogen Highway is an absolute classic of a custom track. This has been for around forever. This might be, I don't think this is the original design, but it's very close. If it's not, it's only like 1 or 2 iterations beyond. I think this track though has been on the chopping block for CTGP for the track votes and recent track updates, if I remember looking at the Google Drive docs the right way. But still, like, this was all the rage for a CT right when it first came out, so I saw that nostalgic factor, at least for me personally. But yeah, I don't think there's any real major type of thing going on for a strategy on this track in particular. No massive like 5-second shortcut or anything else like that. Yeah. But still, this is also a 2-lap track, which is, oh, dude, that turn was sick. Jeez. I mean, it looked really clean watching it visually, but that turn can go wrong so quick when you're playing it. So that was really nice. Let's go. Nice. Yeah, this is just, it's appreciated when a track is made the proper amount of laps. Again, at least for me. I think we talked about, you know, different preferences for how tracks play or anything else. Throughout this entire session on and off for this whole recording reaction video. But yeah, like, if this was 3 laps, it would be way too long. But 2 laps is the perfect sweet spot for the length that this track is. This middle portion is really cool. I wonder if this track has been updated, because I don't think the middle part of that track visually looked like that a while ago. I could be totally wrong. I probably am, but even still, looks visually really clean to me, just aesthetically, you know. But even still, this is a really clean run for Halogen Highway, so ace, well done. Haunted Gardens, this is by Eli, and this is also another really old track within CTGP. This has had its fair share of updates in the past. This definitely looks and plays a lot different compared to previous versions, especially the inside of the mansion here on different laps. So I believe on laps 2 and 3, it makes you go inside the mansion there, whereas in previous versions, it wouldn't make you do that. What am I watching here? What am I watching here? What? Wait, there's more? Oh, no way. There's absolutely no way, man. Dude, I can't. I guess that's cycle based for the mansion thing. Oh, that makes even more sense then, because wow, you avoid the mansion lap too. Man, listen, that. Oh my god, does it happen again, or no? No way, again, dude. No words, man. No words. We are what? 110 tracks in now, like halfway, I think, at this point. This has completely delivered, far exceeded my expectations, dude. I've had many surprises, man. Welcome surprises at that. Wow. Like, I've played this track on and off, mostly online, since it first came out. Never knew that was a thing until now, so. Dude, there's just no way. 3 for 3? Of course it is. Of course it's 3 for 3. The jump! This is one of my favorite runs. This is 100% one of my favorite runs out of the entire thing. We have Hell Pyramid up here now. This is by Jake. Is this a new version? What? No. Is it? Is this a new version? Is this an even more updated version now? Oh, this is for sure a brand new version. This is wild. Wait. Dude, me and Troy played an updated version of this track in the All Cup Tour like a month or two ago, if that, on this very track. This is even crazier. This is amazing. This version is sick. Oh, let's go. Another old track in the pack, but this update is sick. Wow. Dude, this is like everything the track vision had, I'm sure. This is brilliantly executed for track design and a refresh. Wow. This looks so polished, man. Wow. Honestly, this record is looking pretty good so far as it is, but just the visual overhaul and just everything else, wow. This is so impressive. And that little trickless hop over the fence, I'm sure that timing is pretty tricky. I'm sure it is. It's probably a pretty tight window, I would imagine. Nice little hop trick there to adjust your angle there in midair. Nice, nice, nice. Oh my god, dude. This has been on overdrive for me. I feel like every track I'm watching now, I'm seeing so many different things now. Oh my god. this reaction for this entire, all the CDGP records has 100% delivered, and we're only halfway through. I said at the beginning of this video, I think I have like 10 of your lunch breaks down. Nah, I got like 20 of your lunch breaks down. And even like, you know, late at night, trying to chill out, just trying to relax something, you know, popping on some Mercury record reactions here. I got you for a month, fellas. I got you. Every track delivers, man. This is crazy. Oh my God, dude. Incredible run, but still, this track refreshed is absolutely amazing. Honeybee Hideout. This is by Ice. And I actually recently watched this on YouTube. I think this is actually a pretty new run, from what I can understand. If not, my YouTube recommended put it in my YouTube. So I'm familiar with all the strats on this track. And this run is amazing. Especially for the ending strat that Ice goes for. He goes for like this drift storage into laps 2 and 3, which is really cool. Even back there, they used to go for an MT on the downward slope there, but they don't do it anymore. That's interesting. But yeah, this track came out a couple of years ago. I think this is the original design of the track. And hats off to the creators of this track, because I think they hit it right at attempt number 1 for this track. The texturing, everything else is incredible. Now look at this. That's drift storage right there. So pretty much what drift storage is you're pretty much holding down the drift button, and as your wheelie is falling down, if you're rocking at the exact same time, you can actually roll into a drift. It's actually used at the end of Moonview Highway as well. That was implemented a couple of years ago. I believe it's a bit like terrain specific, like a slight slope has to be there. I think, I could be wrong, but that's how I've always understood the strategy. So it can't be done everywhere, but it was really clever that it's used there, because that transition from the last turn to the first ramp is a little bit awkward. Also, that ledge right there, I'm sorry, but that should be trickable, because that feels awkward to me whenever I play it from the start. So I don't know why that little ledge is not trickable, but everything else is absolutely amazing on this track. But yeah, normally what you would do is probably just like re-hop there before the first trick. But that drift storage MT saves a lot of time on laps 2 and 3 there. So yeah, again, I am very much partial to anything like tree themed or just anything of this type of vibe overall. So I also never played Banjo-Kazooie, but this gives me Banjo-Kazooie vibes, obviously. So yeah, this is such a brilliantly made track. Really awesome run. Like, Ace is a fantastic player, along with all the other players here as well, obviously. But this is a wonderful run here, and the clever use of drift storage is really huge. When I was watching this a couple weeks ago, I was very impressed by that. So yeah, overall, what an awesome run here. Ice Cream Fortress. This is by Jake. I never knew this track was in until we did it on the CTGP All Cup Tour recently, so I know no strats on this track. So let's learn how we play this track, shall we? So that makes sense. I remember that little gap being there. Oh, wow. You can take that so low. I didn't know that. That's cool. So that's what they do. That's how they go up on top. Oh, my God. I don't know if you guys remember, but in our race we did on Flanderfest, someone fell from the sky in a star and hit me. And I'm like, where in the world did that come from? So that path obviously is where it came from. Oh my gosh, dude. Also, the whole castle part is nicely textured. It reminds me of Zelda for some reason, just the color palette of it. I don't know if I'm tripping here, but that's what it reminds me of a little bit. So I was going off the entire spoon here, but just off the little part there. That's actually really clever there. Going all the way to the right to land on the ledge here and do the top part. That's awesome. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Just like the color palette of the castle, this reminds me of Zelda for some reason. I don't know. Could be going crazy here, but in any event, this is a really cool track. Plays pretty nice. Couple of nice strats here, some path switches, but overall a nice length for a track. Like, even 3 laps is gonna be what, like 2 minutes probably. So
Not a bad length for a track whatsoever. That's still so clever, man. Just going off the little ledge of the spoon there. That's epic. Top path over here. Still, I got so mad when I got hit here during Flanderfest. It was crazy. Actually, was it me or was it Troy that got hit? I forget. One of us got hit by a falling star there. So, in any event, is this a sub 2 minute? Is it almost? Yeah, nice. Nice sub, nice run. Incendia Castle. Oh, man. Luke is back here. And if you guys have never seen an Incendia Castle time trial before, you are in for a real treat. This is, I'm pretty sure, the original design by Mr. Bean. And this is one of the very first CTs, if I remember correctly. And I think with a nice refresh, it would give a lot of new life to this track. I will always love this track. I remember time trialing this a lot when this first came out. And you actually do custom tracks over a channel called Revolution. You'll load it through there. It wasn't through like an actual channel like CTGP. So much nostalgia, man. Like when new CTs would come out, you would update your folder on your SD card, and yeah, man, those were the days. Like when CTs first came out, oh man, it's all the rage. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like I could only imagine like how insane this track would look with a nice rehaul visually. Like if it got like the Hell Pyramid treatment for a visual overhaul, like, dude, this would be absolutely insane. But yeah, the driving overall pretty simple here. If I remember, this record has actually swapped between both Spear and Flame Runner here, because as you can see, there's a lot of straights here, but I believe both the Spear and the Flame Runner were actually really close for a while, but I think now the Flame Runner has a sizable lead at this point. But if I remember right, I believe at one point Spear was dominant here for a little while. Yeah, I'm just imagining right now, like, because again, Hell Pyramid got such a brilliant visual overhaul and TLC with that, dude, I think this would look absolutely incredible if it had a nice visual overhaul by some CT creators. And even then, obviously, we're going to eventually get to Mushroom Peaks as well, you know, which I think that could definitely use a nice visual overhaul for sure if it's going to be within CTGP, you know. But yeah, this ramp in particular, that ramp was tricky years ago for me, because originally you actually wanted a bad landing so you would take the turn sharper, but with the angle that Luke took the drifting trick, a good landing actually didn't even matter. So he actually still did that pretty much perfect, a nice tight turn. So yeah, this is just pure nostalgia for me. Sorry if you hear very loud cars in the background. I'm pretty sure that's a Ferrari of some kind. Probably a lot of fast cars in the area here, but alas, you know, the microphone can pick up on that sometimes. Sorry about that. Anyway, we got fast driving still on the screen here with Luke over here. But yeah, there's also a shortcut category of the track where they actually use mushrooms to do the lap 1 route on another lap, which saves a good chunk of time. But overall, this no shortcut run was really polished. Well done. Infernal Pipe Yard. This is by Emil. And I think there are 2 tracks that are very similar together with this. So I always mix them up in their names. I know the layout now watching this one here. Also, it's doing the little zipper flickering thing again visually. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if that it's on my TV too. I don't know why. But sorry for the visual defect there. But in any event, I think this is another track where if people want to keep this within CTGP, I think at the very least it should have a visual overhaul. I think it's definitely due for that, because this track is also very old. This has been around for a long time. It could definitely use with some a visual refresh, a little uplift here. But yeah, overall strats don't look too crazy here. Shroom strat was pretty solid, going off the ledge there with the wheelie. Pretty standard stuff. Yeah, I'm I could be wrong, but this track has to be at least 10 years old. It's 2024 now. Yeah, this has to be at least 2014 or earlier for sure. I would think so. That's also a really clever cut there as well. Just picked up on that, paying attention more. Also, too, if you notice, like on the pipes, there's a trickable grate on the center, and actually the edge of the pipe is actually just normal road. So he skipped the last one just to ride on normal road to go faster there overall. So it was faster to skip the last bouncing trick there. So again, just because there's like a zipper, boost panel, trickable thing, whatever, doesn't mean that going for it is actually faster overall on different tracks. So yeah, again, whenever I've raced new tracks, at least for time trial, I always like, you know, just to try to make my own strat first, and at least to see what my mind could dream up of what the fastest strategy is, and then seeing how clever people are as far as like what's actually the fastest thing to do. So yeah, you know, there are very few surprises now with, like, you know, games and things being spoiled here and there. So like, you know, just to be able to make things on your own for a little bit, to have a little bit of that charm still there for what you're trying to dream up of on your own, I think is really cool to do. But still, yeah, like if this stays within CTGP, I think most would agree. A nice visual uplift might be in order here, just to breathe some new life into this track. But overall, pretty clean 3-for-3 run. I can't see any significant mistakes here. Emil did a good job here. So yeah, overall, very nice record. When people ask me from time to time on stream or comments or whatever, what my favorite custom tracks are, this is always one of my answers, is G Village here. This record is by D, and this track is also a couple of years old, but this track is really cool. I love the theming, the visuals, how it plays, different routes here. This really delivers for sure. So this has always been one of my favorite tracks for a while now. In older versions, back at that last part right there, you used to be able to go and have a little mini shortcut back there, but now I don't think it's possible anymore. Also, what a clever shroom strat there. Nice, let's go. Also tricking off the ledge. Very good stuff. Awesome, awesome. I think this track came out 2019, I think. I don't think it was 2018. Maybe in 2019, this track came out, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, in online races especially, this track really delivers, because a lot of different routes make the races much more interesting too. Like right here, around the fountain here, where the giant bushes over there, you used to be able to do a pretty decent cut there. But now in this version, you can't do it anymore. But yeah, the visuals are very polished. I love the theming here. It looks awesome. The little plants there, a little decoy there visually, but a little hidden shroom spot there is nice and clever, of course. But yeah, I feel like it was probably after 2018 or 2019 where I think like the visuals, the aesthetics of track design really upgraded a lot. I don't know if it was just like different creators starting to make tracks, or just like, you know, this texturing things became a bit more easier, but like creating contrast and nice visuals, I noticed a giant step up a couple of years ago, where now the average visual quality for tracks is really pristine, like really impressive. Like again, people have their you know, their own opinions on like what they enjoy for a track, how it plays or whatever, but you can't deny it that like the visuals, aesthetics of most tracks now are top tier. So this one really has aged really well so far, and I'm a big fan of it. Really a nice run here, no major mistakes overall. Congratulations, well done. We have Jungle Cliff. This is by Doge. I don't know if I'm remembering wrong, but I feel like the record here was with Magic Cruiser for a while. I could be totally wrong, but why am I remembering that Magic Cruiser was fastest here for a while? Maybe there's like a glitch or shortcut category here or something like that. Perhaps, maybe. Another track that's been around for quite some time. This still plays pretty well. I always enjoy races on this track for sure. definitely holds up. Let's see what strats are going to be done on this track here. There's an instant trick ledge here. I'm actually surprised. Wait, no, I'm not surprised at all, actually. Shrooming at this U-turn here would make no sense for a time trial. It wouldn't save all that much. The cut at the middle saves way more time. So yeah. But yeah, why am I... Is it actually like a glitch? It has to be a different category for Magic Cruiser. It would have to be. I think so. I think there's some like out of bounds turnaround thing they do or whatever. I'm pretty sure of Magic Cruiser. Making the off-road make more sense for Magic Cruiser, but in any event, looks pretty solid overall. Obviously the ending grass before the line, you can use a mushroom to save time, obviously. Like in an online race, like a nice golden mushroom strategy or with a star or a mega or whatever. But yeah, for a time trial, it makes sense why that wouldn't be the fastest area to use your mushroom. But yeah, this has been around for a couple of years. I could use a visual refresh. I mean, maybe. Also there, if you notice, like he hopped off the mound there. I think that mound is trickable. But not getting a trick there is the fastest way to go. If you got a trick there, it would have made that turn a lot more finicky, much wider to do. Also, too, like a golden strategy is like the upward ledge of the grass, so you can also shroom there as well. Yeah, I am much more used to doing online races here, so it's pretty interesting to learn what is the fastest utilization of your shroom each lap. Again, I know 99% sure there's a different category on this track that uses Magic Cruiser on that grass ledge back over there doing some shenanigans with the checkpoints and such. But yeah, overall, Doge, fantastic run here. No major mistakes. This was a really clean run. Jungle Glade. This is by John G. Let's see what we got cooking here. I know there is a shortcut in the middle of this track. So let's see what the spear has. Whoa, that's such a low trick. Oh, that's sick. All right, well, this is delivering so far as it is. Nice. Okay. See what else we got cooking here, fellas. So you use a shroom for the cut as well. Let's see how much you can cut off of it. Let's see. Dang, that was close. Nice. Very solid. So if you notice back over there, again, the whole rocking back and forth TF input thing or whatever, that's what they're doing, at least to get a little bit more higher airtime and to make the ledge just barely there. And again, if I kind of repeat myself with certain things, I apologize, but reacting for like 10 plus hours for the recordings, I kind of forget things I've kind of explained here and there. But I'm sure like more casual audience, maybe you don't know these different, you know, techniques and such, so maybe the repetition will be helpful for you all, right? But still, tracks that have no significant complex turns and otherwise are a lot of straights or very gradual curves, the Spirit is the fastest bike in the game, at the expense of worse turning and a pretty minuscule main turbo boost. So on tracks where there's not a lot of tight drifting to be performed, and not a lot of main turbos you're chaining along, then maintaining as high speed as possible with the Spirit is going to be the fastest option to choose from. And sometimes certain tracks are cool where the Spear strats and the Flame Runner strats are almost neck and neck. Like, it's not for CTs, but for Peach Gardens as an example. Like, on the battle there, Spear Auto and Flame Runner Manual has some really cool there, so that's one prime example. But yeah, overall, oh, that's hilarious. Right past the finish line, it's fall off over there. That's actually pretty cool. Nice. But yeah, overall, John G, nice run. All right, we got Jungle Jamble by the man himself. And let's see what we got cooking here. This is an oldie but a goodie of a track. The texturing of the road is still so impressive. I believe the creator is actually Torin. Shout out to Torin. I don't know if Torin's been around for quite a while now, but I believe Torin was the main creator for this track. This is quite old, but This is obviously a spinoff of a Monkey Ball stage, I believe. And you can actually race on the railing too. It's really jank. It's not really preferred, but you can, I believe, from what I can recall. But yeah, I mean, Time Trials has been pretty competitive on this track for many years. One of my best friends in the community, Doom, I believe he had the record here for quite a while back in the day. But yeah, this is a nice, simple, to-the-point track. The theming is top-notch. I don't know how he did the texturing of the road like this. Like, it's really, really clean. And this run is really sick, by the way. Like, don't get it twisted here. Like, the very... Like, so I'm gonna just commentate a little bit longer, but the little ledge hop tricks, he's having such low air and riding on the very edge. Like, that's a lot of precise control that the player is doing over here. In addition to that, on the upward slopes, you don't stick to it. You're actually hopping on it to land flat on it. So take this as an example here. Like, that was almost ideal. But on laps 2 and 3, he hops perfectly to land flat on the edge. That timing is pretty finicky, but you do gain a good amount of time with that. And you're taking the curve literally like pixels on the curve. Like, I think on lap 2 it starts. Let's see. Nice. Like, look at that. Like, you see how the bike was almost like buckling a little bit? And even here on the edge too, like, it's just such precise driving that has to be admired for sure. Obviously, all these runs have had real minute driving details like that. It's just so much to commentate on just in 2 minutes or so, but still, like, the average level of time trialers and people that play this game at this point, like 16 years later, the average level is so high. Everyone is so good at the game. So yeah, like, overall, like, fantastic run into all the players that are getting their times here, whether it's regular tracks or CTs, because, like, the legitimate efforts are being made across the board no matter what track that you're playing, and everything should be, you know, celebrated. So yeah, overall, fantastic run to you and the fellas. Let's move on. This is Jungle Ruins. This is by Dunno. Let's see what we got cooking on this track. I do not know the shroom spot on this track, so I'm going to learn with you guys right now. And this track has given me a good amount of rage recently in online races, as we know from Flounder so... Alright, that seems pretty textbook here. Not too shabby. And I believe this track came out around the same time as GU Village, and just, dude, the texturing is so crisp. So pristine. I wouldn't be surprised if the same creator made both GU Village and this track here, because the type of texturing looks very similar to me. So I could be wrong, but probably the same creator or creators, plural, may have worked on both tracks. That's kind of my guess here. But yeah, like, this track is sick. It plays really well. The theming is on point. Also, just the pacing of a lap, I think, is another point of discussion too for how a track is designed. Like, each phase of the track, for here as an example, it's not too long-winded, doesn't feel out of place, it flows really nice, the length of the track is perfect, it plays really smoothly. So yeah, like, good track design and good gameplay to fit the mechanics of the game you're making the track for is really important. And it's one clear example of a track where they do it really well. I just have to give my hats off to the creators on this track and all the tracks, of course, but still, this in particular plays really well for sure. So really clean run. Praise standard strats 3 for 3. And yeah, on to the next. Kamek's Library. This is by Roach. And this is more of a newer edition, I think, to CTGP, at least in a recent year or so. And this track is awesome. I love the theming of this track. Also, that's so sick. I did not know you can land on the ledge there for the thingy. Oh, look at all this. Oh, look at this, fellas. Okay. You see, I didn't know all this. Also, spin drift hop to try to clear the grass and land back in the road. Nice maneuver here, for sure. Yeah, the theming of this track is so charming. This is great. This is awesome. yeah, this track definitely delivered, especially in online races too, for sure. That's just so nice, man. You land off the ledge at the edge of the zipper, low tricking, and then you're going on the railings here, hop tricking all these, right? Oh, you didn't land there on lap 2. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. There's some more room for improvement here, but overall, really nice run still so far at the moment. And let's see here. Obviously, Flame Runner is still fastest here. There's nothing that the Flame Runner can do can't do that the Mach Bike can do. Pretty textbook stuff here. Nice low trick, man. That's so sick. I didn't know you can do that. That's awesome. Trick, trick. Oh, wow, interesting. Maybe that maneuver is really hard to do because he only only got on lap 1. That's interesting. Dude, this track is sick. Again, another perfectly length of a track. Beautiful theming, plays really well. What more can he ask for, man? Fantastic gameplay overall. Nice run. Kanoko Cave by Dunno once more. Another oldie but a goodie. This track has a lot of strats, so buckle up, fellas. If you've never seen this before, you're in for a real treat. So, yeah. The mushroom physics in this game is hilarious, but also rewarding. Like, you can really just contort your bike in the craziest, wackiest of ways on this track. Oh, that's new! Dude, they release your empty into the wall and they get a bounce off of it? Oh my god. Dude. If you guys have never seen this before, that saves a stupid amount of time. Because previously, in years past, you would actually still take the mushrooms in the middle there. And just bypassing the whole mushroom section, that saves probably a second or more per one lap. See us again here? Wow, dude. Also, I am sure if you clip that wrong, it'll probably shoot you straight down. I assume so. So that's not free at all. Jeez, man. Wow. Also, if you notice too, I'm kind of overlooking it, but when you shroom into the pad, if you notice, like when you go off a mushroom pad, you're maintaining 73, but if you have a boost into it, you're maintaining that speed when you hit it. So look at that. You're maintaining 100 km/h there. Look at that the entire time. So that's a useful strategy with mushroom physics in this game. So yeah, overall, what a crazy run that is. A little misalignment there, but even still, that was a sick run. Koopa Shell Pipeline. This is Jake once more. I've had so much frustration playing this track. So let's see. Let's learn from the best. How do you play this track fast? That shroom is not surprising, but what I want to know is how do you actually play the track? Let's see. Because, dude, I've been triggered by online races on a lot of these tracks. So this is also a therapy session for me, man, you know, to know what the heck you actually do on these tracks. Just so I don't get messed up anymore, you know. Alright, so you can't do a gapped hop trick off that, like GC and Mario Circuit Mound. Okay. Oh, you skipped that zipper. Okay, alright. What else do you do? Little hop trick there. Alright, so nothing really crazy then. I guess there's a skill issue on my part, I guess, probably. Look at the Koopa! Oh, brother, dude. Was almost touching the shell there. Oh, man. Theming on this track is on point, fellas. This is great. Nice. Okay. Also, guys, just speaking out loud here, how likely do you think Nintendo will make a Mario Kart Maker? Like Mario Maker, you know? I've had this chat on stream years ago. It would be so good, but like what a lot of people were saying is like different like Mario Karts would have to have different like engines or whatever, like to make the physics make sense or whatever. So like a Mario Kart Maker might not be feasible, but like a Mario Maker they can do. I don't know though, man. Like imagine Mario Kart Maker, that would be like just the ultimate Mario Kart. You can like make your own tracks and stuff, you know? Like that would be so cool. Like making your own tracks be like an official thing that Nintendo endorses, you know? Like you make like a Mario Maker level and like submit them and have people like clear it or like compete on it, you know? That would be really cool. Who knows what the future of Mario Kart is, man, but we've had no new Mario Kart for over 10 years now. We had Mario Kart in 2014, and then I think in 2017 they had Deluxe out, which is just pretty much the same thing for the most part. They took out the hopping abuse physics. Obviously lots of DLC for sure. Which is fantastic. They're being a bit more business savvy now. Nintendo wisened up eventually. But yeah, man, like I'm pretty sure like when they announce their new console, that's when a new console Mario Kart will come out. And dude, the new console Mario Kart, I cannot wait for it. So more on the horizon for sure. But overall, Jake, still killing it on all these records, man. Well done. The more heavy hitters here, Lava Lake. This is by Killstreak. Another one of my favorite CTs. I believe this was made by Joris. I could be wrong, but yeah, this came out a couple years ago. I love this track. The way that it plays, the theming, it's brilliant, man. So I'm aware of most of the strats on this track. I've definitely watched some records here in the past. I know that little downward MT there, little instant trick coming up here. Yep, the little shroomless cut over here. And yeah, man, like that looks visually insane. Also, I'm rattling off a lot of things right now, but hopping on that little slope there for the trick is really, no pun intended, but it's tricky to do. Because you can easily just hop over that ramp, but it's worth it to go for it, man. You save a good amount of time on that. And also too, like sticking right back to the road there is so satisfying. Like just from theming, track design, everything else. This track is awesome. And what's happening here is they're actually tricking on the very, like, the slightest part of the ramp on the left hand side to get instant landing from the trick there, which saves obviously a lot of time. So this run is very polished so far. This is so much fun to play. A nice sub 2 minute time here, very impressive. I think maybe a year ago this had like a very light update, but I don't think anything major really changed on this track to my memory. There is a little hidden cut in the lava over there too. That's more of like a golden mushroom thing, I believe, or with a bullet bill. But yeah, pretty hard strats to do on this track, so it's very satisfying to play, especially the time trial. Like that's so precise, very hard to do. If you notice here, he didn't go for the hop there on lap 3. So again, it's a very tricky strat to go for. So probably a little bit more time save here, but overall, what a wicked run. Lava Road, this is by Eni. And yeah, this track is a visual spectacle, and that's putting it nicely here. Like this version has had, this track has had a couple of different versions in years past. I think originally it was blue, turned to red, back to blue, now it's back to red. Had a couple of iterations here. I'm aware of most of the strats on this track as well. Oh, nice low trick. Okay. Oh, that giant Koopa shell is actually new, I think, on the track. Also, that strat is so sick. So what they're doing is they're getting a spin drift hop with no trick to shimmy their angle. Literally shifting the bike angle to be almost forward to do that strat. And the shroom, and as I mentioned back on Kanoko Cave, because the little bounces there has the mushroom pad physics. So look at that, they're stuck at 73 kmh, but if you're into a boost with it, look at that, now it's locked at 100 kmh. So it's going to lock into whatever speed or a percentage of the boost you have into it. So they're going to be doing a shroom as they get airtime to go over the gap. So look here, spin drift hop and shroom, and look at that, maintain 100 kmh over the entire gap there. So this really clever use of the physics of different types of terrain in the game. Like this track is a lot of fun to play for sure. Still a little bit tough on the eyes if you're actually playing it. Like watching it, it's pretty fair, but it's just a very dark track. So just like the res and dark pigments, it's just a little bit hard to kind of follow there from time to time. But still, like this track is so much fun to play. And I don't want to understate it. Like the strat they're doing here, that's really hard to do. Like you're doing the whole spindrift hopping thing, maneuvering around. Like it's a lot that you're doing, and you're spacing your bounces here to land at that spot as well. So it's in such a short amount of time. I'm just trying to express like there's a lot of high level thinking and execution with the strats they're trying on these tracks, especially for strats like that. So all the players should get their own, you know, proper credits for performing really well at all these tracks, and this one is no exception, so well done. This is Lost Fortress, I believe, and this is by Zilla. Zilla is back up to bat. Let's see what you got here, fella. And yeah, this track, also pretty old. It got a refresh a couple of years ago, I believe. It still plays pretty much the exact same. There's a couple of finicky strats on this track that you guys will see very shortly here. And so this shroom makes plenty of sense to me watching it. Also, that one boost panel has always been a giant tease. Like, there's no real utility behind it. It's just visually there. Like, you know, like, oh, you instantly land there. Oh, okay, that's interesting. This zipper is so weird, dude. Oh my gosh. You can also land on the ledge here, I believe, on the left-hand side. Yep. Nice. Very good. See what else we got here. Nice little hop trick down over there. Nice. Another boost there. Nice low trick. Very good. All right. Textbook stuff. Ooh. Ooh, dude. Oh, that's sick. All right. For those of you that don't understand, he did a right to left spin drift there. I'm surprised this angle wasn't completely off the road there. That's impressive. That was a risky strat, dude. Dang. Wow. Maybe it's much more simple than what I'm thinking of it being as, but in my mind, if I were doing that, wait. Hello? He hit the zipper on lap 2. Why didn't he hit the zipper on lap 1? Hello? What? Was that intentional, not intentional, or what? I'm so confused. Anyway, yeah, like, because if you could have just had that spin drift be angled completely off the track and just fall off, I'm gonna watch this again. Am I looking at this the right way when he does the spin drift here? Let's see. Dang, wow, dude, that's so precise. Like, I'm assuming he does like a very like short spin drift and he like doesn't hold the analog for all that long. Because like if you're holding your drift or angle or whatever, you're probably going right off the track. Very precise maneuvering. Good stuff. Nice. Yeah, he did hit it on lap 1. Dang. Even so, this is a very sick run as it is right now. I never knew you could instantly land with your wheelie on the ledge like that. That's interesting. Dude, I'm like a little more than halfway over the tracks right now at this point in the recording. And I have picked up, like, no exaggeration, like 30 or 40 strats I've never known about yet. So I'm downloading a lot of strats in my brain. So yeah, nice finish. Awesome. I'm sure you guys who TT this track out there have had really good runs where you had the fall boundary or you don't go far enough and you don't count your lap to finish your TT. So that is a brutal way to lose a run, if anything. But clearly this one was a successful one for Zilla, so overall, nicely done. Now we have Lost Ruins, and this is by Hints again, once more at the bat here. And this track is awesome. I only played it once in the CTGP All Cup Tour, and I loved it from the very first playthrough. This reminds me a little bit of Shadow Woods in a way with the theming. The darker theming, which I am a big fan of. Clearly, I think this is actually themed after Zelda themed. So I see the little Easter eggs here as well. So it makes play sense to me watching this. And yeah, this is a bit more of a newer addition, I think, into CTGP, from what I can recall. Oh, that's the cut that they're doing. Dude, I was so lost when I played this online. I'm like, why is the whole lobby doing this random cut that I can't even see what the heck's going on? Wow, that's really clever. That's interesting. Wow, dude. Good to know. Oh, this is great. Next time I play it, I'm going to be much more in tune as to what the heck is actually going on now. That's awesome. You see, like, that's a really cleverly hit a cut there. Like, that is awesome. That is so cool. Let's see, it's near here. That's a nice little like bump trick, if you can call it that. Let's watch this again. Wow, that's so clever. That's the thing too, like, it's just like, I don't know, it's like just inconspicuous. Is that the right word? It's just like hidden out there, you know what I mean? Also, the whole like sky changing and all this is so cool, man. Like the I think it's like a blood moon or whatever was out there into lap 3. This is such a brilliantly made track. The theming is awesome. I'm a big fan of this. So really clean run here overall by Hints once more, man. This is looking really sick here. I'll definitely enjoy time trialing this in the future here. That's such a weird trick that they're getting. It's like a vault trick in a way. That's so cool. Wow. What a run that was. Jeez. Those little sinister Goombas there. That's crazy. Overall, brilliant run. Luigi's Island. This is by Jake. And this track got an update probably a couple of years ago. I love this track. I actually TT'd this a little bit when it first got updated. So I'm aware of most of the strats on this track. I love how this plays. The track length is perfect. I love the little hats on the Goombas. It's so charming. It's so good. Oh man. There's some clever little corner cuts at the end, if I'm remembering this correctly. Yeah, so you can use a zipper booster to go through the grass. That's definitely one of those from what I remember. And again, another case where you're drifting off the trick and then you're doing the whole rocking back and forth motion to get more of the airtime there, and just to shimmy your bike back onto the path to continue the race. So really clever gameplay. Did a nice little delay trick over there, and again driving right on the edge there. Just very precise gameplay. I mentioned maybe 30 minutes ago in the reaction, but still, you know, I got really good pretty quick in the game, and I invested so much just physical raw time playing, and that was one of my biggest advantages why I got so good back in my day. But you know, that was in the first 3 or 4 years of the game. Now this game has been out for 16 years, so you know, all the players have played for like 10, 20,000 hours or so. So they have, you know, much more time under their belt. And they're just really, really good at the game now. Again, the average skill level for any player online is so high. There was much more of an exaggerated gap way back in the day. But now the playing field is much more even, so it makes it way more competitive, at least in my eyes anyway. So yeah, overall, Jake, incredible record here, man. All records and everyone else has been really good so far. That's a really clean Luigi's Island run here. So let's move on to the next one. This is called Lumpy's Lively Lair. This is by Boodog. And I never knew this track existed until we did the CDGP All Cup Tour. What in the world am I watching? What in the world? All right, I know just zero. I know nothing about this track. I never knew it. Only played it once. I had no reference point, if anything, for this track. I don't know if this is like from like a game or a movie or original thing or what. I have no idea. I'm just not a fan. I'll just say it. Just not my cup of tea. But in any event, though, really impressive maneuvers still. The one thing I'll say that I appreciate is the track length. Like, I've been saying that a lot, but still, like, this is not too long-winded here. This is gonna be less than 2 minutes, judging by the lap 1 lap split here. Yeah. Like, what in the world is going on here, dude? I have no idea. There's like a little jail cell here. What? Like, is that like forks or whatever going on the ground? I have so many. I have so many questions that I don't think I want answers to. Let's just be forever puzzled, asking questions, no answers, just no context, just bouncing cuts off of happy faces. Just I have no idea, man. Like I don't know. You can't argue this is like bizarre, but yeah, not really my cup of tea for theming, but still, it has to be some type of like movie or game where I'm out of touch. I'm an old man now, so sorry fellas. But anyway, from what I can tell, this is well done. The ramp was down lap 3, but still, that was an overall really clean run. Lunar Lights, another classic by Trollolo. All right, man. Let's see if this is troll gameplay or top tier gameplay. We'll be the judge of that here, fellas. Let's see. Yeah, lots of wacky strats on this track near the end. A lot of different ramps, different ledges and stuff. I know most of the strats on this track. This track is a lot of fun online. I am not good at this track at all, but yeah, like the little hopping tricks are really clever. Ooh, interesting. Looks like he got a bounce, bounced over most of the zipper, landed on the front end and got a low trick out of it. At least to my eye, visually watching that, that's what I downloaded right there. So I'm gonna watch it more closely on lap 2, because like he did the hop trick, landed. He probably got a bad landing intentionally to land on the front end of the zipper. Let's see if I'm actually looking at that the right way. Let's see. Yeah, he literally lands like a little bit uneven, gets a slight bounce, lands forward near the front part of the zipper, and gets a lower trick. Brilliant. Incredible. Awesome. Oh man, that alignment was a little bit sketched there, fella. Hey. I'll hit a little bit of dirt. Okay. Alright. Still, very clean run here. Lap 3 is struggling a little bit, but the first 2 were nice and pristine and in charge here. Spin drift hop. Realign yourself. Another spin drift hop here. Bounce. Oh, you didn't get it this lap. You see, look at that. First 2 laps were done perfectly. Then again, a bounce there. Unlucky, but still, that was a really nice run. Well done. Luncheon Tour. This is by XI. Or is that XJ or XI? I couldn't read that. In any event, obviously, you guys know this track is themed after Mario Odyssey, one of the best games ever made, one of my favorites. And this is one of my favorite CTs. Ever since it first came out, this has always been one of my favorite CTs. What you guys are going to notice, if you guys aren't really privy to a lot of the CTs, there is an endless amount of tricks you do every lap on this run. So for you know, Wii Wheelers and Wiimote Nunchuck users alike out there, they are struggling hardcore on this track, tricking multiple times in motion control. So this definitely favors Classic and GCN from a fatigue standpoint when playing. You can still do it obviously, but it's just a wicked amount of tricks to do overall on the racetrack. But really low trick there. Again, they have a nice little angle to the very ledge of the trick. Do a nice little hopping trick there for a nice low trick back over there. All the ledges here are trickable on this track. Little hop trick in action here. Nice super low jump. And yeah, lap 3 will give you guys a nice little surprise here in case you guys have never watched this track before. Has a nice cool ending, like the little Odyssey in the sky over there. Nice theming, always on point here. Really clean run overall. No major mistakes here, at least to my eye. Again, a really nice low trick here. And if you guys never seen this before, this ending is really sick. So that's a nice little platform ending here. If you fail it, you die. But if you make it, you have victory and you win out life forever. So, boom! Nice. Nice ending. This is Magmatic Sanctuary, if I read that right. This is by Abalash. And I've played this a couple of times so far. And another visual spectacle of a track. Another just very, very dark theme track where sometimes it's just a little bit hard to know where you're racing. Visually, like spectating it is one thing, but actually racing it is a little bit difficult. Like with the Thwompster as an example, like I know for me, I got squished by it when I was racing online because I couldn't see visually. Like it makes a face before it slams down, and at least on this track, I think it only goes red when it gets actually hits the ground. So like different visual things like that, I personally can't see all that well. Again, it might be just a skill issue, I don't know. But in any event, it's a bit more difficult for me. But Overall, though, this track is insane. Very low tricks here, going on the railings from what I was seeing on my first watch here in lap 1. Let's see what else we got here. So, we'll have a gap here, trick, zipper trick, nice low jump. Onto the railing here. Go off the railing, do a little rocking back and forth, get back to the main road, very good. Let's see here. Look at that, it only activates right when it's going down, but like I can't like visually understand what's going on because just how darkly textured it is. But anyway, oh, that was so close, bruh. And dude, the fact that fire pillars come up by the shortcut there, I am sure at a certain pace you're completely pace locked out of it. Also, again, for a casual audience, if you don't know what pace lock means, it's as the name entails, at a certain pace in your run, you're locked out of doing a strat or a pathway if there's something blocking it. So at the cut lap 2 with the shroom, you saw the fire pillars there were actually going down, so it's able to go. But if you're like faster there, the fire pillars would still be up and you probably couldn't do the strat at all. So that's what a pace lock means on a track. And sometimes they will either do different shroom strategies to get around pace locks, or just become faster overall and beat the pace. So it's interesting what different things are done on tracks historically in the past. So clearly here lap 3 makes it easy peasy. Lap 2 is pretty close. Nice little gap trick over here as well. Overall, really sick run here by Abalash. Abalash may have a couple other records too, I believe, later on, but overall, nicely done here as well. We have Mansion of Madness just by 2. Their name is 2. All right. And, you know, no one's surprised. This is one of my least favorite CTs. I'm kind of surprised this is still in CTGP, if I'm honest, but neither here nor there. This is also a pretty old track overall. Those crabs are absolutely insane, as we can see here. You know, the theming here is insane, of course. I mean, look at this. It's a giant death trap. But yeah, as you're going to see at the end of this track, like almost like at least 30% of the track is just one giant boost panel. So I don't know, the gameplay is uninspiring to me, at least at that part. I don't know, but still, this I have to admit, even though I don't like this track, I can't deny it that the theming is insane. Like there's so many different things going on still with the theming of it. Pretty cool to get the actual wheelie thing like DK Summit there overall, but look at this. This is just like complete boost panel. So they're skipping a part of it with a mushroom, which is nice and clever. But look at this. This boost, 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 just ongoing. Like, here's my Rubik's Cube. Here, look, I'm blending into Mansion of Madness. Here we go. Oh, man. Look at that. Also, these thwomps here are so annoying, dude. Like, that... giant source of frustration for me in the past when I played this track, but I will say, I'm not gonna lie, the fact this 2 laps is a humongous saving grace for this track for me personally. If this was 3 laps, I would just wee off. I don't know, man. But the fact that it's 2 laps is barely passable, barely bearable. If you see there as well, the shroom timing there is very precise for the ending part of the shroom. It's right as he's getting out of that little cloud off-road section thing over there. Look at these penguins. Oh my god, what a just absolute, just, I mean, as the name entails, just Mansion of Madness. I mean, hey, at least it delivers with the name. The track name and how just its theme and everything else, very accurate for sure. We can't deny that. Gotta give them that as well. There is a little cut there on this little invisible cube block thing over here, but they don't do it. I think you need mushrooms, and it's clearly slower than what they've done on laps 1 and 2. So yeah, overall, I mean, for what this track is, that's a pretty sick run, not gonna lie. So yeah, I got the clutch sub 250. Well done. Marble Towers. This is by A now. Are we spelling out like the whole alphabet? All the characters and numbers, man, at this point? It's my little anagram or whatever that word is. Anyway, as an example, this is one track I think that could do well with being only 2 laps. If you guys have never watched this track before, this is another real treat of just a trillion different strats. I never knew you could trick on top of that railing either, so I'm learning new things still as well. I knew about this part over here, but yeah, like when this first came out a few years ago, this was absolutely insane. Still is now. I think it could definitely be better if it's only 2 laps instead of 3, but again, that's just my own personal opinion, of course. But yeah, I mean, from theming, texturing, everything else, this holds up still to current day standards, I think. So obviously it makes sense why it's still in CDGP and why people like playing it. There's a lot of different strats you can do. So even if you know like even like 30% of the major strats on this track, and you race online those that don't know any strats at all, you're winning at 10 out of 10 races here for sure. Like that part of the track, that strat is most impressive to me because that's such a sliver part of the wall that I'm sure that can go sideways really quick. I'm sure. Also, that's a sick strat as well. So they're hopping off of no trick, landing precisely on the rail, and oh my god, I've been commentating for so long. This is my longest day ever. They're spin drifting off the railing that they land on as well. They take this mini spiral turn tighter. Man, I've been commenting for a long time. Again, hopefully you guys are appreciating this. The longest reaction video I'll probably ever do in my life. But even still, here we are. It's more than halfway through now, I think, of the tracks. I think we're at like 120 or something like that. So hopefully a few more recording sessions and I'll be at least done with the reaction side of it and I can finish the video editing for it. At this point, I have over 3 hours of the track reaction, like just fully edited in the timeline of the video editor. And that was over the course of maybe like the first 85 tracks or so around there. So yeah, so this was overall a really nice Marble Towers run. No major mistakes by my eye. Well done. Mario Castle Raceway. This is by Glaive. Glaive is returning once more. And I believe the Sherm spot is going to be near the end. Or not. Scratch that. Actually, no, because near the end you can do that Shermless on the rail, I think, from what I can recall. This version of the track is great. This nice little maneuver there from the trick boost, you're hopping over the grass to land on the ramp. Also, that turn is absolute just disaster unless you do it that way. It's a really harsh upward spiral, and the reason why, again, as a lot of spirals will work, as long as you're really far to the right and you just keep on turning like left and you just hold it the entire time and you don't even like let go of it, you're gonna be turning the whole spiral much sharper. As opposed to, if you start your drift even like near the middle there, you actually hit the wall near the top on the right hand side. So go as much right as possible and hold all the way left. And even then, look, like you're only like maybe at most like a bike and a half or 2 bike lengths away from the wall, and that was doing that like perfect. So yeah, that's a really brutal part of the track, man. Like if you're a mock bike, you're chilling, but that's a pretty harsh part for the Flame Runner for sure, unless you know what you're doing, obviously. But yeah, overall pretty standard run here by my eyes, and landing on that railing near the end is also pretty tricky. Because you can easily just not land on the railing and you're in the grass and you're just pretty much done. Like, look at this. Because again, if you fall off at any point, you're in all that grass and you're toast. You're done. And there's a bunch of sticky road on the pipe as well. That was a little bit, you know, not as clean. Maybe a little bit room for improvement there, but overall still nice run. Glaive is back again for Mech Factory. I played this once and I have absolutely zero idea how to play this track, so let's learn, shall we? You can race through that? Alright, well, that's new to me. Alright. See what else we got here. On my first race of this track ever, I somehow got second place, so that was cool. So what do you do here? What the heck? Bruh. There's no way. That's there? Alright, well, guys, I think I talked about this game earlier in the reaction. Who here has played Donkey Kong 64 for the Nintendo 64? Because this reminds me of Frantic Factory. A lot of it, actually. I don't know if it's getting some elements from it, but this like reminds me of that to a good extent, I'm not gonna lie. I think there's still some Bowser theming from what I saw at the beginning here. Let me see. Is that a Bowser theme mode? Yeah. Alright, maybe it's just something else, but to me, like, the inside of here reminds me of Frantic Factory from that game for a good amount of it. But yeah. There are a lot of different routes on this track. I learned that the hard way. Dude. Oh my god. Like, dude, I made my life so much harder than it had to be. But still, it was my blind playthrough, so what am I gonna do, you know? But yeah. Like, dude, the whole, like, moving colors and the little things up and down, like, that's so cool, man. Like, I'm still mind blown how they can actually do all this clever texturing. Like, from what Nintendo made in their native game for their console versus what, like, the community is making on their own now with what's available is so cool. Like, this looks so sick. This is great. Any major mistakes? Nothing that I can see right now. Also, again, another classic example of holding out your MT until your shroom boost wears out. So you're getting the most benefit from your shroom boost and the most boost from your main turbo as well to go faster overall. Anything else that's a bit different here for lap 3, or is it more of the same? I don't think the conveyor cycle was different on last one compared to laps 2 and 3, but that was a pretty awesome run. Okay, we have Medieval Castle Grounds. This is by Pike, and I actually had worldwide tops on this track when it first came out. Long ago, a couple years ago at least, and I like this track for obvious reasons. That's why I actually TT'd it. Nice and simple track, not too long, not too complicated. There's a shroom here in the maze over here, and at least in this version they made the spiral a bit more forgiving here. On the first version of this track, from what I can recall, that spiral was a lot more jank. It's still a little bit brutal on this version, but it's nowhere near what it was beforehand. At least to my memory anyway. Also, if you notice too, like, there's different texturing for the grass, so it looks like he's driving on the actual grass, but it's just faux grass, so it's just normal road. It's just textured different ways for a transition between the road, the off-road, and just in between there. So that's why Pike is taking the turns a bit tighter than what you would think. But yeah, again, pretty spot on track length here. Nothing too long-winded. The theming is great. The texturing is great. The color palette is nice. Bright with a good amount of contrast. It's easy to race on here. Also too, if you noticed, he actually jumped right before the grass to hop into the grass to cut a little bit of the path off, and to use his shroom to get even further near the end there. So overall, really brilliant and clean run. Well done. Melody Sanctum. This is by Entropy, and this version is awesome. The older version, compared to this one, this texturing is insane. The theming is great. It's only 2 laps, which is appreciated. Good track length overall. I also never noticed that zipper until now. That's actually crazy. Oh my gosh. Well, I wonder if that's a new thing for this version, or if that's always been there. For all I know, could have always been there and I was just blind. Who knows? But yeah, I think when we played this recently, I forgot it was 2 laps. Oh, interesting. Wow. With a stunt trick. That's interesting. Wow. The fact that you can have a gentle wall push with that is insane. As a mechanic, I don't think I ever knew. Right? What other track does that? What other track has a single stunt trick where you hit the wall and you don't get clipped down? I can't recall one other track that does that. That's unique. I never knew that was possible. Listen, in the past, from what I've known, is that you just kind of get hit down right away. Also, at the end of the shroom there, again, hopping at the last bit of the shroom boost, and getting out there at full speed. So really top tier gameplay here so far. But again, let's just watch this. Is after the upward spiral here, I think. I'm so confused. What other track does this technique? Yeah, it doesn't clip you all the way down. If anything, it pushes you forward a little bit. Interesting. Normally that's with like a double flip trick, not like a single stunt trick like that. That's interesting. I wonder if that's just a property of the wall or just the mechanics of the type of trick. I don't know. No other track does that, at least in vanillas from what I can remember. That's crazy. You learn something new every day, fellas. 16 years later, you can do that with a stunt trick. That's actually remarkable. That's an incredible run. Well done. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, to Melting Magma Melee. This is by Hints. This is a new version of the track. I want to say this is very, very slightly scaled down. That's what it felt like to me when I played it. I could be wrong, but I feel like this is slightly scaled down from the previous version. This is a timeless CTGP classic CT. It's been around forever. And again, a lot of crazy strats that are employed on this track. There's just a fiery inferno of a track here, for lack of a better description here. Counter drifting here, abusing these physics here, doing that one giant wheelie off there. First time I saw that done a long time ago, my mind was completely blown. I'm not the absolute biggest fan of the track, but even still, you can't deny that the gameplay that's done here is very, very impressive. I wonder if they still do the half pipe hop thing here to cut it off. Oh, that's pretty clever. So what did they do here? Did they still slow down for this? They do. Oh, interesting. And you get tracked on that too. Okay. So it looks like they hopped behind the wall and they got stuck to the ground downwards. Because at least previously, at least the way I would do it is I would slow down, do a spin drift and clip back onto the road that way. But that definitely looks faster to me, of course. So I am not the pro original CT player here. These are the pros here playing these tracks. But yeah, if you notice here overall, he's streaming as late as possible before getting completely slowed down in the snow, and then hopping at the last second with the shroom boost, and still being at drifting speed, exiting the snow, and still getting a trick out of it. Also, the screen looks absolutely insane when you're doing that. So very hard maneuver. There's a bunch of sticky road that's happening there on the slopes up and down, but also too, I'm sure that at slower paces, you can't get those geyser tricks either, which also loses time. So very fast pace here overall, really top tier driving. Nothing bad to say about the driving here. Cut a lot of that off, very clever. Again, look, slow down and hop back behind the road here. Look at that. Boom, another trick, cutting off more of the corner. That is an insane run on this track. Well done. I think this is called Midnight Museum. Did I read that the right way? I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Midnight Museum. And this is by BSHPGS. And the theming of this track is absolutely top tier. Like, this track is awesome. Like, theming 1,000,000 out of 10. Like, very well done by the creators here. There are a lot of different strategies here that I don't know about. I only played it once. But interesting, because I believe there was a shortcut there at the end, at least from what Troy got when we were playing it. I wonder if it's done on laps 2 and 3 perhaps. But I never knew that route was there. Obviously need a mushroom for that, of course. But yeah, this is such a polished track. Like, the theming of this is so cool. I'm sure you could, like, make a video out of this where you just drive around the entire track and see all the Easter eggs sort of theming of this overall. Did I miss the MT there? Did I see that the right way? Was that an MT miss? I'm seeing cross-eyed now from how long this reaction recording has been for today. But in any event though, really awesome run here, as with all these runs of course. The theming is insane. Love this track. And I would definitely be up for actually trying this track a bit more intently. A lot of different hidden tricks there from what I can see. But yeah, pretty clean run overall. No major mistakes apart from missing the MT, I think. Also, is that a Yoshi head? Is that a Yoshi head I see? Are you kidding me? There's Yoshi heads? A dinosaur head? Oh, poor Yoshi, man. No. Oh, no. Oh, our fallen brethren. Oh, R.I.P. Anyway, moving on. Mushroom Island. This is by Charlie. It's been in this distribution for quite a while. I think this has been the same version for quite a bit too, if I remember correctly. I know pretty much all the strats on this track. You can do a significant mushroom skip with the shroom here, so check this out. Spindrift hop. And yeah, just the amount you cut off with that maneuver, stupid. Absolutely stupid. Like, impressive maneuver, abusing the mushroom physics with using the mushroom boost into it. I believe that was on a Kanoko Cave and Lava Road was the track, right? Not Lava Lake, Lava Road. I think that track used those physics too. So very clever gameplay overall here. It's been the not the original version, but the last version for quite a while. And this distribution for CDGP. Again, that can go south really quick. But fun fact though, even if you don't make it all the way, the respawn saves a lot, so you still save time anyway, net time gain, and could be a potential shock strategy, I guess, for a clan war on CTs, I suppose, you know. Go far enough where the checkpoints have it where you respawn with a good part of the mushrooms there. So it's not all doom and gloom if you fail that. Obviously, in a time trial, not ideal, but in an online race, you're still doing okay. That's just such a sick maneuver, dude. Like, oh my gosh. And I could bore you with more details, but different parts of the mushroom acts a little bit differently. Like, he was spindrift hopping more near the center rim of it and not the edge of the mushroom. Acts a little bit differently. You could probably still pull it off potentially, for all I know, but even still, that was fantastic gameplay. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to potentially the most known, recognized custom track of any Mario Kart game ever made. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mushroom Peaks. This is one of the very first custom tracks ever made, I believe, by Mr. Bean, the creator and mastermind behind CTGP, along with Chatters. And this has stood truly the test of time. This is either 2009 or early 2010. This track is very long, so I'm going to go Mushroom Peaks and see when this track was first created for your information. So let's see. Mushroom Peaks, Mr. Bean. Let's see. So the latest version is 2020, but it's more so like checkpoints, I believe. This hasn't had a visual rehaul or a route change or anything since the very beginning. So the first release of Mushroom Peaks, December 22nd, 2009. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I cannot believe it has been almost a full 15 years since this track was first created and released. So, yeah, as we can see, is mushroom theme, obviously. Abusing mushroom physics here, using your mushroom at the second to last mushroom and getting the full lock-on speed and having that lot speed for a trick to cut the gap all the way off near the middle of the track. Other useful mechanics being employed here as well, like the wall bounce, wall cancel here. You can do that on both sides, FYI. Again, look at that, holding out that MT before the zipper boost ends. A lot of these techniques are stacking together, hopping at the edge there. Also, underrated strategy, he's actually colliding with the very side part of the mushroom and getting that ejection momentum to the side. Really hard gameplay. This is a really nice run. I think this run has actually stood for quite a while, if I'm remembering right. I believe Jake has had this record for quite a long time. Also too, he's tricking specifically on the middle part of the rim here, of the center part of the mushroom. That's where you get most of the airtime from. If you're tricking near the flatter part, near the end of it, your airtime doesn't go as far or as high. So I get just a lot of fine minutia, fine and small details here that are being done on these mushrooms here. It could take forever to explain in a video. But yeah, overall, I believe he has had this track for a very long time. And for good reason. Like, this run is very solid here. And that mushroom maneuver at the end here, that's really tough, man. Like, it would have to be 3 for 3, I'm assuming, right? Let's look at this. Let's see. Is it? Ah, almost. So now it's on laps 1 and 2, I believe. So a bit more time to squeeze out, but for what it is, man, for how jank this track is, it has its charm. And yeah, this has stood truly the test of time, and this record definitely delivers for sure. So a job well done. Back from a little lunch break of my own. Now we're back to Musical Cliff. This is by Luke. I love the theming of this track, and just it's textured really well. It's really beautiful. I like the way that it plays. The fireballs at the end are a little bit jank, but apart from that, this is a great track for sure. So Shroom Spot seemed pretty textbook. I wonder if there's anything else that I'm missing here as far as strats on this track. It seemed pretty straightforward with my first playthrough a couple of weeks ago in Flanderfest, but still, like these fireballs are like, man, like it's a nice little peaceful forest here, man. And then the whole world is ending. Well, then it's little musical themed, you know? Like, what's going on here, fellas? Oh man. But still, this is a newer edition, I think, for CTGP. Pretty sure, at least more recently. Also, that grass cut cuts a decent amount off that turn. I don't see anywhere else where the shroom could really be used. Also, underrated terrain or enemy on the racetrack are the bats, dude. Like, if Goldmine was no indication for issues with bats and stuff, you know, those little gremlins can just completely throw you off, man. No matter what track they are placed on. Also, if you notice, Luke is actually holding a really long MT that entire turn. You might think, why is he not going for more than one MT? Well, judging by the slope and how that turn goes, if you're to do double MTs and stuff, it's probably going to throw you wider, and otherwise staying tight the entire time is going to be faster than trying to get out one extra MT and trying to cut back in again. It's different as if you're going like up a slope as an example, but going down the slope like that will probably just function a little bit differently there. So good reason why he's not going for more than one MT on that big bend right before the end here. Looks really consistent to me. I can't see any obvious flaws. Textbook driving by Luke. Well done. Here we are now. This is Music Motorway, I believe. This is by MI. And this track is interesting. At least with this being in this game, at least near the ending part of the track, it plays a little bit funky. So I'm trying to see if there's any smarter strategies as far as navigating this part right here. This part always trips me up. So what do you do here? Okay.
Now, what do you do here? Oh, so you don't, you see, all right, you see, that's why I learned. You don't trick before landing on that. That was my issue, because that there was just so annoying for me when I played this track before. So yeah, you could obviously do that ending little bounce there shroomless. Don't need a shroom for that, obviously. Though I still think it is actually a strat in online. If you like a golden or extra mushrooms or whatever, you can get, again, like a mushroom-esque type of bounce off of it with mushroom physics on the big drum over there. But again, the little xylophone notes here, how it contorts your bike is a little bit strange, but still no trick on that. That way, that trick is way lower. Dude, I was like, what am I doing wrong here the entire time, you know? But still, interesting that the shroom is just right there through the grass, but literally you don't need to do anything else at all with the mushroom. So, and that little patch of grass right there is so minuscule, so it wouldn't make sense at all. And really, like, shrooming through there also makes no sense either. So, even still, with that in mind, really clean run here. I can't spot any obvious mistakes here at all. And obviously doing a counter drift to charge an MT here makes complete sense. So you're almost trying to purposely fall off the track slightly and hitting the very far part of that note. That way you're contorting yourself in the air and really exaggerating how much you're cutting off at that time. So yeah, overall, really clever how they can retexture the thwomps to make it a giant musical note, just like the original version from the game. So yeah, this is looking great overall. Really sick run. I can't see anything obvious for bad fails here, so very good run. This is Mystic Tangle. This is by Jake, and I don't know the strats on this track either. I've really enjoyed playing this track every time that I played so far, though. So I'd like to know what's the fastest way to play this. Oh, you see, I never saw that ramp. All right, well, you see, that makes total sense. Brand new part of the track unlocked. Nice. Okay. Awesome. Sorry if you hear any background noise intermittently. I hear a pretty loud dog outside, so I don't know if the barking is getting picked up on the microphone or not, but I'll see that for, you know, editing Nick problems later on. Anyway, oh, what the heck? I never knew that path was there. All right, that's news to me as well. Interesting. All right, dude. I've learned we're what 140 tracks in or so. I have definitely picked up at least 40-50 new strats at this point. Also, interesting. So why does he trick on that one corner but not the following corner? Because both corners look the exact same. Are they both not triggable? I have no idea. Anyway, so what do you do here again? Oh, dude, that's so close. You get so close to the wall. That's really risky. I mean, a TT makes sense, but wow, I'm sure that can go south really quick. Also, in online racing, you can either like trap where you go off the ledge or like right after you land from that, so that can be a little bit tricky. Also, I'm sure if you don't do a hop trick there, you're not gonna go far enough to land on the wall. So if you just do like a delayed trick, you're probably not gonna land on the ledge. FYI to people that are gonna try that at home. If I was a betting man, I would bet that you have to do the hop trick to actually get on top of there. So yeah, that's so clever. I mean, that maneuver saves a lot. I mean, the other route is going around the entire bend over there. So yeah, this was a really awesome run. Well done. Lovely. Back to the retros. Mario Kart 64 right up here right now, fellas. Banshee Boardwalk Classic. This is by Casey, and it makes total sense why this would be the spear. And I'm a bit more used to the Retro Rewind version at this point. But yeah, this version is still also pretty good as well. Pretty faithful to the original version from Mario Kart 64, of course. And I'm trying to remember, you know, I'm thinking back as far as CTGP's total catalog and history now. I wonder when they first started adding like retros to CTGP. Because for a while, it was mostly original designs, from what I can recall, really. People eventually got interested to try to
you know, bring to life tracks from other Mario Karts that didn't make it in the Mario Kart Wii naturally. So I really forget what year CTGP started getting more into retros. Neither here nor there. This is another textbook track where there's a bunch of long straights, not a lot of severe sharp turns at all. So we're trying to be at max speed for as long as possible, which the Spear can certainly do. Also there, that was a little bit of like a little slip drift that happened there. I don't know if it's the right way to explain it, but just know that with the Spear kind of like gliding back and forth a little bit like this, you can get those intermittent slip drifts here and there. It's actually happened on Peach Gardens a lot with manual drift, especially if you look back to a lot of earlier world records on that track. American player Jaws, who had the world record there a lot of times in the past, he actually had drifts that would actually kind of, you know, be slip drifts after the maze, as an example, going opposite directions there. So you know, it happens a bit more often with the Spear. I don't know if it's just because of the weight of the vehicle, if how it's landing on the track and rocking back and forth. Maybe it's some of those reasons, maybe more of them I'm not really articulating well, or I don't really know at the moment. But either way though, pretty clever maneuvering inside the mansion there. This was a pretty good run. Well done. Choco Mountain, we are back with Jake once more. We've seen Jake's name a lot in these records. So let's see what we got cooking on some Choco Mountain. I think recently CTGP had this updated version of Choco Mountain. I believe it was a much different version before this one that got updated within CTGP. If I were to anticipate anything, the shroom is probably at the very end, right before the line. Kind of cuts off a little small part at the last turn. Let's see here. Is it this? Let's see. Yep. Makes sense. Let's see. Oh, a little hop trick and no trick after. Interesting. I guess that would make sense, because if you're to do a trick there on the second mound, the air time is a lot, so you're probably losing time there. And also, it's like right before the first turn. So like, I assume, let's say that straight after getting a trick there was much longer, then yeah, probably going for that second trick would make sense. But if he doesn't go for that ending trick lap 2, I would only assume that it's faster to not do that trick before the first turn on laps 2 and 3. Let's see, the little hop trick here, then a wheelie off. No. Oh, interesting. Well, to be fair though, he got a bad landing on the second mound and his wheelie didn't come out right away. So if I were to guess anything, like on lap 3, he's not going to try and trick right on the line. That would not make all that much sense. But if I were to speculate, probably the intended way is doing a wheelie off that mound right before the line into the first turn on laps 2, 3, and the ending of lap 3. If I was a betting man, we're not going to see a trick on that last mound. Let's see what we got cooking here. Let's see. Please prove me right, Jake. Maybe look smart here a little bit. Let's see. Good landing. Nice. All right, good. So, again, I'm pretty sure on lap 2, you got the bad landing there on the mound. Didn't get a wheelie out right away. So when he registered a wheelie, it was actually a trick at that point on the mound. So, yeah. Either way, some clever mechanics there. Well done. Moving on, Frape Snowland. This is by Casey. Casey's back once more. The Spear Goat. And I'm also not surprised to see the Spear on this track. I want to know, what's the shroom strategy here? What do you do? Bro. Audience, I promise you, that shroom is not that simple. Case in point, I've been doing some online time trial recently, and on this version, I've had some massive blunders there on that shroom. Just saying. GLME. There was an invisible wall. Hello? And out of bounds. So, not a fun time, clearly, with that in mind. Also, too, all right, I found this out yesterday when I was racing Online TT. That snow there, that banks the curve, you would think, oh, like you drive into it, is snow, is slowed down. It's an actual solid wall. That's the
biggest disrespect. What? That's a wall? What? I never knew that. Which I did not know. So also, where it counts you out of bounds on that snow mound makes zero sense. I'm sure though, once I time trial this for like at least 30 minutes, then I'll see exactly where the out of bounds boundary is. And I bet you it's probably free every time. It's probably just another case of skill issue for Mr. Nicholas here. So we'll see what happens there. But again, another track that has a lot of long straights. I would say probably the first couple of years, the custom tracks were a bit more like this, where obviously this is a retro track, obviously, but like original designs, they were a bit more long-winded, longer straights. They have, you know, some different types of tech and things like that. But it was actually not uncommon where people would main the spear in online racing for custom tracks, because a lot of the tracks that would get chosen are just a bunch of long straights on a lot of the original designs, at least way back in the day. That's really not the case now. I mean, we're over, what, 130 tracks or so, and we've only had, what, probably less than 10 spear records overall, so it's really evolved over the long term here. So very solid spear run here by Casey. Pretty textbook driving. Nice job. Koopa Troopa Beach by another spear legend, Carter. And this might be automatic. Yes, it is. All right. So, I'm forgetting. No, this is the second spear auto record in this entire thing. Carter also had the spear auto world record on Camp Cardigan way earlier in this video. So one thing I'm going to point out here is it was more obvious at the early part of lap 1. Let's see if it does it here actually. Let's see again. Okay, so if you notice, there is a tech with spear auto chains that I'm going to see what happens, but I don't know why exactly it happens. It's just automatic drift things. If you notice, right before he's chaining his drift, he's doing a hard turn like this that normally cancels your wheelie. But I think if you time it at a certain time and you rechain, it actually acts like a full chain wheelie. That's just the most simplest way I can describe it. Case in point, it makes it where timing chains doesn't matter at all with Spear Auto. If you have like a wide open straight like that, you end up being at an average higher speed for a longer period of time. So for example, like on the hedge maze of Peach Gardens, you kind of weaving back and forth. I think some parts they slightly use it there, at least in the past. But in tracks like, you know, Moonview Highway automatic for that, they may use it there as well. But it's just a thing. I think it was found only a couple of years ago, or maybe it's known for longer than that. I have no idea. Automatic Spirit drivers can let me know in the comments. But right before the wheelie ends, they just do a hard turn and re-wheelie, and it's like you're getting a chain pretty much. So this was a really sick run overall. Almost the 159. You're so close to that, man. That looked really insane to me, dude. I mean, to cut 0.1 off of that, I'm sure it's possible. Maybe it's just getting better luck on the tricks where the shroom is, perhaps. But even then, like, everything was really pristine in this run. So regardless, that was an awesome run. Rainbow Road. Rubik's Cube time. Let's go. We had this by Charlie. I love this version of this track. Way long ago, like many years ago, like the original like version of this track for this game was like uber faithful to the original from the Mario Kart 64 version, and I think it was literally like 4 minutes plus, I'm pretty sure. Obviously that was charming for it to be, you know, literally like very faithful to the original design, but even still, this one is much more practical. It pretty much mimics the version from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But still, this is a fantastic version of this track. And noted too, is only 2 laps, which is also much appreciated. Also too, I've never been able to do that Star Cup before with that mushroom there, so that was really cool to see. I wonder what shroom ends up being faster though for the extra lap here. Because obviously only 2 laps, you have 3 mushrooms. You're doing one strat twice and another strat once most of the time. So you have 1 extra mushroom here. What's going to be the fastest utility with your mushroom? Let's see here. Is it this? It is not. Interesting. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it looked like you gain a good amount of time when you do that beginning cut there. But I guess it makes more sense to do the star cut a little bit later on. And if you notice too, we're going to come on it pretty shortly here. The star is a bit sloped to allow you to get on the bottom of it and then exit on the top of the star. So let's see what Charlie does here. After the chain jump here, also a good throwback to the chain jumps in the original version in Mario Kart 64. So shroom in here, little TF input. All right, you're cutting like a good portion of the track. I can't deny that for sure. So yeah, this again, I'm a broken record, but all these records here are really good at this point for CTs. They've had several years now to compete on a lot of these tracks. So this one is no exception here. Really polished, so well done. How fitting. We have Royal Raceway and we have Z Royal, aka Zane. Let's go, Zane. Yeah. Happy to see you have a record here, man. This is great. So in case you guys don't know, Zane Z Royal was a major contender in the world record scene on Mario Raceway. So of course, Royal Raceway is a nice little distant cousin, you know, of the track. So good to see you have this track here, man. And he also had WR and N64 Bowser Castle, so he's in a very accomplished T tier, of course. So this track is a lot of fun, and I'm not surprised that Zane has the record here. This is looking pretty polished to me so far, and as if with a lot of the other retros, there are a lot of different versions from different creators. So different visions for what the track can be. Some that are more faithful to the original design. Some that are pretty much the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe vision of certain retros. Sometimes a hybrid of both, and sometimes just imagining their own version of the retro track. So at this point, you know, there's so many talented CT creators. So there are at least 2 or more very solid versions of many of the retros overall, just within the landscape of Mario Kart Wii CTs. Zane's run is really good here. Has a small little grass touch there, but overall, like, you can drift on the coping here as you're seeing, and being very precise with the mushroom here. Doing that very slight mushroom right before hopping out of the wheelie. Again, just saving just a little bit more time there. And again, all the alignments with the MT, the wheelies, and each following turn is so precise, especially this one all through laps. This was very impressive too. So my boy Zane out on top. Fantastic run. Well done. We have Wario Stadium here by Spicy Deluxe. If you guys are hungry right now, I mean, I bet at least one of you guys are going to be ordering some food right now. If you're that one person out of all the viewers here that sees Spicy Deluxe and you actually want to order some food, type a comment. Let me know if that was a good influence for you guys to buy some food. In any event, I ate my lunch a little while ago, so I'm chilling right now. But in any event, onto some more retro, so more Mario Kart 64 to go through here at the moment from Spicy Deluxe. And as I mentioned before, different versions of the retros all around. I'd say this version is pretty solid. That's within CTGP at the moment. Also too, doing nice spin drift wheelies to kind of shimmy around your bike to hit the zippers, kind of weaving back and forth. Very solid overall. And this last turn used to be a bit more brutal in older versions. Even to be honest, like I don't know how many of you have actually played Mario Kart 64, the actual game, but the last turn on that game is pretty brutal, dude. Like, you do like a little MT, then you do a bunch of hops after and do an MT again. It's pretty brutal in that game as well. In any event, this run is looking pretty good right now. I would say probably where time save or time loss can come from. Oh, that was an interesting trick. What happened there? It looks like maybe he landed on the very top of the mound where it's kind of like sloping down a little bit. That's interesting. That was different than lap 1. That definitely saved time 100%. Nice. Okay. That was kind of what I was going to mention before, though, is that where you can save time or lose time is probably going to be just where you land on each of the mounds here and getting very low tricks on them. Because per lap, you probably have at least, what, 10 plus mound tricks. The big ones, these smaller, more horizontal ones. He's doing the hop tricks to initiate the first trick there as well. This is just a normal delayed trick. Oh my gosh, I've been commenting for too long. Sorry. On that trick as well, and also too faster to do just one long wheelie in the air and then trick on the second one too. Yeah, what, dude? Yeah, had to have had some good luck on the air before that mound lap 2 to get that awesome low trick there, because that definitely saves some time. But yeah, I love this version because all the terrain, you know, the curves up and down, is much more generous and way more natural for how the game plays. It's not as jagged or just as abrupt. That's probably the right word. So this track plays a lot more smoothly. I know it's 3 laps, but even so, it's just barely 3 minutes, so it's not all that bad overall. So yeah, that was a really good run. Well done. Yoshi Valley. All right, this is by Jake. Jake is here once more, and I've had some interesting races for online time trial worldwide recently here. So let's learn the fast strats here, shall we? Because I gotta take some good notes here, see what I have to do. That looks pretty standard here so far. One big drift. Okay. What do you do here? Oh, so you don't do an MT off the gap. That's interesting. Good to know. Downloading strats in my mind. Okay. And where do you exit here? Okay. That could go bad pretty quick, not gonna lie. You could try and cut off a little bit more than what you're intending on, because where the tree is there and the little like flower faux thing there or whatever, can be a little bit like a visual trip, you know? So you may cut off more and you lose all your time. But interesting though, so you don't release the first MT over the gap. That's been my mistake. I was definitely losing time doing that, so noted for when I play next time. This looks pretty straightforward to me. Slight little bounce in the upward slope gives you a nice little slip drift there, so it helps to charge the MT a little bit faster. By the time that your shroom boost wears out, you have an MT to release and to be speedy on the rest of the racetrack. Looking very good here. And dude, this is one of my favorite tracks out of any Mario Kart still. Just the charm of Mario Kart 64, all the question marks, not knowing where the players are, the different routes and stuff. Amazing track for sure, and I'm glad that, you know, we had this still to play with in Mario Kart Wii. So yeah, really consistent run. This was really well done by Jake. Neo Bowser City. This is by Ave M. So let's see what strats we got cooking up here. So I am definitely more familiar with the Retro Rewind version, because it has a little cut in the middle. So that shroom makes sense. So I want to see if there's any shroomless cut at all, because on the Retro Rewind version, they actually remove a part of like a little ceiling that's there on the gap after this couple of S bends here. So after this here, right here where that Bowser sign is, I believe ZPL either raised it or like partially cut out the bottom of it. So you can actually do that shroomless, which saves a lot of time, but is really hard. Like really hard to do consistently, especially with the Flame Runner. So yeah, apart from that, it looks like almost the exact same to me overall. So shrooming here makes the most sense. Also, if you notice, they are shrooming fairly early relative to where the dirt is, and that's for good reason. So you're having the shroom boost wear out just as you're crossing the dirt patch there, and that's helping you to take that recovery portion a bit tighter there. If you shroom right where the dirt is and you have the shroom boost beyond the dirt patch, you're gonna be flying almost into the wall on the opposite side as you transition out. So that is a much better use of that shroom to obviously not crash there. So yeah,
It's looking pretty polished to me here. I don't think there's any other significant strat that can really be used on this track. MTs look nice and crisp here. Double MT, little slip drift action, not too shabby. Good alignments here. Taking the curves all nice and swell. But did that move? Did that Bowser sign move, or am I seeing things? I probably am. Dude, I've reacted to over like 140, 150 tracks at this point in the past few days, so I'm probably seeing things. In any event, that was a really clean run. New Moon Manor, this is by Nilo. And prior to the CTGP All Cup tour that we did, I have not played this track probably in years, plural, years. I still really enjoy this track. This was really a spectacle when this first came out years ago. This was definitely a step above the rest, for sure, at the time, when this was first released. There's a bunch of different cuts that are done here. So like that looks absolutely insane. And here's the thing, if you fail one of those and you fall into the grass over there, I am 99% sure it's out of bounds. So if you mess it up, you're toast, you're done. So, especially in online races, I see people go for that, and I'm like, dude, you're absolutely crazy. Like, the margin for error is so tight there, you know? So, also, am I the only one that thinks that the pathing of those thwomps there is a bit weird? Like, the speed that it goes and doesn't go all the way across to the other side, that always throws me for a loop, not gonna lie. But in any event, it's looking really nice and clean here so far for this run. It looks like he got like a double trick there lap 1, but it didn't happen there on lap 2. Oh. Am I missing something? Why did he not do the same strat on lap 2? What? He didn't use an actual mushroom, right? Because he shrooms right when he falls down from the sky. So why would he not do the same strat? Unless it's just that hard, maybe? What happens on lap 3? I'm curious. Let's find out, fellas. Let's buckle up here. See what we got cooking here, man. Why was that strat not there lap 2? Was it just the alignment into the ramp was bad on the zipper? Is that why it didn't work out? Also, this definitely gives me like Luigi's Mansion vibes 100%, like the actual game. Let's see here. Yeah. Why was that not done on lap 2? If I were to assume anything, it has to be that maybe his alignment into the zipper going off it was just not good to do that strat on lap 2. Either way, I saw no other obvious errors apart from not being able to do that lap 2, so probably a little bit of room for improvement here, but either way, that was a really nice run. We are up to Neverbia, bunch of L's there, I's and L's it looks like. Let's see what we got cooking here. I am quite surprised this track is still lasting within CTGP. This track is really old, like really, really old. Looks like, again, the whole zipper fragment thing there is on the screen, so I apologize about that one. Again, I don't know why that's exactly occurring. Unlike normal tracks, the zippers aren't doing that when I've been recording recently, so I don't know why. Sorry about that. Anyway, if this were to stay within CTGP, I think this desperately needs a refresh, or at least a facelift, I think. This seems pretty outdated to me. Just my opinion anyway. It plays a bit odd still, like some parts were made better, I get it, but it still plays a little bit funky. That's just kind of my opinion anyway. Because again, this track is quite old. But even still, I mean, it has that allure just for being a legacy there. Oh! I mean, that's some like lucky low air, I guess. Normally the air you get is actually quite high when you go off that lip over there, so that's some nice luck that happened over there. Dude, happens on lap 3. Because that certainly didn't happen on lap 1, I don't think so.
feel like these first couple of turns just play just very odd. It just feels a bit strange. Let's see. Let's see here. Pretty textbook stuff here, nothing too crazy. How about this? Yeah, look at that. That's normal. Lap 2 was like top tier QM luck, dude. Like, obviously you could save some more time if you had that all 3 laps, but you can't really control that reliably. I don't think so. But anyway, that was really sick. Okay, we have Northern Heights? Northern Lights? Northern Heights. I want to say this is Northern Heights. I think I watched a record with this recently. I think. So I am aware of most strats here, so that's pretty crafty there, using your shroom early and having airtime that go right into the cannon there. It's also really funky being able to actually stick there, probably sticky road on that really slanted blocks over there. Whoa, that was so close to the wall. That's sick. That's nice. Okay. Okay. All right. Nice. Yeah, good amount of shroomless cuts here. A nice crisp use of the mushroom to get some airtime to cut off the corner before the cannon and land into the cannon. I've always wanted to land in the cannon on Maple Treeway as an example. I thought about that when I was quite young as a casual player back in 2008. And now that is actually done, at least in the task now. It's actually really cool to see. Because I always wonder, back in 2008, when I was a casual player, I had no competitive knowings of anything at all in the game when I was a casual in the very beginning. I'm like, what if I could just touch the cannon on the side? Will I fall through it, or will it actually send me through? And sure enough, case in point here, and also in the Maple Treeway task eventually, we find that out. So, really cool mechanic. Obviously some more shroomless cuts over here. That path right there, that's what you kind of normally go for in online. This part here is obviously a bit more risky. If you get shot there, you pretty much toast. So with that in mind, dude, that's crazy. Almost hitting the wall there on last 1 and 3. That's really impressive. Like, that's pristine execution of technique on the racetrack. This was a really nice run. Congrats. This is Obstagoon's Palace, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Again, Jake is back out the bat here. Only played through this once, and this track is sick. Like, also that fireball was so close. Oh my god. This track is insane. The texturing is chef's kiss. Like, this is such a pristine and awesome track. So, oh, so that's what people were doing. Okay. Nice corner cut in there. So I know no strats on this track, so we're going to learn together, fellas. Buckle up. Let's see what we got cooking here. So you don't shroom there. So where do you shroom? Isn't the lap almost over? Oh, you get trick in the fountain. Okay, good to know. Let's see. You get a trick on the corner. Ooh, okay. What else? Oh. Oh, that's so obvious. Oh, that's painful. In a good way. Dude, that fireball is so close both times. Oh my gosh. But even still, I did not realize that cut on my first playthrough. I was doing Flounder Fest, doing co-commentary with Troy, as well as a lot to focus on, so I didn't pick that up on the first go. But yeah, like that corner cut, very precise, very close. Dude, again, I must say, like, the average quality of any custom track that's made now by creators is so good. Like, just texturing, shading, putting good contrast, everything else. Like the palettes of the colors looking like things are glowing, you know, just the visual effects they can do is very clever. Like the artistic nature of how they're doing everything is really impressive. I must say again. I must reiterate that. Let's see if the fireball is close again. Let's see. Dude. Oh my god. All 3 laps, you're almost getting fireballed in the face. The sunglasses on Funky Kong's face are going to be burned up to a crisp. The bandana just flakes of just burnt nothingness into the air. Oh man.
Yeah, again, by my eye, no significant mistakes so far. No missed MTs. Executing all the strats. Sure, maybe some minor things here and there, but looking pretty solid here. Nice delayed trick. Going off the fountain there. A little bit of a high trick there, but even still, nothing to worry about all that much. Nice low tricks here. Dude, yeah. This is a really sick track. I would definitely time trial this in the future. That was a really awesome one. Pianta Shore, we had this by Casey. And I never knew this track was within CTGP until I played it recently in the CTGP All Cup Tour. Again, Casey is back. And this reminds me of Greece. I've never been there. Would love to go one day, eventually in the future. But the whole theming of this just reminds me of pictures of Greece, 1,000,000%. So yeah, nice, bright, vibrant, nice contrast. So let's see what strats we got cooking up over here, shall we? I think there's a shroom cut in the middle from what I saw in online races. Yes. Okay. What else? What else? What else is there on this track? Let's see. Isn't this the end of the track? Ooh, that was tight. Nice. Solid. All right. Okay. Pretty textbook driving here, for sure. Interesting you go for the back wheel, not for going nose first there. Because that trick is so short. Every little bit of time save counts, guys. Remember that. Even still, it's looking pretty solid here, man. No significant mistakes by my eyes so far. Also, if you notice, small detail, but Casey waited to actually release his first MT. If he were to release the first MT really early, he probably would go very wide. It's the same case as to why you don't release the first MT on N64 Bowser Castle Upward Spiral. At least with Flame Runner, that's why you don't release it very early on, because it's going to throw you out really wide. It's just the way that the terrain is of the spiral. It kind of acts the same way going down, so he's waiting a little while to do it, and then he's rechaining the MT, and he's almost like hooking back into the track and going even tighter. Whereas if you're to release it right away at the beginning of the downward slope, you would actually go pretty far wide, more often than not. So let's actually watch this again. Yep. Yeah, so he actually missed a slip there, so that's why he went wide over there, but even still. If you had got the slip there, you probably would have stayed tight, more than likely. So nice trick here. Again, hops into the off-road, then uses the shroom, so good boost preservation there, and uses the shroom thereafter. Really solid run, man. I've been saying that about every run. Gonna need a little counter of that in this video probably, but in any event, that was great. Nicely done. All right, so I still cannot believe this track is in CTGP. Welcome to my least favorite CT currently in CTGP, Pipe Underworld by Suni. And I literally, it baffles me, man. I cannot believe this track is still in CTGP. I have no idea, man. This has served its time. It was cool like 10 years ago, but hasn't changed. And dude, this is anything but beginner friendly for casual audience trying to get into CTs, man. Like when they boot up CT Worldwides and they have things like Melting Magma Melee and then this track, dude, like they're in a deer in headlights, man. Let's be honest here. Like they're not gonna know. Trust me. And again, oh dude, I am so salty for what happened to me on Flounder Fest on this track, dude. Alright, so this is a path, is it not? Right? So in older versions, like I knew it already in older versions, that you can't do that on laps 2 and 3. But there's no signs for that, number one. Number two, they don't completely remove the route, so how would he know? And number three, it's just, oh God, dude. Oh Lord, what can I say about this track, man? Oh my gosh. At the very least, make it where the whole path is not there on laps 2 and 3, man. Like, because again, me is one thing, but
people that want to get into CTs and they play this online and stuff, like, oh, I did that on lap 1. Now I'm going to go there again. And you literally can't do it after lap 1. Like look, like they're not going there now because you can't do it. The path is there, but half the path is now gone. So you can't do it. So I don't know, because I thought, oh, because again, third off, I thought with a new version of this track, they probably changed that. But of course they did not. And no visual indication to say otherwise. So yeah, that's my biggest gripe. I mean, if this were to stay within CT and GP, it has to have some type of indicator there where you cannot do that on laps 2 and 3. At least for someone that's new to CTs, because again, if they have a brand new, they go out of the way to do CTGP and do online worldwide or CTs, and this gets chosen second track, they're deer in headlights, and they say, oh, this, someone goes here in lap 1, I'm going to go there lap 2. No, it's not going to work, man. Again, sorry, I'm very salty about this track, but putting my personal feelings aside for this track in particular, I mean, this has been played very well, as all the other tracks have been, so I can't spot any obvious mistakes here. But yeah, I was on my my high horse during that one, apologies, but yeah, overall, that was a really awesome run. Piranha Plant Pipeline, and I really love this track. This version is really good, plays really nice. Oh, he can do a double trick there. I never knew that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Am I gonna pick up on anything else here? What the heck? Interesting. So they did a hop onto the zipper. Never knew you could do that either. I never thought to do that as well, I'll be honest. I knew about that too. So you think, oh, a water jet, but if you do a hop, like a hop trick, you can hop on the jet stream there. Also, that shroom is not totally free. You have to time that pretty well because you can very easily overshoot it and your shroom boost doesn't last to the rest of the grass. So it's definitely a little bit finicky. So just a word to the wise there, in case those of you were to try it at home. And that's really, I like that. That hop onto that zipper is really clever. It makes you land on the item blocks a little bit earlier. If you were to just do no hop onto that zipper, you actually travel a bit farther with that little stunted trick there. That's a pretty cool maneuver. Also, if you notice, right into the cannon, he's aligning as far left as possible. So he has one big wheelie into where you do the shroom at the very end there. So that's also really cool to see. But yeah, I personally really enjoyed this track. This track plays really nice. Racing here is always a lot of fun. And I think in more recent versions of this track, it plays slightly differently, but it's still mostly the same. I think the water jets aren't trickable anymore. I could be wrong, but that was just what I remember playing. Maybe it didn't happen for me, but in any event, that was a really nice run here. Job well done. Quaking Mad Cliffs. This is by Luke, and I know most of the strats on this track. I believe the middle strat is only done on either last 1 or last 1 and 2. Because I think the bridge just falls down or something, or that part, it's not there anymore. So let's see what happens here. All right, shrooms. Ooh, that was an interesting shroom. Okay. All right, so there's a zipper there. So that's pretty free. Also, fun fact, the beginning bridge there is the wavy bridge from DK Mountain. And I think a CT creator told me in the past, but the orientation of that bridge in particular, like it can't be like reoriented or something. I think I'm explaining that the right way. I think so. So like if we were to orient it the opposite way, it would be like smooth every time. Unless that's changed, I have no idea. Anyway, saving the mushroom here. Let's see. No. Okay. So where you use the mushroom then? I'm confused. Oh. That's a cool twisting, contorting trick. Haha. Alright, what else do you do? Let's see. Shroom here? Well, we're gonna learn something new here, I guess. I don't know. What happens on lap 3? Let's see. Let's see. What do you do on lap 3? Do you shroom here again? Oh. Alright. Okay. Ah, there you go. Alright, so you see, that's a much better way to do it compared to Pipe Underworld, where on lap 2, just the whole thing is gone. The whole route is gone. It's not half the route is gone. This is a much better way to do it. Also, there's a little sign with like falling rocks or whatever, like a little like Easter egg there for that part of the track. So something like that should be done on Pipe Underworld. That should be still CTGP. Anyway, we're still on Quickie Mad Cliffs that had to say that as well. Yeah, overall, it's a really clean run here. Even still, excuse me, sorry, I'm a little bit sick right now. Sorry about that, fellas. I have a little bit of scraggly throat here. Trying to do my best out here. So you see that little log thing right there? I bet you that falls eventually, and that's the ramp that you do after lap 1. I didn't pick up on that if that log already fell on lap 2. I was wondering why he does it on lap 3 and not lap 2. So for my stubborn nature, I'm going to watch this all the way over again until lap 2 and to see what actually happens here. Let's see here. Is the log down yet? It's not. That's why. Okay, look at that. See, that's a part of the terrain. Lap 3, it falls down, and then you use that with a mushroom. That's really nice. Okay, moving on. Rainbow Road Solar Edition, aka the 3DS version. This is by Ivan, I think I saw. I'm pretty sure. And I will say this might be my favorite version of this track. I think I like the CTGP version a little bit more. I think so. Thank God it's only 2 laps and not 3. Little cookie ramp over there. Good to see that still. I'm like 1 or 2 tracks in CT still at this point. Oh, nice little corner cut there. I see. Okay. Nice. I want to say, doesn't this version also have a big cut? I could be wrong. I thought there was a big cut on this version of this track. Could have been patched. Could be hearsay. I don't know. We're going to find out together, fellas. Let's see. I know, like, at least in previous versions, like, falling off before that giant ramp there is a little bit faster. Just so we get lower airtime. But no. I guess we'll find out on lap 2. If there's anything else. Also, the Toast Factory conveyors. Makes an appearance there. A little speed boost. Slightly. Also, that little tube little exit there with the little zipper contorting trick there. I've always loved that personally. Looks really cool. Let's see. This is the version. Okay. Because this version you can cut off that part of the ending there. But I believe in the Retro Rewind version you can't actually cut that giant ending part of the last curve there. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, the texturing here is incredible, of course. Rubik's Cube, colors, here we go. Yeah, I mean, oh, also, that's what I was going to say. So, I don't know if it happens only on Retro Rewind, but also, I wonder if in CTGP with this version, if races lag on this track. There are very few tracks that lag specifically, and I think this one has been one of them. At least on Retro Rewind, I don't know if the CTGP version of this and CT Worldwide's also has that issue. But in either event, look at how precise the landing is on that. As you can see too, not tricking on that. It's also a faster play there. Again, just because you can trick on something doesn't mean that it's actually faster overall. So, yeah. And again, even just for 2 laps, like, this is still pretty long. Like, you're racing as fast as possible. This is what, like a 310 at least. So, yeah, I mean, this could even be like a 1 lap almost. Because I think this is a 1 lap on Retro Rewind, I believe. Better of a length. Because look at that. This is barely, what, a 310 in time trial mode? That's cutting it pretty close, but either way, that was well done. Rock Mountain. This is by Cable, and I am of course familiar with this track. I believe the Shroom strat is still gonna be cutting the end by the slope before the finish line. Let's see what we got here though. Could always be different. Races here online is a lot of fun. Especially with a golden mushroom, you are smooth sailing. It's almost like a dopamine rush of Mario Raceway with a golden mushroom too. It's a lot of fun. Just weaving through all of the grass and such. Also, that's a nice maneuver there if you notice. So no trick number 1, but number 2, maintain that wheelie and actually like holding down a little bit. Have that angle kind of like arc the bike with the angle a little bit to where they landed right in front of the zipper to go one path up the slope. So very clever mechanics there. I believe on different tracks like GCN DK Mountain, that can be exploited a little bit more. As far as kind of almost like 360 spinning around. It's actually pretty funny to see. But yeah, normally the strat is doing like triple mushies through all the grass over there. If I were to guess anything on lap 3, there's cut more of it, and that ends up actually being faster overall compared to doing that strat with the ramp all 3 laps. Where again, almost a case of like Mario Circuit with the spear, where the 2 Shroomer can be faster than the 1 Shroomer three times over. But I know on tasks they do that 1 Shroomer 3 for 3. Probably like they can push the maximum amount of grass cutting with that to its limit to where it makes sense. At least for human gameplay, like this makes more sense on this track as an example. Little delay there, make sure you last to the ending over there at full speed. So nice clever use on the mushrooms here, navigating the grass. Overall, this was a really sick run here. Job well done. Rosalina Snow World coming up. This is by Boodog, and let's see what we got cooking here. I don't really remember a lot of strats on this track. There might be one corner cut here. Oh, what the? Oh my god, it's been a long day, fellas, of reacting, let me tell you. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm telling you, man, I just love this timings of things sometimes. Oh my god. So, for those that are uninformed, the beginning of this track is just pure, like, ice, slippery physics. So you can really kind of exaggerate your turn there. That is so cool. Let's watch this again. Let's see. Oh my god. Alright, so I am sure that he is shrooming as late as possible that he can. That way when he bonks into the wall, he still has a little bit of shroom boost left over to be able to not completely go down to 0 by completely crashing into the wall there. That is a significant time save, dude. Oh my gosh. Because, dude, like, when you're gliding on that, going the entire, like, spiral around, it's so slow, and the slippery physics are just so annoying. But look at that. Bonk. Oh my god, man. And also, what getting the zipper trick there, too, it kind of keeps you in that plane until you land. It's kind of the same thing on GC and Rainbow Road with the spear, why that really worked out so well. That's also pretty useful when you're landing on the water here. At least the lower section anyway, that is. And getting that entire zipper boost. So this was a really entertaining run. Job well done. That was awesome. Royal Rainbow. This is by MP5. And this track plays really funky. So I know there's one thing at the beginning here, like a little ramp here, right? Do they use this here? They do. Okay. Apart from that, I don't know what's fast here, so we're gonna find out together, fellas. Dude, Rubik's Cube again? Like, let's try and blend in here, you know? Oh my gosh. Wait, that's how they do that? Huh? Dude, I've never known how to get on top of the split path here. This boggled my mind for so long, dude. I gotta watch that again. Oh, that's where they shroom. Okay. Okay. So, let's see here. Because, dude, I'm telling you, man, that split path confused me. That's how you hit the bottom zipper? Oh my gosh, man. There's no way. We're in a simulation right now, guys. This is not real life. Really? That's how you hit the the lower zipper? I never knew what to do there either. Alright, trying to get a wait. Alright, so I guess either he messed up or he was trying to lose time to catch the wavy part of the zipper cart. Guys, I've been commenting for so long. Sorry if I'm incoherent at this point. Oh my gosh. He was waiting for the zipper part of the wavy section to get the flip trick on top. So what? Alright, you fall off. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. Oh my god. This is going to be the last track I react to for my session here today. Obviously, you see more in the timeline for the video here, so post-edited, obviously. So, I did a lot of... I've done probably, like, close to 4 to 5 hours of raw, like, recording reactions today. So, that's probably going to be, like, another 3 hours to the video of, like, chopping it up, at least. So, yeah. Again, drop one of these here. I have like almost 60 tracks to go still. I cannot believe that, dude. Oh my gosh. But we're trucking through. We're learning a lot, man. Let me tell you. So this is all good stuff here, man. I'm gonna truck through it. I'm guessing this video is gonna be minimum 8 hours. Oh, Miss MT. Minimum 8 hours, but probably 9 hours, I think. Not quite 10. I don't think so, but almost 9 hours, I think. But overall, that was a really nice run. Okay, we have Ruinated Peach's Castle, I believe. This is by Abalash. And it's a new day, new wardrobe. Hopefully the last wardrobe change for a new day. Doing this massive recording here. I'm a bit more sick today, if I'm honest, but I want to get the rest of this done before if I'm like completely full-blown, I can't talk or whatever. So anyway, I've seen this track maybe once or twice. This track looks insane. From what I remember, there's a lot of different routes you can do, and obviously they intertwine throughout the entire run here. So let's see, that seems pretty standard. Oh, interesting. So I guess interesting style choice that, you know, patches of dirt you would think are actually dirt, it's just normal road that Abalash went off previously in the lap here. Yeah, like this track looks awesome. Again, anything that's just kind of textured theme, this darker theme, you know, I personally like a lot more. It's my personal taste for tracks and design and everything else. But yeah, this is looking pretty good so far. It looks like that wall was a little bit of a false wall from how tight Abalash took the turn there. And again, you would think that's actually dirt, but from what I can see, you're not being slowed down on the SOM. Let's see, because over here, right? Oh, maybe they were slowed down. Because it was 90 km/h. Right? Isn't there another patch of dirt he goes over at the end here? No, it's on top of that little wooden thing. Let's watch it SOM again more closely on lap 3. Or is it like dirt that like barely slows you down? Unless it was from the airtime he had where he's still at 90 km/h. I'm curious. Let's see. I mean, obviously overall looking pretty consistent here. No obvious visual errors from my eye, at least. See what we got cooking here. Right over here. No, stays at 84, right? So interesting. All right, well, stylistic choice, but I like it anyway. Looks like you're cutting off a decent amount of that path switch over there, so clearly the faster option. So yeah, looking pretty snazzy to me. Nice triple MT corner around the bend there. Nice little trick on top. Yeah, overall, no major mistakes to me. This track looks awesome. Nice work. We have Rush City Run. This is by Dante. This is most definitely one of the older CTs within CTGP. I think this maybe only got one visual overhaul like years ago, I believe. This is still pretty much the exact same layout and design. Whoa! Oh, and I never knew that cut was there. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, all the different little routes and alleyways here just based on the theming and design of this, clearly different routes you can do. So obviously this is the biggest known cut if anyone has played this track a bit frequently. And you can do a hop trick off of there. Man, you landed really close to the grass border there. Wow, nice. Okay. Let's see this cut again. Where does it happen? Let's see. So you ran, I think it's after this turn, right? Yeah, wow. Just completely just drifts, no trick, maneuvering beyond the building, and then grass, the shroom in the grass as recovery. That's sick. Also, too, if you notice there, it's probably intentional that he's not doing a trick to land flat at the top. I would only assume you're probably getting a bit more airtime if you're the trick there, and you probably wouldn't land right away. So it probably would be fastest just to not trick there, of course. But yeah, I think this track is themed specifically after something. I don't know if it was a part of a movie or something else. I'm not really too sure, but overall though, this has definitely stood the test of time within CTGP throughout all the years here. Maybe a visual rehaul is in store for this track, who knows? But this track definitely delivers though in the races, especially like if the shock happens and like you grow up before everyone else and you take the shroomless cut here and no one else does it, like there's a lot of opportunity for time save throughout an online race here. So it definitely delivers on both fronts, both for being a satisfying time trial and a good online race too. So this was a really sick run. So Dante, well done. Sahara Hideout. This is by Ice. I believe this track did recently get an update, like within the past like 6 months, like that recent, I believe. I don't know if it was a major. Sorry, it's a little bit sick here, but I don't think the routes really changed. I think it's more just visual things. Also here, like that's so sick. Like I didn't know that path for a while until more recently. And also, isn't there an invisible path here? No, it's just sand. But still, doesn't that route change in lap 2? I don't remember. We'll find out in a minute or so. But even so, there is obviously a lot going on here. I mean, to be honest, like this gives me, you know, faint memories of Hell Pyramid in a way. Kind of gets that same type of vibe here. This track is utterly insane. Like, and then over here you can do little hop tricks and little colored parts here. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that part there, there was even more of the little Technicolor, like little changing colors of the floor there, where you actually were continually like hop tricking all the time. Also, that's the thing too. I'm aware of most of the strats on this track because I've definitely watched a record more recently here. But yeah, this is just absolute craziness. Like I will say though, like also too, if you see there's a little brown mini ramp and Ice is doing like a little hop trick to go over that gap to land on that visually appearing road. Also, I knew that part falls. I knew that. Okay, so I'm not going crazy here. So yeah, overall I like that as 2 laps, good length for a track. I feel like the pacing of the track is pretty good. No one part is too long before transitioning to a different part or different theme for the track. That cut also looks pretty scary, but it can be learned to be pretty reliable for sure if you have your spacing right when doing it. But still, this road here, the whole Technicolor changing the color, for some reason I remember that being like the whole length. I could be totally wrong, but I thought that was for quite a while. But yeah, this track definitely delivers for sure. This run is sick. Ice did an awesome job. This is Sakura Sanctuary. This is by Doge with the spear, no less. And I remember when this track first came out, it was definitely a couple of years at this point. Maybe 2020, maybe, or 2021. I can't exactly remember, but it's been a couple of years now. That's a really sick cut there. I haven't really watched anything for this track in a long time now, but again, seeing the spear here makes plenty of sense to me with the track layout for sure. This is like a nighttime Peach Gardens, but like it's several properties over, you know, in the whole allotment of the Mushroom Kingdom, right by Peach Gardens, you know. But no, the theming is pristine, crisp, on point. I actually don't know if Shadow made this track or not, because some of the theming looks familiar from, I think it's Cherry Blossom Garden, I think. Is that the name of the track? Cherry Blossom something, from a while ago in this video. But some of the texturing and the theming and stuff looks a little bit similar to that track. But even still, it might be hard to tell on the screen, but again, there's the lighter road, there's some pebbling, darker shade, and then there's actual darker green grass. On that darker pebbling texture, that's still a normal road. You can drive on it and not lose speed. It's just the texturing transition between, so it's not like harsh, the road, and just the grass for visual things, obviously. But yeah, I may have mentioned it before earlier on different Spear records, but like, you're trying to say it's dedicated to one line if at all possible and not wheelie nudging, because the main turbo is so short with the Spear that you can't really maneuver after the fact all that much. Very small window to do that. So it really banks on being as precise as possible, even more so compared to Flame Rider or a Mach Bike. I won't say this for too long, but since the main turbo is longer on the Flame Rider and the Mach Bike, when you're going out of an MT into a wheelie, you have a couple of frames where if you turn back and forth, you actually don't lose time when you actually adjust your wheelie angle before the boost wears out. But since the Spear's MT is considerably less than Mach Bike or the Flame Rider, you have the tiniest of window to do a very small micro adjustment before you're back at base speed and not in the boost. So this is definitely every bit of a precision vehicle. And so you're just trying to be as precise as possible on the racetrack. So this track is no exception here. Doge did a wonderful job, so job well done. Sandstone Cliffs, this is by LVL, or Level, I would assume. That's what the name stands for. Oh, you can do a hop trick there. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's cool. I assume with the shimmy of the bike angle, you'd be just be hopping on the zipper to get the trick, but I actually didn't know you can do a hop trick before then. So that's pretty cool. Nice. Okay. Again, another track that was added maybe a couple of years ago. The theming is really good on this one. I definitely enjoyed playing this for sure. So let's see what we got cooking here. I believe there is maybe a shortcut at the end, if I'm remembering correctly. I think I even watched a record by Luke on this track. I want to say maybe a year ago or so. I could be wrong, but I think Luke did time trial this before. That's another case where that patch of grass is different, where if you hit it, you're not losing all of your speed like normal grass. It's kind of like the same property as like the dirt, like on Grumble Volcano, where you can turn on that, but you're not going below the speed required to maintain your drift. So I believe that's also used on DS Mario Circuit we saw a long time ago in this video, where you can hit the sand on that track and still not slow down completely, so you can take the corners a bit more tightly with that in mind. So yeah, even still, you know, I always had the curiosity in mind of like, what could prevent the Spear from being a faster option for a time trial. If anything, like that turn with how it functions, I think it will benefit the Spear, just because it can break the turn better, despite how bad the drifting is for the Spear overall. Because there are a good amount of straights here. That's why I'm wondering, like, could the Spear be used here? Like, is there anything that's really awkward here? I don't really think so. Like, drifting tricks, Spear can do that. Not too much of a problem here. It can definitely do that as well. The timed hop on there. Yeah, so custom track mains out there that time trial these tracks pretty regularly. Please educate me. What would be the barrier for the Spear being an option here on this track? For all I know, maybe it's a pretty close toss-up, but then the Flame Runner barely beats it out. I don't know, but either way, this was a really sick run here. Ooh, nice low trick at the end. I don't think that happened on laps 1 and 2. Interesting. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Very nice. Potentially a top 3 favorite track for me right now. I think most definitely this is Shy Guys Lumber Company, and this is by Avalash, and this is a more of a newer addition to CTGP. And let me tell you, like, this track is epic. Like, everything I could possibly imagine in a track that would be really cool. The theming is on point, it plays really well, it's pretty balanced. This track has got it, fellas. So I have seen some records here in the past just from how much I've enjoyed playing this track. So I'm aware of the little window shortcut here, the shroomless shortcuts overall. Yeah, there's just so much happening visually on this track that like it'd probably take you a couple of times just to watch it over again and see all the little Easter eggs and themings and stuff that the custom track creators put in for a theming of the track. You know, I definitely have to tip my hat off to CT creators, anyone that'll go out of the way to make a custom track, because on the one hand, you're trying to think of a track that will just play well for the game, that would look really cool with a really cool theme, and not be, you know, too like flashy or overboard where it's distracting from your gameplay or being underwhelming, right? And even so, like, this is still like, you know, artistic expression, right? So like what little things, little details are you going to put in that people aren't really going to notice right away? Maybe they'll never notice, or maybe they'll notice after a while, you know? So again, like, this track has so much charm. This type of theming I really enjoy too for a track, so I'm just totally fanboying here, but this track is so sick. And Avalash is masterly tearing up the racetrack here. There's a bunch of different turns you can do, cutting out some gaps over the water. The shroomless cut is insane, doing the little window hop trick into there, the little spin drift hop trick back into the track thereafter. Like, look at this. Through the window, spin drift hop trick back onto the track, perfect alignment into the moving logs. The Shy Guys are busy at work here, working their 9 to 5s, right? Oh man, what an awesome run on an epic track. Now we have Shy Guys Market. This is by Casey. And I'm interested to see what the strategies are here. So I don't know if the big cut is within this version of CTGP or if it's just within Retro Rewind. Also too, I alluded to this earlier in the video. I forget which track it was. But definitely the theming of this track, it reminds me of Chapter 2 from Paper Mario 64 in the main desert town when it becomes super dark as well. Because a lot of the theming in that town becomes darker texture like this. So it definitely reminds you of that game for sure. So nice nostalgic trip down memory lane. Looks like the shroom is still at the end here. Through the dirt, pretty textbook stuff over here. This is definitely going to be lower than a 2-minute run, judging by that first lap 1 split. If you notice over there's a zipper to the right hand side. You can actually go on top over here, over in the market. In an online race, there might be some item boxes there, I would suspect, to make that route at least somewhat viable to go for. These turns here, believe it or not, are a bit tricky from how they are scaled. If you don't time them right, especially with Flame Runner, it becomes a bit of a precarious situation there. So definitely, you know, at least in an online race, you're not really thinking about that too much with the Mach Bike. And also too, the dirt there, or sand or whatever, compared to the brick at the end and throughout the run here, it is pretty similarly textured and colored. At times, at least for me, it can be a little bit visually confusing, but I'm sure if you play it at least maybe 10 or 20 times, you'll definitely remember where the transitions are, so you're not losing any more time. But yeah, this can be a pretty tricky time trial. I've definitely played this here and there. So nicely timed load tricks there, as per usual. Everyone here has fantastic times in all these tracks, with this track being no exception. That looked really sick to me. Again, no major mistakes, a very strong time by Casey. This is Siberian Chateau, but whoa. Wow, dude. All right, let's see what you got, fella. See what you're cooking here. Was that not a full start boost? Hold on. We're restarting that because I want to see if that was a missed full start boost. Let's watch this closely. Did he miss a full start boost, fella? Let's see. Oh, he might have. Yeah, that wasn't a full rocket boost. Hey, time for time save. Anyway, no, dude, trust me. Unironically, one of the hardest tricks in the game is having a good rocket boost and not burning out, you know? Anyway, this track is sick. I love darker ice-themed tracks like this as well, so I have a lot of bias here. Even so, there's some cool like little like tricks here as an example. Like, again, you wouldn't think where the chain links go into the bridge. You can actually trick on that. When I saw that for the first time, I thought that was really impressive. I'm like, how in the world can you do that? You know? Whoa! His name is Woe too. I didn't know that was a shroom spot, man. Wow. Oh, that's so interesting. What even happened? So he shroomed off. Well, look, he was falling out of bounds. I guess that part is drivable, and he does a wheelie, and he gets airtime over the snow, and goes back onto the main track. I have to see this again. Dude. Also, doing that online has to be treacherous too. If you get bumped, you're pretty much toast. Let's watch this again. How do you do this? Shroom? Oh, alright, another thing I picked up on. So he's purposely landing on his back wheel, which I assume will help you to at least get a cleaner landing to get your wheelie out in time with your input. That way you're getting a wheelie over the gap. I'm sure if you don't get a wheelie at all, you're driving right through the snow and you're toast. So that's very impressive. Wow. Because I've raced this several times now, at least in online races. This really cool track, but I just didn't know if that was the actual shroom strat for the track, so that was really cool. So yeah, I would assume if a shock happens or a POW happens in an online race, you're not a happy camper at the end of the day. So yeah. Oh, no way. Oh, that's so cool, dude. Wow. Clever gameplay. That whole strip is really drivable. So why waste time going diagonal back into the main road when we can just go straight there to the finish line, because the finish line is going to be extending there. That was awesome. That was definitely one of my favorite runs out of all of these so far. Six King Labyrinth. This is by Luke. This is definitely going to be one of the longer track records within CTGP. I think it's 314 from what I saw. This track is really old. I think behind Mushroom Peaks, this has to be a top 10 oldest track within CTGP. This is like almost the original version, I'm pretty sure. Also, all the numbers and stuff on the little gates and stuff, I'm 99% positive that means that on those laps, those pathways open up. If you've never seen this track before, this track is very confusing. I still have no idea how to properly play this track. I just follow the leader in an online race whenever I'm racing, to be completely honest with you. I know there's one route on lap 3 where you have like 3 cans going around. Sorry, I have to smack the mic. Sorry. Anyway, there's like where 3 kind of ping pong around on lap 3 with cannon strats. Also, see how Luke is hopping over those corners? Sometimes they're called beam corners for like the certain angles with it. Even if you have like 1 pixel off of it, you just go poof and they fall off. So I can only assume maybe there are beam corners. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm just still surprised this is within CTGP at this point. You know, I think if this were to stay within CTGP, it desperately needs a facelift to bring us some new life. Maybe make it a little bit shorter, because again, like this is 3 minutes 14 seconds for a world record holder to drive the track as fast as possible. Most common for me, like this is at least almost a 4-minute race, if not more, whenever I play this online. Most of the time you're getting 30-second rules, meaning that it's been 30 seconds after first place cross the finish line and then the race concludes. Oh wow, that's crazy. Like he was barely there to get that route. If he was faster, that gate would have still been there and he wouldn't have been able to take that route. Wow, interesting. I think too, I could be wrong, but I feel like Spear was used here in the past as well. Because again, look at this is like a giant grid, right? Like there's not a lot of complicated turns. There's just a bunch of straights on this track. But even still, so look at this. If you've never watched this track before, you're in for a treat for lap 3. Look at how the gates are just going down now. There is a route where you use like multiple cannons to kind of ping pong around the track. So I think it may start here. Look at the little Stargate there. Look at this. Let's check this out. So, boom. Right? Yup. Then there's another one, I believe. Or not. Oh, maybe there is. Maybe that's for like item box route or something like that. Yeah, but in any event, this is definitely should attest to time being within CTGP. This has to be at least 12, 13 years old. I would suspect probably at this point. But yeah, anyway, this was a really clean run, as most of these are. Wow! Dude. Oh my god. Dude. These endings, man. Sorry for the coughing. I'm still sick. These endings that just end abruptly like that, because again, for those that are uninformed, certain tracks, they may be created where the finish line checkpoint, it just kind of extends beyond the visual appearance of it. That's why you can go off-road and still, and they're almost out of bounds and be counted as completing your lap. So that was a crazy maneuver. I was going to say, oh, maybe he went wide there and just had, you know, a bit more of time loss for lap 3, but joke's on me. Sky High Island. This is by Lawrence. I played this a few times. This is most definitely an updated version. Years ago, this looked way different than what it looks now. I actually forgot this was really within CTGP. Again, another very long track. As you can see here with the spear, it's being used again because there's not a lot of significant wacky crazy turns or strats being employed here. Also, huh? What just happened? Hello? What? Okay. If I were to speculate anything, he purposely had to hit the wall a certain length there, or a certain amount of time, to be at a certain speed. Because I think he did what's called a slow wheelie, where I'm probably going to completely butcher the explanation, so sorry in advance, but if I'm right, let me know. It's almost like the slow wheelie on Maple Tree, with a little funny thing where you go out of bounds, so you're not counted as out of bounds. If you're within a wheelie and you're slow falling at a certain speed, it just doesn't trigger the out of bounds boundary there. So I would only assume if he's trying to like very slowly kind of spin drift off, that maybe it would count as out of bounds. But also too, remembering that there was a zipper right there. So if anything, maybe it's just braking his fall as well. Maybe it's a combination of those two things, but even still, that was insane. Let's watch this again. Let's see what happens here. Let's just watch what his speed is when he's actually falling down. So let's see. No, I would assume that's partially slow wheelie, because that was only like 45 kmh. I would assume obviously you have to break your speed from being at zipper speed, but still I think a part of that is probably a slow wheelie glitch there, because when there's obvious like jumps you can do from one path up to down, a lot of the time on these tracks they do have a boundary there where it counts you out of bounds. Again, for all we know, that could be an intended route, potentially. But even still, the texturing on this track is absolutely beautiful. Like, I'm still so impressed with this track. Also, too, I've watched runs of the glitch category here before. It's actually quite funny. I'm pretty sure it's this track I'm remembering, where I think it's probably Magic Cruiser, and they actually race like up over there by the finish line, going back and forth inside the pipe and going back to the finish line. So yeah, another category for another day potentially, but overall that was a really insane run. I think this is called Sky High Shine, or Sky Shine High. I didn't read the name fully correctly there. I think it's one of those two names here. The Grave is back for another record here. Also, guys, let me know, can you actually race on top of the ceiling there? Because I've never been able to do that in years past, and it looks like you can barely do it. Is that just aesthetics, or can you actually do that? Let me know, because I've never been able to do it. And you could do it so close, just based on what you did on lap 1. But yeah, another track here that's definitely on the older side of things. It's been around for quite a while. Hard to imagine anything. I think this is also themed after a Pokemon, I believe. I don't think it's after Zelda. I don't think so. Maybe themed after a Pokemon game, potentially. But yeah, overall, I mean, this track still plays well. Even for me, 3 laps is not that no, super long-winded here. It's still, you know, a decent amount, under 2 minutes, so still pretty decent length for a track. Not too crazy of a length here. Shroom spot definitely makes sense, at least on lap 1, but I'm eating my words now. Because what's going to happen here? You didn't do the shroom on lap 2. I assume there's going to be a 2 shroomer, right? With that in mind, like, what's going to happen here? I have so much suspense right now. What's going to be this trap? Because I was thinking in lap 1 that grass shroom didn't really cut off all that much. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was the strap, but I wonder what's going to happen here, though. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. I mean, do you actually get on top of the route? Is that what you do? Or no? Huh? Oh, it's off-road. Whoa! Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, dude. That was worth it for sure. All that suspense. Wow. Well, 1, I got my question answered. And 2, I know why it costs 2 shrooms now. So after that drivable part, there was a bunch of grass there in the zipper. So you have at least 2 shrooms. I assume the rest of that path is probably grass. So if you have like a golden or a star or whatever, or a mega, you can do the rest of that route. But wow, that was really sick. That was a really cool maneuver, man. I'm very impressed. I'm definitely gonna have to learn that strat now. That was great. We're still on the Sky tracks here, fellas. So this is Skyline Avenue, I believe. I know this track pretty well. As far as overall strats, I don't remember the shroom strat. I think there is a cut in the middle. A couple of railing cuts too, I think. Okay, yes, I remember this. Nice. Okay. So I definitely remember that now. Oh, what is this? Oh, I didn't know that route was there. All right, that's pretty cool. Another track that's been within CTGP for quite a while. Even so, I think this did get a refresh maybe a couple years ago, I believe. This track is very satisfying to play. Like, just the transitions that it has, for like the different slopes and everything, and I believe it has a lot of sticky roads, so you can actually transition right away when racing, like up, down, flat, whatever it happens to be. So definitely a very satisfying track to play, and a lot of fun in online races too. So despite being one of the older tracks within CTGP, I think this still is worthy of being in it. This produces a lot of fun races here. And yeah, I did not know this little middle cut was there, so that's really cool to see. Looks like a little casino in here trying to hit the slots. Oh man, but yeah, I mean, the Flame Runner can do everything here. Mach Bike wouldn't really have any real utility being here. Also too, if you notice, like right when the slope transitions to the top, they did a little hop trick to get it out, gain a bit more speed, you know. I wonder on lap 3, I forget. I wonder if you actually do a trick before the line or a wheelie into the line on the zipper. Sometimes tracks that have a zipper right before the ending of the race, before the finish line, sometimes it's faster to either get a really low trick before the line, or sometimes it's faster not to get a trick and do one wheelie. That way you're reducing air time if it's right there, right in front of the line. So I'm curious to see. Again, a really polished run here. You know, these tracks get some updates semi-frequently. So there's always technically new records per version, but still, these tracks are really optimized from what I'm seeing now, to be honest. So massive respect for sure. So again, another very clean run. Well done. We are back to the retros once more. Now to Super Mario Kart, the SNES tracks. Bowser Castle 2. We got this by Darling here, and I've definitely played my fair share of versions of this track. Whoa, that's an instant trick. What the heck? I didn't know about that. I was expecting like a pretty low trick, but that was like a first frame, like instant low. Wow, that's impressive. Had a bit of a wheelie turn there though. Okay. I'm surprised though. Unless those versions pass, but I believe you can actually do that cut shroomless. I could be wrong, but I think in previous versions you could do that shroomless. Maybe it's just still faster to... Wait. Oh. I was prepared to see some uber super low jumps, but again, obviously those were low, but there's the lava pit between each one, so you really can't. Even if you could get like an instant trick, like landing, like on lap 1, you'll be right into the lava, so... Let's watch this again. Let's see. Wow. It's almost like you're clipping a wall. I don't know if that's like a visual glitch or not. I don't know. I'm so confused. Lap 2 alignment went better. Didn't have to wheelie turn as much as lap 1. Landing onto the railing. Pretty standard stuff here. Nice cornering. And yeah, this version is sick. There are, again, a lot of versions of these retros especially that are really good. It's a matter of your preference overall, you know? I believe the one in Retro Rewind takes out the little Bowser thing here, and the lava gaps aren't as severe. Because at least, I don't know if they fix it in this version on CTGP, but if you do the low trick, if you time it very specific, you can actually literally low trick into the lava. So that has happened to me before in the past. I don't know if that's been changed or not, but still, that low trick looks so satisfying and so sick. That's an awesome maneuver. Yeah, so by my eye, that alignment looks a little bit tricky. Lap 1 and lap 3 had to do a bit of a wheelie nudge there, so also a little bit of time. So definitely a little bit of time saved to be had here. But again, like that alignment is pretty precise, where it's just two walls offset ever so slightly and you're just kind of throwing a needle there with your alignment. So understandable why that would be a bit more of a difficult maneuver to do for all 3 laps. And also some chain wheelies here actually mattering for time save at the end. So got the first chain here. Let's see. Oh, I got a drop. All right, but even still, that was a really clean BC2 run. SNES Bowser Castle 3. And as you're going to notice, a lot of these retros, especially in the Bowser Castles, they have like different color palettes for theming here. So it's not like a lot of the same thing every time. Oh, so that's how you do that. So I knew there's a corner cut there. I never knew how to do it though. Looks like on that second to last booster strip, you do a trickless, spin drift hop to align yourself. And then the actual trick you do propels yourself over that corner there. Ooh, we got an instant trick landing onto the railing. Ooh, interesting. Okay. I'm learning more strats here, fellas. Nice. All right. Because I also have to learn all these retros for time trials for online TT series happening very soon. So, yeah. So I gotta learn all these strats now. Also, from what I believe, only that last boost strip and that whole sequence there is actually trickable to my memory from playing it recently. So it looks like maybe they're purposely not tricking on purpose, but that's the case there where the zipper actually can't even trick on it altogether. Ooh, that was clean. So you actually rode the whole railing lap too. Interesting. I wonder why. Oh, because the stream is right there at the end. All right, never mind. Anyway, I was wondering why that wasn't done on like lap 1, but it was done into lap 2. So have to use that last shroom somewhere. So that makes plenty of sense to me. Thinking back on that now. Also, that turn right there is a little bit tricky. Don't let your eyes deceive you. You have to make sure you're taking that turn very sharp before you round the corner. Because if you're turning sharp but too late, you're going to go around that zipper. So it can be a little bit brutal for sure. But yeah, overall, this is a really sick run. A little bit of maneuvering around the flumps there. Maybe a little bit of time saved there for future runs. But that was really clean overall. Choco Island 2. This is by Sal. I love this version of this track. Really nice refresh for it. I wonder what the fastest strats are going to be. There is a shroomless cut in the middle, little corner cut, but I wonder what's fastest here. All right, just a dirt then, or mud or whatever. All right. Look here, there's going to be a shroomless cut on this corner right here. So releasing that MT to boost yourself over the gap. Pretty clever stuff for sure. Let's see what you do here. So you just hop on the railing and you just get a trick. Okay. I've always been wondering what's the actual fastest way to maneuver that part of the track. Yeah, you're just trying to hop on the railing to make sure you get a lower trick. To my memory, if you have a wheelie to the horizontal railroad tracks, and you just get like a first frame trick, your airtime is pretty high. So that's where they're trying to hop on it to get lower airtime and save more time, obviously. Ooh, nice alignment. Nice. I don't think it was that precise on lap 1, unless I'm remembering wrong. So 2 things. Hopping on it for lower airtime and really getting like almost a last frame trick. Very impressive. Very good technique here by Sal Racing on this current time right now. That's really close. Also, the minecart hitboxes are a bit finicky. I think a lot of hitboxes for different types of things you can interact with on the racetrack can be a little bit sketchy here and there in this game, but yeah, that was pretty close for sure. So that alignment lap 2 was so sick at that part back over there. So yeah, probably a little bit more time save here, but that was just a really well performed run overall. Nicely done. Donut Plains 3. We have it by Glaive or Grave once more. I think both Glaive and Grave are the same person now. I'm assuming anyway that me is the exact same. So Mach Bike is back out in full force here. So on the sharper turns here, nice little shroom over here, and you can do a little corner cut going back up to the main road. Nice strat over here. I've always been a big fan of the Donut Plains tracks from Super Mario Kart for the longest time. So I'm actually quite happy not only do we have the retro versions from Mario Kart Wii, but they also brought it back for Deluxe. So I'm a very big fan of the Donut Plains tracks for sure. I think it's just really nice track design that like the shroom lasts precisely right to that point. It's scaled really well. And of course Flame Rider can do all these techniques as well. But with all these different cornerings too, this Mach Bike is a bit more generous on this track. Also, not for nothing, but in case you guys don't know, the actual main turbo boost is just a little bit longer on Daisy Mach Bike compared to Funky Flame. Like classic example, if you were to watch an N64 Bowser Castle run between Daisy and Funky Kong, Daisy gains on every main turbo, but then Funky Kong gains a little bit because its higher speed is a little bit faster. Also, I actually missed that wheelie out of the water there, so that actually loses a good amount of time because you're not at that lots of wheelie speed throughout the air. Only a major mistake that I saw, but apart from that, that was really well done overall. The very first track of Mario Kart overall, Mario Circuit 1. This is by Casey. It is 5 laps, just like the original. And I've seen this records here pretty frequently, so I know the shroom strat at the end. Just all about precision here, fellas. Nothing really too crazy going on here. Just trying to be as perfect as possible with the basic driving mechanics to be as fast as possible. Also too, you know, people that haven't really time trialed the older Mario Kart games, Super Mario Kart is over 30 years old now at this point. Let me confirm that. Super Mario Kart release date. Yeah, wow. So the release date of the first Mario Kart ever, Super Mario Kart, where this track is from, August 27th, 1992, is freshly 32 years old. In a 32-year-old Mario Kart game, the most basic of mechanics out of any Mario Kart, there are still world records being set on both PAL and NTSC versions. So I get a question semi-frequently where, do I think certain world records could be impossible or never beat? And my answer is always no. It's just a matter of when. If the oldest Mario Kart with the most basic mechanics where you really can't have, you know, a lot of extreme variance compared to tracks like this where the mechanics are a bit more involved, if they're still breaking records in that game, then no reason why records in this game will never be beaten ever again, you know. But yeah, just had to give my hats off to people that also time trial the older Mario Karts in the series too, especially the where it all started here on the Super Mario Kart. So yeah, overall a great run by Casey and a good throwback to you know, where it all started. As you would suspect, Mario Circuit 2 now. This is by 12 MVC. I'm also a big Mario Circuit 2 enjoyer. Even especially, I know it's not this game, but oh, that's so sick. Nice. Okay, so I believe the Retro Rewind version also has that corner cut there. I didn't know the CDGP version has that as well. But within Mario Kart 7, shoutouts to Mario Kart 7 and also Mario Kart 7 Tassing. if you guys have never seen TASes of Mario Kart 7, they are remarkable. I'm gonna link the TAS for this track because it is really, really impressive. It's a real treat. I won't steer you the wrong way. But yeah, this is another great Mario circuit. All the Mario circuits from Super Mario Kart, I'm a big fan of all of them. Mario Circuit 4 has that one awkward turn with the U-turn, but even still, like, that's also another fun track to play. Obviously, Mario Kart Wii got Mario Circuit 3 out of the box, but even still, this run is great, as are all the others. No major mistakes by my eye. No crazy ending strats here compared to other tracks, just the basics. Alright guys, you know what time it is. Another Rainbow Road, the Rubik's Cube makes its grand return. This is Eli out the bat once more. This is SNES Rainbow Road, one of my favorite tracks out of any Mario Kart. I've always loved the way that it plays in any version of Mario Kart that has it. I've known about this for a while. If you've never seen it before, that's a great treat. I might be misremembering, but didn't both the Bullet Bike and the Mini Beast have this for a bit, I think? It may have been the Mini Beast. I think it was the cart, because the cart made that corner cut a bit more easier, I think. But yeah, just look at how precise that is. Like, that is such a sick cut. I'm so happy that there's no out of bounds boundary, or at least within that range, to make that cut viable. Because again, on lap 3, let's look at the mini map, because you're cutting the whole chunk of the track off. Check this out. Like, that looks so ridiculous. Like, oh man, this track doesn't fail to deliver in any version of Mario Kart, with this one being no exception here. So what an epic, awesome run. We got Spectral Station. This is by Jake once more. I love this track. Anything nighttime train themed, I'm a big sucker for. So let's see what we got cooking here. What's the name of the old childhood book? Is it called like Polar Express or something like that? I'm curious. Is this the 9-hour Emmy podcast? So I can afford to look at something really quick. Express book. Is it a book? It is the Polar Express. Oh, my childhood memories, man. I don't know if this directly themed off of that, but this completely reminds me of that book when I was a child. Fond memories for sure. So I think trains are cool. Anything that type of realm, I think, is really cool. So theming here, on point, pristine. This track plays really well. So yeah, let's see what laps 2 and 3 are delivering. Let's see if the train cycles are going to be a problem here. Does not appear to be right now. All right, that was a little bit close, but not really all that bad. For explanation's sake, if there's a moving target like that could be a pace lock. If it's moving away from you, you generally have a bit more leeway, but if you're timing it where if it's moving towards you, it's a bit more harsh. So just keep that in mind. If you're playing a track where there's a pace like that, where there's a moving object going horizontally, it's a bit easier to evade it or maneuver it if they're going away from you as opposed to going towards you. So looked a little bit close on lap 2, but I'm sure like if you're like 0.5 faster, you still wouldn't hit it as of yet. Look at the theming on this. Is so good. This is great, man. Dude, CTs at this point is just so impressive. The little boo on top of the little mansion there. Oh, that was so close. Again, case in point, the fact that it was moving away from him, he was able to barely evade that and make that work. That was so impressive. That is one of my favorite runs. Spike Desert. This is by Boshi, I believe, but it's Bo Sushi in the me name here. This track has been in it for CDGP for a while now. This did have a refresh a couple years ago. I think there was an older version of this track. I'm actually a big fan of this track. These little pillar like things, those contorted tricks look so cool to me. I've always been a fan of this track for sure. Not on the screen right now, but old Mario Kart Wii player Jack, back in the day, he had the Bowser's Castle Wii world record and was just a really great time trialer back in 2011, 2013, in that range. He came back to the game briefly like a couple years ago, Got a couple of CT records, and I actually had the CT record on this track a while ago. Even still, that shroom looks pretty standard to me. Almost hit the wall, but that's how precise driving goes, to be as fast as possible. But yeah, like that contorted trick, it just visually looks so satisfying and so cool, and actually performing it is also really great. Also, that turn there is pretty tricky. It's just a bit, a bit more tricky than what you would think. So you could easily just clip the wall if you're trying to take it a little bit too sharp, but if you try and go a little bit too safe with it, you're gonna be going much wider and losing a lot more time. I think the old version of this track, it was just a very slightly different layout. I think there used to be like some type of like cut near the end after the top portion. I don't know if that's actually out of this version now, but I don't think that was the fastest route to take anyway. Maybe it's more like an online exclusive thing. I think there's like an actual like mushroom bounce thing near the end. Let's see if I can actually pick up on it. Is it in this? Maybe even on the street here. Maybe it's still there. Yeah, maybe, yeah, that route is still there, but maybe it's like a golden mushroom exclusive thing, because it looks like there's still sand there when you land at the end. But overall, Boshi absolutely crushed this one. Really clean run, no obvious mistakes by my eyes, so well done. Spooky Swamp. This is by Ham, and I've seen this track maybe 2 or 3 times overall. This is definitely one of the more newer additions to CTGP, if my memory serves me right. This track looks really cool, and to my memory, there are a couple of different routes on this track. So I wonder what we're going to see here. I believe I mentioned it a couple of times in this video already, but this level, this course, reminds me a little bit of Donkey Kong 64 as well. A little bit for Jungle Japes, and also for another level in that game as well, like a little hybrid of the two. So really cool theming for sure. Maybe they weren't going for that at all, but it's kind of what it makes me think of. So I saw this before in the past. It's actually really clever. Oh, that's so sick. Whoa. Oh my god. Dude, I bet you there's like a million routes on this track with all the little huts there. Oh my gosh. Wow. So yeah, I mean, it is at that 3-minute threshold, but even still, I think this is a really cool track. So hats off to the creators here, of course. Also really cool little glowing effect with the glass, the windows around the huts. That's a cool touch. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got cooking here. These humongous huts here. It's really crazy. Oh my gosh. Because he did chain like one zipper to cut that gap and then use a shroom boost to get the rest of the way over the gap. So zipper here, pretty similar maneuver. But then what happens here? Let's watch this again. Yup, spin drift. Wow, jeez. That's actually crazy how that's barely not possible with the shroom. Without a shroom, I mean. It looks like you probably fall by like 1 or 2 bike lengths without a shroom there. I wonder if that's possible. If it was possible shroomless, I wonder where else you would use the shroom to make it save time. But even still, the theming here is top notch. I'm a fan. I have my bias, but still, also nice little I see a little fish signs, little shark signs, or whatever that was, and they're flying over the path once in a while, so that's really cool. Because again, it's called the swamp, of course, so gotta have some little monsters lurking around, of course. But still, the glowing effect on the windows is so cool. I'm a big fan of this. So let's watch this again. Yeah, you would literally fall like 1 bike length, or if that, without a mushroom. So, shame that you can't do a shroomless, but even still, that was really nicely done. Fellas, hopefully we don't have a lot of like rain noise on the microphone feedback. I see an insane storm cloud outside. It's supposed to rain a little while. It's a gloomy, stormy weekend I'm filming the rest of this reaction for. So we'll see what happens here. I was actually so distracted I didn't see the name of the track. I'll put it on the screen right now. But I've seen this track plenty of times. I'm this bad with track names if I don't play them frequently. But this has been within CDGP for a little while now. I think this is actually a refreshed version if my memory serves me right. I've also enjoyed this track too. Can be a little bit tricky in online races, but even still, this is a nice ice snow themed track. 3 laps, but short, sweet, to the point over here. So let's see what we got cooking here on laps 2 and 3. I think the shroom was used to cut a corner here, right? Yeah. So look at that. If you look at the mini map, that's cutting a nice bend over there. You probably use a shroom to cut some other type of snow patch, but it's not cutting off an entire corner like that is. Also too underrated technique, but when you have a very long zipper trick boost like that and going around that entire spiral, it does take a decent amount of control on the analog to just stay as tight as possible to gain time and not completely crash out onto the wall over there. So again, shout outs to all the people that are gaining their records, whether it's on regular tracks or CTs, because it requires all the techniques in your toolkit for playing Mario Kart Wii. It's all definitely valid here. Requires a lot of effort no matter what you're trying to do. And again, you know, different tracks may get different version updates semi-frequently, so the actual record changes because it's a brand new version, but still, like, there's still a lot of similarities between versions most of the time, and so a lot of the same people may get the record again. But again, you know, how's out to all people getting their records and trying to grind out these times, man. So NRT tier me appreciates you know, the speed running endeavors for anyone trying to improve their time. So this was another nicely done run here. So on to the next. We have Starry Cityscape, and I don't think I've ever watched a time trial on this track. The mini map looks absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I've seen this track just play through and just seeing it maybe once or twice. Just looking at this mini map, this looks like it should be a 1-lap track. I appreciate that it's 2 laps, don't get me wrong, but if this is like almost 3 minutes for 2 laps, it could probably be just 1 lap, I don't know. But nice, clever little corner cut there with the road. Very nice. The theming on this track looks absolutely insane, though, I must say. Like, this is a true visual show we're getting right now with the theming on this track. What am I looking at? Whoa! I was not expecting that at all. Jeez. Maybe the reason why I was tripped up by that is because, like, if you notice the underlying, like, little water, like, ethereal type of, like, glimmering type of texture there, it kind of blended into the surroundings. So I was not anticipating that path switch there at all. I didn't even visually see a path switch there. Ooh, okay. Oh wow, that's impressive. So very slight wheelie tap, but then like did a hop the clip onto the road to get the zipper. That was really nice. Nice. You can actually do that too on most commonly on the Daisy Circuit little curb. You could do that as well. People do that at the very beginning to get like an item box as an example, but that's really clever. Like, I don't think any other track uses that specifically, where if you do that, you're rewarded with like a path that has a zipper as an example. That's really cool. Like, seeing like a very underutilized like text like that just included for a different track, that's really cool. I like stuff like that, so that's awesome. Ooh, a little path switch action. Okay, all right. Let's see what this path is gonna bring us. So, oh, you see a little mushroom sign. Okay. Oh, dude, this track is insane. Wow, very well done. Like, this is masterfully crafted. Like, this is absolutely insane. Nice little path switch again over there, using your trick boost and a wheelie as well. Is the curb hop here again? Let's see. Oh, let's go. Wow. And her sticky road on the little sloping side there to get the zipper. Wow, whoa, what an awesome run. This is definitely one of my favorites that I've watched out of all of these so far. Juro Bend City Illusion. This is by Emil. I have not seen this track in literally forever. Another very old track. But I guess it's a brand new version? Whoa! Oh my gosh. What am I seeing right now? Wait, what? Is that Falling Shy Guys in like RC cars? Wait, hold on. Wait a second. What? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What type of custom track is this? Hello? There was Stroben's Desert, like a very old version, I think, years ago. This is nowhere near that version, though. We're in some different time warp here, fellas. What am I looking at? What in... Is that Toads in a cyclone tornado? What's going on? This is every bit of an illusion. Oh, dude, whoever made this track deserves multiple golf claps. Like, this is every bit of an illusion. Oh my god, dude. Visually here, similar to the original version of Stroben's Desert, but oh my god. Dude, that's a massive cut. Jeez. Wow. Is that just tumbling Shy Guys? What happened to the Shy Guys? Oh my gosh, the city's lopsided. What's going on here? Wow. So we almost did everything in the CDGP All Cup tour for our last season of Flounder Fest. So we missed maybe like the last maybe 30 tracks or so because the season was over. But still, what in the world am I looking at? Wow. Dude. This had to take forever for them to make. But still, what did the Toads ever do, man? The humble little Toads being tossed around like they're this garden furniture? Like, what's going on, man? Oh my god, dude. Jeez. This is a very impressive record overall by Emil, but still, that was a trip and a half. Oh my god. Summer Starville. This is by Kitty, and let's see what we got cooking here on this track. So this track has been around for a while. It got a refresh a bit more recently, I think. Does it still have the horizontal cars? So that, oh, it does. All right, well, answer my own question here. There is an interesting... What the heck? Oh, interesting. This is a really nice refresh of the track. I don't think I ever played this version yet. I've seen bits and parts of it, I think, but I haven't seen the whole track played yet for this version. Oh, that's so awesome. Nice. So yeah, this track definitely needed a refresh and an update a little while ago, but this version is insane. That's really clever. So drifting trick, get onto the ledge, fall off, do the shroom, textbook stuff, but you're cutting off a good amount there as well. Okay, so it looks like the ending of lap 3 is the same. So if you notice there, lap 2, there's a straight path there before turning right, and you can actually do like a shroom there at the end, I believe. I don't know if it's off-road or not. I think it's not off-road, so they might do this shroom strat on lap 3. Let's see here. Yeah, so shroom strat is here, and then the ending part is shroomless, which is nice. But yeah, this is a really, really nice refresh of the track, and this record is really solid, so job well done. Sunset Forest by Charlie, and this is definitely another one that stood the test of time within CTGP. It definitely had its refresh of an update. Let's see if any strats have changed. So that's pretty much the same. Also nice clever use of the zipper boost. So since the zipper is very close to the grass, you're using that boost to kind of cut some of the grass, so pretty clever gameplay there. Also, in versions past, there was multiple small mushrooms there, if I remember correctly. And then this newer version, this made 3 giant mushrooms, and makes it where that section is way more bearable. To my memory, I think that was always really bad if like a shock happens or a pow happens, where you're almost always toast if you got TS there as an example. Also, nice little clever use of a main turbo wheelie boost to cut apart the corner. These giant Goombas are still absolutely insane. They're like as high as the Empire State Building, man. Absolutely insane. And also too, if you notice, like, there's no bounces on the green mushrooms. So in case again you're newer to the game, most often, at least on Mushroom Gorge as an example, the red mushrooms are trickable and the green mushrooms are not trickable. But obviously, if people use their artistic freedom when they make CTs, they can do anything they want, obviously, to reimagine parts of tracks and making their own. So yes, overall, things looking pretty clean here. And again, that beginning cut is really smart because you're using your wheelie zipper boost, and you're cutting off a large part of that beginning and using your shroom to cut the rest of the zipper. So pretty textbook driving here and strategy creation. No major flaws or mistakes. Another greatly, nicely raced time. Super Marine World. This is by Ace. I had definitely raced this a couple of times. If this is the track that I'm imagining it to be, yes, I had definitely raced this before several times. Maybe I've actually watched Ace time trial this on his stream and you know, months or years past. This track is very charming. It's really cool. I definitely like this track. I forgot this track was actually around within CTGP, so nice to know that it's still within the pack overall. So let's see what strats are deployed here. Oh, nice low trick. Oh, that's actually sketch. I assume if you have like a really low trick, you could probably clip that part of the ledge before you land back into the track. So that can be a little bit treacherous potentially for all I know. But yeah, this is great. The theming, again, chef's kiss, on point. Texturing, shading, track design, insane. It's just that looks like it's a giant, you know, aquarium. Like, it just looks so pristine. I still cannot believe you can actually do this within this native Mario Kart Wii and have this play on console. Like, this is obviously through CTGP. It's not like on Dolphin emulator. This is raw, you know, 2006 Wii that I have with the disc, SD card for CTGP. Load the tracks, and here you have it right on your screen. So yeah, very impressive stuff overall. I was thinking, I don't think Daisy Mock ever had this in the past. I could be wrong, but again, Funky Flame is having a really easy time here with the driving, of course. But again, well, what a cool track, man. Like, I want to go back to an aquarium now, you know? Oh, man. Especially in the spirit of Flounder Fest, that would be so on brand for sure. Oh, we got a little bit messed up there, a little bit of time loss, but everything else has been really clean here by Ace. So again, another nicely raced time here. Overall, very solid. This is Superstar Dystopia. This is by F. And let's see what we got cooking here. Only 2 laps. Have I played this one yet? I don't think so. This reminds me of another track that me and Troy played, but it's not the same one, obviously. See what we got cooking here. Only 2 laps. Minimap doesn't look as long as that other track. Was it something Stargate Summit, I think was the name of the track? That had like the multiple pass switch. Whoa, this looks like a Rubik's Cube. Wait. Let me be immersed. Hold on. Look at this. It's like a giant Rubik's Cube. Look at this. Immersion. Look at this. Ha 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 ha. What the heck just happened there? Hello? Oh man, I have truly lost my mind, fellas. Oh my gosh. At this point in the video, we're probably what? After the edited portion, like 7 hours in at least, or 8 hours for all I know. Oh my gosh. Look at these maneuvers. This is like every bit of dystopia, man. This is like broken roads and the building's still here, like post-apocalyptic times. I have no idea, man. Radioactive stuff. All right, give me more, fella. Let's see. Oh my god. What a crazy run on an insane track. The sky looks so cool, man. Oh my gosh. Dude, I would definitely time trial this for a good time for sure. Wow. All the broken glass too. Dude, just the theming is on point, pristine. Again, Rubik's Cube. Look at us. The dystopic Rubik's Cube. Let me solve my cross here and make the green and the yellow and the orange and the red match up. And the center and the corners and stuff. Boom. Not solved. Will I ever solve it? I do not know. Anyway. Oh my gosh. I'm still sick, but we're here for the fellas, all right? Oh my gosh, what a crazy run this is, dude. This is really pristine theming for a track overall, man. Oh my gosh. Also, that road is going like the opposite way, and also that hop is so precise. You can obviously hop off the track, so masterful gameplay on an awesome track. All right, home stretch here, fellas. We're at Terra Ursae. This is by Jake again, creator Bear here. I think I've seen this track once, and the theming is really charming on this track. Ooh, nice little mini turbo propelled spin drift hopping trick there. Nice. Again, guys, you know my bias. Anything forest themed, tree themed, whatever it is, I am all here for it. I believe I watched someone do like a CT lounge or a CT event one day recently, and this track was on, and the item boxes have like a bear symbol in it, which is really cool. So the theming is nicely on point. Also, the little glowing in between the bricks, that's so cool. Oh my god, wow. This is definitely, this has to be one of my favorite CTs. Like, this is so well crafted. It looks like it's Yosemite in the background, man. This is absolutely beautiful, pristine track. Like, theming 10 out of 10, gameplay 10 out of 10. The pacing of the track is great. Nice little corner cut there with the mushroom. And then, dude, this cave part of the little drawings on the cave wall, that's really cool. The little water stream here. Again, this glowing effect inside every crevice of the bricks and the stone. It looks absolutely amazing. The emanating fire there on the cave wall, dude. All these small details. I'm probably missing way more details too that the creator has put in, but this is such a crazy track, man. Wow. I have to do a serious TT on this track now. I have to. This track is so cool. Oh my gosh. I would assume maybe this track is created over Maple Treeway because it has the little leaf particle effects in the air. I don't know if you can actually get that effect without using this track as Maple Treeway like base as an example. Maybe some CT creators can make me more informed in the comments, so let me know. But still, what an awesome track. Really clean time trial, man. I see no obvious mistakes here, so that was a really job well done. This is called the Grand Archives by ZL. I have not seen this track before, like literally at all. Brand new reaction by me as well. And alright, this theming looks awesome. Whoa, that's a cool corner cut. Makes sense why Daisy is used here for sure, because that was very close of a cut there. I have never seen this track ever in my life, so it's gonna be a brand new reaction by me. Look at this. Oh, that camera change was insane. Dude, 10 out of 10 track design. All the arrows are perfect. We shout out creators that have very clear arrows and directions for anyone that plays a track. So yeah, this is crazy, man. Look at these giant Shy Guys that's trying to look for their books. Little Hammer Bros over there as well. Wow. This is really truly like grand, like the Grand Archives. Wow. What an impressive track this is. Wow. Dude. This theming is so just brilliantly executed, man. And that maneuver is really hard to do. I can already tell. Like, you're barely making that with Daisy Mach Bike. If you were doing it with Funky Flame, you just probably wouldn't go far enough and get enough airtime to make that maneuver. So yeah, like this is absolute, dude. That camera angle change is throwing me off a little bit, but even still, this looks completely insane in the best way possible. Wow. I would think that online races on this track has to be something else too. Oh my gosh, dude. It's the Hammer Bros is carving a little like Shy Guy out of stone, I think. This is crazy, man. This is awesome. Dude, I've never seen this track ever in my life until now. This is a brilliant track, dude. Again, no missed mini turbos, nothing like that. And again, you're just barely landing on a ledge there from that shroomless maneuver. Also, I don't think he got that extra trick when he landed at that corner little platform at the end there. Maybe that's faster overall if you land at that precise spot. If so, I don't think you got that on last one or two. It's a little bit of a time loss there. Even so, the first 2 laps were really, really impressive. I would think that TTs here are a little bit of a task as well. It is more of the statue being built every lap. Am I looking at that the right way? Hello? Maybe I'm tripping, I don't know. Well, oh my gosh, what a brilliant track. My first reaction to even seeing the track overall. The book is on the Goomba. Everyone's having a great time. This is the Great Apple War. This is by Player. And I don't know if I've seen this track either, to be honest with you. Maybe I have. Maybe just once. Watching someone do a CT event. Possibly. Whoa. What do we got here, fellas? What the heck? Oh! That's a nice corner cut. Nice and clever. Very good. Now, I've definitely seen this one time. Because, again, this reminded me of a part. Whoa, that was so close. What? Oh my god, that apple had Mach speed on it, dude. That was like... Oh, that's so sick. You can drive on the roots of the tree. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, this track is epic too. Oh my gosh. Dude, these recent original designs are really delivering. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is sick. Jeez. Wow. It's the Great Apple War, man. I mean, I see it. This is wild, man. Is it again? Oh, that's so close. Oh my god. I mean, if it's like a non-threatening thing on the track, I get it. But I would think that it's probably like a miniature boulder that they're masking or something. I have no idea. But even still, wow. Like, what an impressive track design, theming. 10 out of 10, man. This is wild. Oh my god. This reminded me of a part of Donkey Kong 64 again for the fungi forest part. As I think there is like a giant apple in that level from that game. But yeah, don't mind me basking in nostalgia from old retro games. In any event, a really just sick run here overall. Oh dude, the theming here is so on point. What an awesome, brilliant track. This is the Rabbit Hole. This is by Luke, and definitely one of the older CTs within CTGP. I don't think this track has had a new version for quite a long time. Maybe some checkpoints here and there if I were to guess anything. I'm aware of most strats on this track, having watched runs in the past here. This is another track where I'm actually surprised it's still within CTGP. But even still, moving on here. There is, I think, a long grass cut, but I don't know if that's a strat. No, it's not. Okay, so I'll show you. It's actually coming up in a little while, but there's a long strip of like grass on the left-hand side where I think like in an online race with a golden or a star, you'll go through that path. But there's zippers on the other part of the main road, so coming right over here. So nice clever corner cuts here of the sloping road. So on that grass to the left over here, you can use a golden and go through that long straight over there. But yeah, clearly that wouldn't be the fastest option. Also, maybe this did get a small refresh, because to my memory, those Koopas weren't like absolutely insane like that. I thought they were smaller scaled, but I could be totally wrong though. Even so, the theming here is great. I'm just surprised that this still has lasted within CTGP for this length of time now at this point. I think this is pretty much as close to the original design that I can remember, I think. Also, oh, why did you use a shroom there? You had that maneuver shroomless on lap 1. Oh, because 2 laps. Hey. Oh, God. Oh, my gosh, man. Hope you guys can cut me some slack here. I've been reacting to over 200 records now at this point, so oh my gosh, Mario Kart fatigue here. I don't know if I'm ever gonna make a video this long ever again, because if I do 200cc records for CTGP records, it's gonna be like, instead of like an 8 or 9 hour video, it'd be like a 6 hour video or a 7 hour video, one of those lengths. So I'll probably never react to this length of you know, oh my gosh, tracks for a video ever again. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, too many tracks, too many strats, just everything else. This is pure Mario Kart, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. Again, if you guys are enjoying this, definitely get subscribed to the channel. Definitely drop the video a thumbs up, helps push the video out more to the audience. But yeah, a lot of good video series in the works here. So you're joining the channel at the right time here, fellas. So more in the works. Nice little low jump here too, but also doesn't get it on lap 2. Oh, interesting. So that's probably the biggest time loss that Luke had on his run, but overall though, that was still really nicely executed on the racetrack. This is Thump Bump Forest by Jim, and I've definitely seen this track a couple of times now, but not in a time trial. So let's see what we got here. Obviously Halloween themed, 10 out of 10 theming, very brilliantly made here. I wonder where you used the shroom. Flying Kamek over there as well, really nice. Ooh, that's a clever shroomless cut. Oh, okay. Dude, again, the theming here is insane. I literally feel like I'm warped into the night of Halloween. Like, everyone's out trick-or-treating and everything else. Like, the sky is just like that, almost near sunset, the dark trees in the background. This is like a little throwback to inside of Luigi's Mansion, I think. A little bit there. Anyway, that turn was a little bit sketched there, but I think it's just given the nature of the little bounce trick that Jim had there previously. But dude, the little pumpkins there, the little Goombas, a little pumpkin on them. Oh my gosh, man. Wow. This is like the most... Dude. I have no words, man. Look at the Flying Kamek. So impressive. Also, that bounce was almost a little bit too much to get to the wooden ramp there, but thankfully it made that work. That was very nicely done here. Of course, there's sticky road here for the slope going down. I don't know if there's a way to skip that slope, but I think earlier in this whole video we're talking more about like avoiding downward slopes if at all possible. I think it was on Jungle Jambo. I think that was the name of the track where you'd actually no, it wasn't that track. It was a different track where you'd like no, it was the Mario Galaxy track where you'd actually like hop on the edge and like rotate left, right, and go back onto the track there to avoid the downward slope. I don't know if that's possible on this track. This given the whole the terrain at that slope at that part, but still, like, I'm in such a Halloween mood now at this point. Like, that this track is really charming and very cleverly made. Like, this is really good. And the little orange leaf piles too, man. Wow, the contrast here is awesome. The visuals here are clear to follow. Yeah, this is a really impressive custom track for sure. I would definitely enjoy time trialing this at some point in the future too. So yeah, a little swing, a little chandelier back and forth. Let's see this turn again. All right, that was a little bit better than laps 1 and 2, I think. That's a tricky maneuver to do overall, but yeah, Jim played this really well on this awesome track. Nicely done. Swamp Now by Indy. I know this track pretty well. I think I know the shroom strat on this track. This track has had a couple of versions, I think, in the past. Released a couple of years ago, at the very least. Maybe a little bit longer than that. So I think skipping, yeah. So skipping one of those zippers is faster, as we can see. All that happened really fast there at that section. But even still, I do enjoy how this track plays. Really nice in online races. Nice little shroomless corner cut there. Onto the ledge. Gonna be shrooming at the mud here, I would assume. Yep. To my memory, I think that part there also has like slippery road physics. I could be wrong, but I think I'm right on that one. So it makes that ending turn a little bit treacherous with the flump being there, but Yeah, overall very clever cornering here. Just very easy, just gliding with a right hand turn and kind of rocking back when you're in the air to land back onto the track. So nice little time save there. If you don't do that, by the way, you have a pretty high chance of actually going into the wall on the left hand side if you don't take that turn properly, which is why it lends itself to the Mach Bike being a bit of a more generous option here, at least for an online race anyway, if you're not too experienced here as of yet. To the right hand side here, obvious grass on the right hand side. I think it requires more than one mushroom to do that, so obviously golden mushrooms are useful. Also, that beginning section there, that theming there, I know I'm saying a lot of old throwback games over here, but if you guys have ever played Star Fox Adventures for the GameCube, one of the middle sections there before Cape Claw and the Ocean Force Point Temple, I think it's called, where the little like tribe trial thing that you do, the little like torches stuff and that little tribe theming there, it looks pretty similar to that, so that's pretty cool to see. But yeah, overall, awesome run here, no major mistakes. Toad Raceway, this is by Casey. I am very familiar with this record. I've watched it a couple of times in the past. This is like probably one of the most optimized custom track records within CTGP right now, I think. Pretty tragic that it's not the 104, but like this track has gone through a lot of improvements in the past, and this run is as close to perfect as you can probably get for what's being used here. Obviously you got like a half chain wheelie there, so went down to 92 kmh and not 95 kmh for a spear chain wheelie. The only lose made like 20 milliseconds or so, but clearly he got like a 105.04 I think here, so that one wheelie could cost you almost 104. Let's see this chain here. Exactly, he got the full chain there. So if you got the full chain there instead of a half chain on lap 2, it would have been like a 105.020, something like that. But yeah, this shroom here is very difficult to do, at least with the spear, and landing back at max speed is pretty hard to do. So overall, a really brilliant run, one of the most optimized runs within CTGP right now. Toad's Temple, this is by Jake. I love and I adore this track. It's one of the newest additions within CTGP. Me and Troy did play this when the update first came out. So I wonder what the fastest strats are on this track, because I only played it in online racing, not in time trial. So let's see what we got cooking here, fellas. Oh, that's a clever shortcut. Okay, nice. So let's see what happens here, because the different mushrooms have different properties on this track. So yellow mushrooms has a zipper. I know that much. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, I think only one part of the track. That part of the track feels a little bit awkward because it has the gates around it. Feels a little restrictive. Obviously it benefits you from like spin drifting around, but even still, like the theming of this track, the layout is awesome on this track. And I believe there's a Toadette track we're going to see very shortly thereafter this as well, and I think this is perfect that it's only 2 laps as well. So look at the level of detail, all the little hexagonal little colors and stuff. Like, this had to have taken the creators of this track forever to make. I could be wrong. If the creator of this track happens to watch this video, or at least is part of it, first off, props to you and all CD creators as well, by the way. But even still, like, how long does it take you to make a track like this? Because like all the intricate visual like enhancements and details, I feel like it has to take a very long time to do. But for all I know, maybe like it's really quick for you, especially if you're more seasoned at making CTs, for all I know. But still, this track is beautiful. It plays really well. This part of the track is a little bit jank for some big open gaps there, but if you play it a couple of times, you'll pretty much know where the path is in the end, so that's not all that bad overall. But still, what a brilliant run on an awesome track. Here we go, Toadette's Castle now. This is by Jake once more, and I really enjoyed this track too. I'm pretty sure there's a giant Toadette that has a giant fireball. Oh, I see the little warning signs in the background. Oh my god, that's so cursed. What possessed Toadette, man? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see what the fastest strats are on this track. I also wonder if the same creator made both this track and the Toad track. because I think both tracks came out in the same update. So if I were to speculate, maybe the same creator made both the tracks, for all I know. But still, theming 10 out of 10. The texturing is awesome. The gameplay feels natural when you're playing this track too. Very clear arrows and directions. Nice theming little Easter eggs there too. Just the theming is so charming and just really awesome over here. Let's see what else we got here on this track. Look at that little toads kind of frolicking around. Whoa! What the heck? Alright, nice little outside area here again. I only got to play this once or twice. Whoa! Ooh! Oh, wow. That's crazy. Also, nice little hedge maze here. Wonder how long it takes them to do the actual custom texturing for the statues and stuff. Because that's pretty precise. It's actually really impressive. You can actually just make it in that way, whatever you design it to be. So, yeah, like, oh my gosh, this layout is awesome. The track is great. See what else we got here. And again, also, it must be noted too that like a nice amount of contrast where like racing on the road makes sense and you're not confused with like where the road ends or where the wall begins or where off-road is or anything else. It's very visually clear and easy to follow for when you're racing. Because if things are a little bit more muddy like that, where the contrast isn't as precise, even for an advanced player like myself, I can't really discern where I'm racing sometimes in those scenarios. Let alone like a casual player playing this for the first time, downloading CityGP, getting custom tracks, playing online races, and like, oh, where did I even drive here? You know, so on this track, direction is very clear. Obviously, this maneuver here saves the most amount of time. So again, here, that's precise for so many reasons that I don't have enough time to explain, but also too for the fact that he barely managed to keep his drifting speed because the fence is clipping down your speed, and then drifting in the grass for a short period of time is also slowing down your speed slightly. So, you know, you could probably make that maneuver, but then you get no speed on the exit and you have your drift just stop and then you fail your run there. So this was really impressive overall, as all the other runs have been, but this one in particular is also very good. So job well done. Tropical Factory, we had this by Soon. And this is also another pretty old track here, but I believe it got a refresh maybe a couple of years ago. Could be wrong by that, but also nice precise shroom there at the very start. Still nice that it's only 2 laps and not 3. Makes the track length make a bit more sense. Also, head on with the truck. Oh my gosh, and veers right at the last second. Oh my gosh. I mean, if I think about it, I think I do remember when this track first came out. Whoa, that's a cool maneuver. Oh, that's so sick. I didn't know about that. Oh, that's awesome. All right, I've read it to what, over 200 tracks now at this point. I think we're almost there. I think I'll have learned literally over 100 new strategies at this point. Whoa, that's how you do that? I always thought you needed a shroom to do that. That's so interesting. Wow. This section here is always a little bit sketch too as well. You can do some minor tricks here as well. The whole like rotating, turning terrain reminds me of DS Bowser Castle, and that one always throws me for a loop too. So a little bit tricky there. Alright, not surprised to see that as well. Oh, the whole thing is trickable. So again, if you see there, Soon is using a hop to initiate the trick. Because if you're just to be spamming your wheelie like this over and over, then you wouldn't be getting a trick out. You gotta use a hop to actually initiate the trick. Case in point, like a track like GC and Mario Circuit at the very end, it drove me insane as a new player in 2008 that like people were doing double tricks there and I didn't know why. I was spamming my D-pad like crazy and only getting one trick. But as long as there's a trickable area like that, if you do like a hop and a trick, then you'll get it to come out. But yeah, even still, this track is pretty nice. And again, I thought this middle cut here needed a mushroom, but I was very much mistaken. Also, clever use of barely hanging the zipper there to get a boost and fall off of it. And again, you know, Soon he's using like a little hop tricks with it, and to just probably generate a little bit more airtime to get onto like a higher part of the zipper and then have a much sharper turn and be able to land onto the track at a better point overall. So yeah, that is like, dude, what a very impressive run here. I assume why Soon is not doing that top path is because they don't have a shroom to do the ending path there. But overall, old track but still a goodie. Oh no, major drop wheelie. Oh no. But still, overall, that was a very solid run. All right, we got Twin Peaks here. Luke is back up here to play. See what you got here, man. This track has also been in here for a while. I still really enjoyed this track. Again, I am biased. Anything that has trains and mountains and such in there, I'm a big fan of. This track is still like very visually very beautiful. Like, job well done to the CT creators here for making this track. I don't really remember the older version of this track, but still, like, this is a visual like masterpiece of a track. So this is very beautiful to watch here overall. I think there is a larger cut, but I don't know if they do like a one shroomer for 3 laps or if the more than one mushroom makes sense. So let's see what the actual shroom strategy is going to be on this track here. I think it's near the end, if I remember. Whoa. Oh, okay. Well, clearly you're using 2 mushrooms to cut way more of the grass there, as well as just one shroom as an example. So I'm curious to see what the one shroomer is going to be used for on either laps 2 or 3. What was I going to say before? Oh, there's also, I believe, like a shortcut category of this track. And I think it does some weird like turnaround stuff and like checkpoint things. Like, it's very fast, I believe, to my memory. But also too, like even here, like a golden mushroom is pretty useful for online racing. And clearly at the end there, having a golden is such a crap strategy. Like, inside the house over there, I think you can use a golden through there and just cut more of the grass off. Oh my god, that was so close. Oh my gosh. Was I wrong? Again, moving objects that are going away from you, much easier to avoid as opposed to if they're moving towards you. So you have a little bit of leeway, a little bit more with that in mind. So all right, the mushroom is saved for lap 3. So let's see what we're dealing with here. I'm really curious to see. Also, the little actual mountain here. I don't know if any of you guys have been to Disney World before, or Disneyland, either of them. I don't know if any other of the Disney locations in the world has this ride, but it's called Thunder Mountain. And the actual mountain at the very top there, this level, just the shape of it reminds me of Thunder Mountain from Disney World. So that's a pretty cool thing for sure. It was like that ramp trick was a little bit higher on laps 2 and 3. But in any event, let's see how the mushroom is used here. Because you can't do that double shimmer, so where else are you going to use it? Let's see. Maybe a smaller grass cut at the end? Oh, I see. Oh, that's a nicely camouflaged. Oh, you can go behind the station. Oh, that's so sick. That was awesome. All right, we got Underground Sky. This is by CLA. And let's see what we got cooking here. This also had a refresh a couple of years ago, I think. It's been in CTGP for a little while. And I just counted. I am officially in my last 16 tracks, 4 cups to go. Oh my god. Whew, man, this has been, dude, multiple day journey. This is like a Enmead podcast reaction vlog, wardrobe changing. I'm sick now. All bits of life is happening in this video, fellas. Oh my gosh, but we're here for it, man. So let's see what else we got here in the last final 16 tracks of all CTGP World Records reaction here. So nice clever little grass cut over here. Again, another 2-lap track, so we'll see what shroom ends up being more useful to be done on both laps. All right, well, got my answer. The first one on lap 1 is the faster one. Barely cut any grass off, but still you're cutting off some and not none, so that's good at least. Nice little corner cut. If you notice, did a little drift, little re-wheelie, the last minute spin drift hop, cut over the grass, and started drifting again when he landed. And again, on the ramp, again, doing more hop tricks as well, hopping and tricking at the same time to get more tricks out. So good stuff here. Again, this is very beautifully made. The texturing is awesome. Very beautiful overall. Again, the whole zipper is like a little bit weird on my screen. Sorry about that, guys, but at least it's not like flickering a lot. So it's not like it's visually distracting on the screen. But yeah, no major grass hits. I didn't see any major mistakes as well. Just another really clean run on the board. That's done. Okay, we have Undiscovered Off Limit. This is by No Name. So let's see what we got cooking on this track. This track is a one lapper. This has been around for a very long time now. Like when I first came back to the scene after mostly like a 5-year break in 2017, this track was already within CTGP. So at minimum, this is 7 years old, but I think it's even older than that. So yeah, this is quite the trip of a track. If you guys have never seen this one before. Yeah, and a trip in, you know, more than one sense of the word for sure. And you guys are in for a treat if you guys have never seen this track before. This long spiral also is pretty trippy too. In case you guys do not know, you can just do hop tricks forever on this, but since you're in the water current, it doesn't exactly change your speed dramatically, where it actually saves time. That's why we're not doing it the entire time, the entire stretch. Now for the fun part of the track, fellas, so check this out. And here we go. Yup. Look at that. 2, 1, 0, and change. So a shroom through the dirt. Where's the Koopa at? Oh, there we go. Oh, oh, that's so, it's so amazing. Oh my gosh, man. Ooh, that was a clever maneuver. You like barely pixeled the fire pillar. That was a really nice partial turn skip there as well. Very nice. The chain chomp is just going absolutely insane. Jailbreak. Look at this. The Koopas are back. They are, you know, having some questionable activities here. Looking at their eyes. Maybe they didn't sleep for 5 weeks. Who knows? But yeah, this is definitely a trip of a track for sure. No major flaws by my eye. Nicely done. This is Vile Isle. This is by Jake. I played this maybe 2 or 3 times. I am a fan of this one too. Just nice darker theming overall. This reminds me of Donkey Kong Country 2 in several respects. I also like that little sign there with the shroom. Indicates you need a shroom to do the cut there. That's very nice. Look at those Goombas. Oh my gosh, they have lived several lives, I guess, man. Oh man, also, at least by my eye, I feel like most of that looks like drivable road, but like if you can faintly tell, but there's off-road aligning the road back and forth. Oh man, I'm almost here, almost done. 14 more tracks, I think. Just gotta make sure my congestion stays intact to react to the rest of these. Oh my gosh. All right, so shroom strat makes plenty of sense. He's getting the full shroom boost before hopping onto the zipper. I assume that makes that maneuver a little bit easier. Also too, I think if you're the shroom right at the time of right before hitting the zipper, either you might overshoot it, or sometimes if you use like a mushroom boost like directly into a zipper boost, I don't negating it isn't the right term. I don't know. It's just QM. It just makes it act a little bit different. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like he did a little hop trick there. Looks like the ending ramp is like little jagged panels. So sometimes there's like a gap. Wait, where are we going here? It's not a different route? I'm so confused. Skip that monologue. I want to know what he does with this mushroom. Let's see. In my sick state right now. Can't even focus. What? Is this a different path? Lap 3? I'm so confused. Why was that not done on... Unless the route is not possible anymore? I'm confused. I don't know. I'm a little bit under the weather, so maybe I have a little sick brain right now. I have no idea. Oh man, well, in any event though, those 2 strats were awesome, and that was also a nicely done run. We have Volcanic Skyway. This is by Indy. Brand new version, and I'm telling you, this track is sick. Like, dude, I'm gonna be a broken record, but definitely a lot of theming from Paper Mario 64, at least in my opinion. I'll overlay some gameplay of that so you guys get a clearer picture of that from what I'm seeing here. To my memory, there are at least 4 volcanic skyways, if I'm right. Whoa! Oh, that is sick. I didn't know that. Oh, that's awesome. That's a nice cut. Still, like, this cloud section is a trillion times better. Whoa! Oh, that's so good. Oh, dude, that's a masterful use of bypassing a total downward slope. Oh, so clever. Wow. That was awesome. This run is... That's how you do that? Oh my god, I've been confused for years as to how you can do that. Are you kidding me? That's how you do that? Dude, I've seen that route for years on older versions, and I never know how to get down to that route. Oh my god, wow. Dude, it's gonna be like almost like a 8-9 hour reaction after video editing, and my mind has been blown like multiple times, man. Oh my gosh. But yeah, there's been multiple versions in the past of this, and like the cloud sections have been pretty jank in versions past. And like different layouts, but I think this layout is like the coolest one in my opinion. And again, if you see here too, mushroom physics, so bouncing physics, you're kind of locked into one speed when you hit into ooh, that's a really cool low trick. Whoa, wait, is that on purpose? Because it didn't happen in lap 1. To be fair, that has to be so hard to judge how to land precisely on that sloped part of the zipper from falling that high there. Like, if that, dude, if you can learn that, that's like really cool mastery of this game tech, man. That's amazing. The texturing here is absolutely stupendous, tremendous. All the positive words here, fellas. Oh my gosh. Small detail, but it looks like you're truly going out of a volcano where it's all smoky when you go out, and then it fades after. Like, brilliant. Locked at 100 kmh, still zipper speed, locked at 100 kmh again, going faster in the air. Brilliant gameplay. Let's see if ending lands on that sloped part of the zipper lap 3. Let's see. Maneuver, and oh, okay, not quite. Still, that saved a lot of time on lap 2 for sure. This is such a sick track update, an awesome run. It's probably like a top 5 favorite run for me out of all of them that we've watched in this entire video session here. So really awesome run here, awesome track design, really well done. Now we have Volcanic Valley. This is by Zilla. Only one lap. If you guys have never watched this track before, you're in for a real treat. So you actually race the full track, but then you race it backwards, and it's actually really cool. Definitely one of the oldest tracks for sure, but it's had its updates in the past to my memory. Also, I think in this video, I definitely need like a well done counter, because at this point, I probably said well done or nicely done like 200 times probably. So it's like I'm ordering a steak like for 9 hours straight. Oh man, all jokes. Oh my gosh. I'm aware of most strats on this track. Doing some clever maneuvers on top of the railings here. And again, eventually this track loops back around on itself and you race it backwards to the finish, which is really cool. And to my memory, I think you can actually like end in the air, like where the finish line extends. I think so. Oh. Alright, so I didn't know this part of the track. I didn't know that shortcut was there. Now we're going to be looping back around here. And we're going to start racing it backwards. So if you look at the mini map there, how you race all the way around there, and then this part section is going to be looping all the way back around to the main track again. So this is really cool. If there's any CT creators watching this, or if the CT creator that made this is actually watching this video here, I'd be curious to know, like, how do you guys handle like looping tracks like this with like checkpoints? Like, how does the game know that you're not actually like racing backwards, even though you pretty much are, but there's no latitude there? Is there like a like different types of checkpoints where when you cross it at the end of that giant loop, like it's like it changes the checkpoints or something like that? I'm really curious to know how that actually works with track design. because I can't really conceptualize that here at the moment. In any event though, some of these ramps are scary. They're almost like blind going up the hill again. So I have definitely fallen off numerous times in my past on older versions of this track anyway. I knew it. You do a wheelie to end the run there. Very clever. That was a really sick run. Okay, we're at Wetland Woods. This is by Ayame. I don't know if this is actually 64 or not. 64 has had the record here for a long time. So I don't know if this is his main name or not. In any event, another track that's been around for really like a very long time. Probably north of like 10 years at least, I would say. I think his history has had maybe one major like visual update, maybe. Let's see, Wetland Woods Mario Kart. Let's see. Let's see. Version history, yeah. So his first version was 2012. Last version was 2024, changing the skybox for the track. Nice. So yeah, I know all the strats on this track. I think before the record used Spear here for a while, and then it changed to the Flame Runner. The ending strat is pretty cool. Shrooming on an upward hill helps a lot just to be at max speed because you're losing speed when you're going uphill. That Shroomless cut looks a little bit scary. In an online race it is if there's like a POW or if there's like a shocking a TS in the gap over there, but for normal maneuvers for a time trial it's actually pretty free. That lip is pretty generous. The only thing you need to look out for is if your ankle is into a tree or not. But apart from that, like as long as you know your general alignment for it, you're pretty much set. So yeah, overall, pretty nice run here. When I taught the 64 last time on stream, he said he was trying to go for a 138. So maybe a 138 is in the future of this track here. We shall see. But for now, that was a really strong run as it is at the moment. Okay, White Garden here. And we had this, I believe, by Scorpion. And this with Daisy Mock. I've definitely played this track several times. This has its different versions in the past. I don't think I remember the Shroom strat here. There might be a multiple Shroom strat on this track. I don't really remember at this point, so we're gonna find out together, fellas. Let's see. Whoa! What happened there? That was like a trick from the wooden ledge, but then you like clipped it down. That was cool. I wonder why it's Daisy Mock though on this. Let's see. Nice. Oh. That's a pretty simple Shroom spot. I wonder why you don't use Funky Flame. That turn shouldn't be all that bad with Funky Kong. I don't think so. Let's see. Again, that turn is not all that bad with Flame Runner. That's a really cool trick there. If I assume anything, the trickable portion of the ramp sends all the way. Barely colliding with it, you're getting your trick out, but then you're also hitting the sticky road at the same time, and it's kind of hooking you back into the track. Yeah, again, kind of watching this, I'm a little bit surprised that it's Mach Bike. There's no real reason why Flame Runner couldn't do the strats on this track here. It could definitely take the turns as sharp as it could have, you know? Unless this ramp thing is a little bit sketched with the Flame Runner, I have no idea. But very precise run by Scorpion here. Scorpion is also a pretty high level player on regular tracks, has a good amount of worldwide top 10, so good to see him here on the CTs as well. So yeah, really clean run, no major flaws or mistakes. Textbook run, well done. Unfi Wonderworld, this is by Kato. I do not think I have ever played this track ever in my life. I don't think I've ever seen this before, just in general, on streams or anything else. Really interesting. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to think right now. I don't even know where I am. Just like I don't know. It's just a bunch of stuff on the screen right now. I don't know. Also, I guess that's like a giant shadow on the road, because I would think that darker texturing was like a off-road, but it's not. There's like a giant candy cane. Is that what it is? Am I like oh, that's cool. That's like a mini like quarter half pipe. That's interesting. Got little presents littered throughout. The Pokies are partying as well. That's pretty cool. Nice. We're just in one giant party here, fellas. Let's celebrate, y'all. I mean, truly though, it's called One-Fi's Wonderland, I think. So, dude, One-Fi has been out for over 10 years now. We appreciate the One-Fi creators and maintainers, One-Fi, Lazarat, and all the others involved, allowing Mario Kart Wii to exist online after the Nintendo Wi-Fi shutdown in 2014. So, we appreciate them for a very long time for what they've done. Because if there is no oh, the Wiggler has party hats. This track is awesome. Oh my gosh, what am I looking at right now? But yeah, even still, like, there's a world where there is no possible online connectivity for Mario Kart Wii after 2014. This would be, whew, I just sneezed there. Oh gosh, how to cut that out. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm almost done. Still sick here. But in any event, if there is no online connectivity for this game after the 2014 Nintendo Wi-Fi shutdown, the scene would have been dead long ago. Mostly just like time trials, just sharing it on the players page probably, but like nothing else would have really thrived. So the online community is still here, regulars, CTs, wars, everything else. So yeah, we appreciate the online connectivity again by One-Fi, Lazarat, and all others to help to work and maintain the One-Fi servers. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you. And this was a really awesome run on this wicked track. Windmill Village by KC. We're at the final 8 tracks of the reaction. Oh my gosh, we're finally here. Oh man. All right, fellas, new life into my bloodstream. So this track has been around for quite some time. I think added at least in 2012, right? Windmill Village Mario Kart Wii CT. Boom. Let's see. Let's see. I was close enough. The first release was 2013. The last update was 4 years ago in 2020. Model texture and ramp redesigns, KCL and KMP adjustments. All right. Spear makes plenty of sense here. No crazy turns or extreme strats on this track. Big credit to Casey for going for the nosedive landing with that blind transition there. That was really cool. And yeah, I think I finally remember the original texture and design for this track. This track always has some major upsets on races, at least to my memory when I played it. Because especially that ending there, if you got like a star and you dodge and have a golden, you're getting first every time. So it's almost like a Mario Raceway distant cousin in a way for how it plays, at least in my opinion. So yeah, the only little bit sketch part is this little fountain turn around here, but like that's just so easy with the spear still. So that was not all that much of an issue here overall. Because again, if you dodge a shock here, have a golden here, like dude, you're set in that grass cut at the end and you're chilling up the victory bridge here, crossing the finish line on Windmill Village. Parade textbook spear run here by Casey, dominating as he does. We have Windy Whirl by Brody, and I am familiar with this track. I really want to know what's the fastest way to play this track, because as the name of the track entails, there's just a bunch of wind turbines everywhere. So let's see what the fastest strats are on this track. I remember when this track first came out. Ooh, that's a cool trick. I never knew you could actually trick on that fan. That was like some sticky road on that. Interesting. That's cool. Oh, nice. Okay. So what's the shroom strat? Because I think the end is just like some... I didn't know that. I didn't know that ramp was there. The more you know, fellas, the more you know. Oh my gosh. Wow. So I'm assuming that is done on all 3 laps. I don't... Whoa! Was that done on lap 1? Dude, I'm telling you, like, all the little hidden trick spots on these CTs, they always throw me for a loop. They always do. Like, oh my gosh. Wait. Any shroom there? Wait. I'm so What is going on? You used a shroom lap 1. I'm so confused. Why? I'm so confused. Am I missing something? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Also, my OBS is lagging a little bit. Sorry guys on this one. I'm gonna restart my recording after this so the recording is a little bit more clear and not as choppy here, at least on my screen. Oh my gosh. I was too mind blown that it was lagging my OBS. I don't know. But still, like, why was that shroom used there? Do the paths change on this? Like cycles? Maybe it does. Maybe that's right. Maybe there's cycles on those other paths there, I suppose. But still, what a crazy run on this awesome track. Wolf Castle Grounds. This is by nap time. I'm in desperate need of that right now. Oh my gosh. I'm still sick here. After I'm done this recording, I am taking the biggest nap ever and having some soup and some tea. Oh my gosh. In the meantime, we got 6 more tracks here, fellas. More work to do. Let's go. All right. So another old track here. I think I had a visual overhaul a little while ago now. Definitely looks a little bit different to me than in versions past. So a nice refresh here. The ending ramps always felt a little bit odd to me. I don't know if they changed them or not. So let's see if the ending ramps are a little bit different here with how it plays. Yeah, like that one in particular felt a little bit odd. But even still a very solid track overall. I'm probably misremembering, but I don't think Mach Bike had this track. I don't think so. Could be wrong, but I don't think it's had the track before. Pretty clean driving all around, trying to get to all the zippers here, gaining time as well. There's a mini cut over there, but definitely not worth it compared to cutting off that mini U-turn-esque turn. That was a lot of words. Oh my gosh. I have sick brain right now. Sorry guys. But yeah, also too, when you try and hop on a zipper like that, when you're already at zipper speed, pretty risky strategy if you're playing online, because if you mistime it, you're hopping over the ramp. So always faster to try and get a low trick, obviously, but even still, risky strategy if you're playing online. But let's see what happens here. Lap 3, same. Yep. Yeah, that shroom probably stays at least like a second or a second and a half, probably, compared to racing around it, I would suspect. Yeah, and again, all the contrast here is much appreciated. Very clear track layout. You know what's what, you know what's a wall, what's not, what's off-road, etc, etc. Theming is great. Overall plays really well. Just that one little zipper ramp always felt a little bit odd to me, but I think it was actually like a bumper yellow trick in years past. Oh, that was a really nice little trick. That was way better than last 1 and 2. Nice. Very nice. Let's go. Heck yeah. Let's see how the ending goes. Nice corner spin drift hopping once more onto the zipper. And nice drifting trick to end the run. Clean landing. No mistakes by my eye. Woohoo Island. We have it by Virox. Of course, this would have to be with the spear. I wonder if it's spear manual or spear auto. Let's see what it is. Let's see here. Spear manual. Okay. All right. I would think though that spear automatic could definitely contend here. Like, there are just a bunch of very long straights. I mean, you can still get like a somewhat of a low jump on that ramp with spear automatic. And even then, like, you could probably still maneuver that grass cut somewhat decently with spear auto. Like, you know, curves like this, like, you could definitely do the whole forced chain strat with automatic spear that we discussed back on like Camp Cardigan and Koopa Troopa Beach. I feel like this definitely was spear auto at one point. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. But I wonder if it's just the strat here in the 3 ramps. We could probably do a spear auto. See, that's what. They don't even do it. What's going on? What's going on? A respawn? Oh my god, dude. There's no way. I never knew that was a thing, man. But still, I think spear auto could probably do that too, right? Could spear auto not do like clips like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe I'm reaching. I don't know. Wow. I never knew that clip was a thing until now. So nicely done here. That's probably a very precise clip to do to get the checkpoints to work out. So that was nicely done. Woohoo Mountain now. This is by Luke. And I have fond memories of this track. So back when I think I visited Troy for the very first time in 2018, I believe. Troy was the staff ghost on this track. He might still be the staff ghost on this track now. And so Troy had his Troy versus custom track series. And so then I versed his staff ghost as a video on my channel. And we did it in person. So it was actually a lot of fun to do that. So I got fond memories on this track for sure. Also too, another track where I thought it was probably the spear in the past, but now it's a flame runner. To be fair, I guess this makes more sense to be flame runner compared to spear, as opposed to Woohoo Island as an example. But still nice clever mushrooms here, hopping over the grass, pretty standard stuff. I forgot which track I explained it on, but if you wheelie into the mountain on this track, it almost just like wiggles you in between the road, and yeah, like that. Like normally, like I don't know what does that, what texture property does that, but if that was like a normal mountain, it would just like poof and just cancel your wheelie. So that's nice where they made that a bit more of a generous type of section there, where you're just not completely just out of luck if you hit it by like just 1 or 2 pixels, you know. But yeah, shorty but a goodie here. 1 lap single short time trial to the point. Yoshi Lagoon. This is by Lati, if I'm pronouncing that the right way. This track, I'm so surprised it's still within CTGP. This is very, very old. I'm gonna look it up right now. Let's see. Yoshi Lagoon Mario Kart Wii CT. Let's see. Yeah. This is a 2010 track, man. 2010. Like, what? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this track. I mean, it has a crazy shroom strat, don't get me wrong. I've seen TTs of this in the past. So obviously they play it very well, but I'm just very surprised that this is actually still within CTGP at this point. At the very least, could use like a major refresh. At the very least, just make it 2 laps instead of 3. That would be a bit more bearable, I think. I literally remember this first version in 2010. Like in 2010, I was like at my prime in the game. I was like 16, doing all the TTs and stuff, and doing some CTs on the side that were coming out and stuff, you know. And I remember when this track first came out, man. And now I'm 30 years old. It's 14 years later. You know, nice shroomless cut there. Good stuff. And yeah, sides of this road here are trickable. So again, the whole hopping trick thing applies. Obviously not faster to do it the entire time. The rest of your alignment is going to be pretty far off, I would say. I wonder if they only do the mountain ride on 1 lap. Because it probably gets you like right to the finish line or something like that. Because there is a giant mountain cut on this track, from what I can recall. Unless they patched it out. Let me actually pull up the page again. Like, did they patch out that part of the thing? Let's see. Fix bad respawn points, improve item rounds, clean KCL, remove unused files. That's the last update in 2024. The prior update was almost 10 years prior to that in 2015, which is fixed checkpoints, move some respawn points, and center minimap. Yeah. To my memory, there was a giant shortcut you could do on the mountain by the giant Yoshi egg near the end. So let's see what we got cooking here. Any big cut? Anything? No? Really? Was that like, or does that require like a golden? That might be like an online exclusive strategy probably. If I can find a clip of the shortcut, I'll overlay it for context. Like I'm not going insane. There used to be a giant cut on the mountain there, but yeah. Overall, 3 for 3, very clean run for Yoshi Lagoon. Yoshi's Woolly Raceway, the second to last track in this monstrous video. I remember this came out a couple of years ago. Theming is on point. I think this is definitely themed after the game, like Yoshi's Wool Island or something like that. Yoshi's Wool game. Let's see. Yeah, Yoshi's Woolly World. This came out. Wow, 2015? That long ago? Jeez, dang. A very long time ago. So yeah, the theming on this track is definitely on point. This track plays pretty well. Provides pretty entertaining online races here. If my memory serves me right, you can actually do a golden on top of that hedge right there. or like a Star or a Mega or whatever, but obviously not the fastest thing to do in a time trial here as we're seeing right now. And again, as mentioned probably numerous times previously in the video, he's shrooming a decent amount earlier before the actual off-road, to where the shroom is wearing off by the time he exits the off-road, has MT, go to max speed, and have a tight exit from it. Here the shroom right at the grass into the cut. Probably have a wide turn exit and probably hit the wall, more than likely, or be very close to it. So again, this is another case in point where having very clever shroom usage as well overall. So yeah, looking pretty textbook here to me. We got one more track to go, guys. Again, if you somehow watched this entire video to now, I really appreciate you. Like, to go out of your way to watch this in parts or in all one sitting, I don't know. But even still, like, watch this entire thing. This has been very long. Sorry that I'm a little bit sick at the ending sessions here of recording, but I've been thoroughly impressed, man. Like, I'll tell you, like, there is so much to be gotten out of all these CTs here. CT time trials are the real deal, man. I'm really seeing this here. So so many talented players out there. So we're seeing a lot of very impressive times here on the CTGP records. So job well done here. Let's watch the final track, ladies and gentlemen. The final track. This is Crypto Volcano or Crypto Volcano, one of those names. I've never seen this yet. This looks super like clear and vibrant. Wow, I haven't seen this track ever before in my entire life. So let's see what we got here on this track. Whoa, that Cataclack looks crazy. What the heck? Oh my gosh. But yes, as this is going on, whoa, look at the penguins. Whoa, oh, that's so cool. What the heck is going on? Wow. Oh, this track is insane already. What the heck is going on here, fellas? Whoa. Wow, that was so cool. What the heck, man? Wow. Wow, that was truly something. This is a really cool track. I want to play this now in time trial, I'm not going to lie. Again, guys, if you made this entire way, get subscribed, like the video, helps push it out to a larger audience, helps it grow the channel here. More time trial videos in the works. So you're in for a real treat for a lot of things coming down the pike here on the channel. Having, you know, a bit more restructuring of my free time in my world to include more content creation. Also, the seasons are changing every lap. Whoa! What the? Whoa! What's going on? This is like the giant ice age. What's going on here, dude? Now it's completely frozen over. Whoa! Oh my gosh! And there's gated sections now, dude. This track is insane. Oh my god, we are letting this play again, dude. We have to watch this one more time. What in the world is all of this? Wow, dude. This track delivers 100%. We're watching it one more time as we do some wrap up here as well. But again, like the video, get subscribed. Let me know what other types of time trial videos you would want to see. I mentioned earlier in the video, CT players that play this every day for time trials, especially in 200cc, is it worth it to go through all 200cc records of the CTGP records? Because I'm going through all 200 anyway for the regular tracks. So let me know. Online time trial road to 30,000 VR on Retro Rewind starting very soon on YouTube. Being streamed on Twitch as well on the stream, so get followed over there. And again, like, those of you that spent your own time to choose to watch this video in any capacity, let alone like the entire way, I'm looking at you. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. This has been quite a journey to make this video. Multiple sessions here. A little bit sick right now, but I gotta put it out here for the fellas. Gotta do it. This is the longest video I'll ever make in my entire life, I'm sure. Like, what, almost 10 hours, man? The raw recording is way longer than that, and editing takes way longer than that as well. So, yeah. Hope you guys have really enjoyed this. This has been quite the journey here. I look forward to seeing the future of CTs, man. Like, all the players are so skilled at this point. Even with version changes, like a lot of things stay the same. So a lot of impressive strategies, a lot of different things you can do. And yeah, I am thoroughly impressed. Let that be known. With all this here, I am very, very impressed overall. So again, like the video, get subscribed here, more content on the way. Yeah, apart from that, have a wonderful rest of your day, night, and everything in between. Take care and peace.